Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Hero Summit. We're thrilled to have you with us. I'm honored to be joined by such a wonderful audience, of which has so many distinguished people in it. There's been so much news this week, and we're going to be joined by some incredible newsmakers to talk all about it. So welcome, everybody. I know that so many who are here with us today share our purposes with us and with the families whose loved ones have given their lives for this country. With us too, and expressing our thanks to Senator John McCain this week for voicing our shock, our shame, and our outrage that until yesterday, the government shutdown had deprived the families of 21 fallen soldiers the death gratuity, the immediate money to pay for the coffins and the flights of those killed back to the land to which they gave the last full measure of their devotion. 5 this weekend in Afghanistan. Sergeant Patrick Hawkins, Private First Class Cody Patterson, Lieutenant Jennifer Moreno, Sergeant Joseph Peters, and Marine Lance Corporal Jeremiah Collins. The word from the refuge on the Hill, where too many congressmen took shelter from the public flak, was that some of them were even ready to work through the week to vote for a small continuing resolution on the issue. Well, that's fantastic, guys. Work through the week. That's great. That really has to qualify as the modern version of profiles in courage. So now let's get to the summit. Let me please acknowledge our appreciation of those from Congress and the administration and a number of distinguished ambassadors who, despite all this chaos that's going on in the town, have made an effort to be with us today. And most of all, of course, we're very privileged indeed to welcome those veterans and servicemen and women representing each branch of the US military. Now I must do my duty too and thank those who've been stalwart supporters of the Daily Beast and the Heroes Summit. Our committed sponsors, Jeep, IBM, and AT&T, thank you. Our NGO partners who form such a spectacular lineup of the most impressive and dedicated non-profit organizations devoted to serving our soldiers and veterans, the Congressional Medal of Honor Foundation, Intrepid Fallen Heroes Fund, the Mission Continues, Team Rubicon, Student Veterans of America, and the USO. Thank you, guys, all of you. At this summit, we're going to be here to tackle some difficult questions. What does it mean to be a hero in a drawdown? How long can we police the world in the new economic realities? What kind of military do we actually need when the biggest threats are asymmetrical? These are just some of the tough questions that come from a growing divide, a disconnect between the mood of the American people when it comes to the use of force in faraway places and America's role in the world as the last remaining superpower. And there's a more profound disconnect too. The corrosive gap between those who serve and those who don't. The commercialized cliche of saluting the flag and the attitude that we're all here for you as long as it entails nothing on our part. Our desire to bridge that divide is one of the driving forces behind this summit. And we're very proud indeed later this morning to be joined by that towering supporter of vets, Arnold Fisher, whose foundation played such a pivotal role yesterday in restoring the death gratuities for military families. Throughout the day, we're going to be inspired by the narratives of heroes among us who commit great acts of courage every day in the name of America, from the front lines overseas to the front lines at home, where families sacrifice without the medals to show for it. And tonight we're going to give you a sneak preview, an unheard of 2 months early, of a movie I promise you is going to be a contender for the Best Picture at next year's Oscars and one of the best war movies that I've seen since Black Hawk Down. And that is Universal Pictures' Lone Survivor, starring Mark Wahlberg as Marcus Luttrell, the last man standing when he and fellow members of SEAL Team 10 were caught in a deadly firefight in Afghanistan, Operation Red Wings. Afterwards, I'm going to talk with the director, Peter Berg, and the real-life lone survivor himself, Marcus Luttrell. So thanks, everybody, for joining us, and let's get going. How lucky we are to have as our first guest this morning, Senator John McCain. One day, centuries from now, he's going to make a hell of a page in the history books. He's a character ripped right out of American folklore, the fabled Western gunslinger who serves as the sheriff of 21st century politics, part John Wayne, part James Garner, and part highly decorated naval officer, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. Is it any wonder that network bookers wrestle themselves to the ground trying to get McCain every Sunday morning? I mean, who else is going to call Senators Rand Paul and Ted Cruz the wacko birds of American politics? He campaigned in 2008 on the slogan, Country First. That principle has guided his life from his harrowing ordeal as a prisoner in war in Vietnam, through the Cold War, and into the front lines of American interests in the Balkans, Iran, Iraq, and Afghanistan. And of course, he's been a passionate interventionist on Libya and Syria. Wherever he trains his focus on the map, no one has a more rigorous sense of America's honor than Senator John McCain. So let us welcome him now. Where are you? Oh, here he is. Hey. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. That's a good welcome. Sit down. I think you're popular here.
I noticed that the approval rating of Congress is now at 5%, so I'm really glad to see part of that 5% here this morning. We're down to paid staffers and blood relatives, so I want to thank all my staff who's out there.
Okay, so John, let's talk about the current insanity in Washington. How did we get to a place, frankly, yesterday where Congress had to be guilt-tripped in passing the resolution to give money now to the death benefits for the families of the fallen? I mean, how do we get to such a place where we're having to do this?
Well, there's a polarization in American politics today that I haven't seen in the years that I've been here. Part of it has to do with the redistricting. Many members of Congress are in virtually lifetime seats because of the way that happens. There's the outside influence of outside money. I think the worst decision of maybe Dred Scott, but others of the United States Supreme Court was Citizens versus United, which reversed the McCain-Feingold law. I think there is an attitude probably amongst particularly the base of our party that is unhappy with the status quo, and that is always exacerbated by bad economic times. So I think it's a confluence of factors which has led to, I brought with me this morning the Gallup poll. In case you've missed it this morning, we are here at a historic moment, at least in their polling, because the approval rating of Republicans is 28%, all-time low since Gallup has been taking polls since 1992. They've been asking this question. And the death benefits thing drove me to go to the floor of the Senate, as you probably know, a couple of days ago. But let me also give you another example of what this is doing. The Grand Canyon, which is one of the crown jewels of our national parks, we have obviously hotels, restaurants, facilities that are run by concessionaires, contract with the Park Service and operate there. They have a couple of thousand employees up there. They're not federal employees. They're just employees of people who have contracts. And we're literally having to bring food to the Grand Canyon to feed these people who are out of work and out of money.
Well, it's so insanely callous.
It's so
crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Crazy.
Well, I mean, today we saw in the Times that, that the business people now are kind of rebelling. I mean, they're actually saying, why did we do this to ourselves? I mean, they were the people, a lot of these big business people who actually helped to fund redistricting and so on, and they're now beginning to regret it. Do you think this could be a pivotal point in actually getting through when the big money really starts to say, you guys are nuts?
I think the business community, and I'm hearing from business people, large and small, that are tired of this. They're being hurt very badly. Small businesses, in a way, are because they live more on the margins, and big business and corporations are hurting very badly. And then if we obviously default on the debt. There are some colleagues of mine who believe we have enough money to keep the government going and all that. But what I think they are not appreciating is the signal that we send to the world. Whether, you know, the Chinese own $1 trillion of our debt, our securities, and if we send that signal, then I think you're going to see the markets act, and then I think it's going to force us to act. The question is why should we put the American people through this? Why should we do this? Everybody knows what the answer is here. We sit down, we do something about the medical device tax, which is most everybody is unalterably opposed to. We probably do something to make sure that members of Congress are subject to the same health care provisions under Obamacare that other Americans are. Maybe a couple of other small things, and get going again. And unfortunately, we are driven to some degree by, I'll be very frank with you, some incumbent Republicans' fear of a Tea Party primary.
Well, I know we see that, but I mean, isn't really the big question now? I mean, the story of this political crisis is really the culpability not just of the Republican crazies, but of the Republican non-crazies. I mean, how do we get to the point where Mitch McConnell is Rand Paul's bitch? I hate to use that word, but I mean, it's like, where's the heroism in your own party? I mean, why aren't the moderate Republicans, fighting back? We're always saying, why don't the moderate Muslims fight jihad? But, this is jihad.
I think he is, but I'd also like to point out that the president, as opposed to, excuse me, I hate this device.
It was that word, I think, that I uttered. It made the phone ring. Anyway.
The president's making a mistake too, my friends, and that is that in '95, when we shut down the government, there was round the clock, literally, negotiations with Bob Dole and Newt Gingrich and the president, and they talked and they negotiated, and whether they reached any agreement or not, at least there was the effort being made. And I think the president, up until about yesterday, is by saying, I won't negotiate under any circumstances, is making a mistake too. The polling data that I was mentioning also shows a decline in the president's approval rating and the Democrats' approval rating. It just isn't as steep as the one for the Republicans. And people are sick and tired of it. I ran through Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport the other day, and a guy ran up to me and said, "Hey," said, "anybody ever tell you look a lot like Senator John McCain?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "Doesn't it sometimes just make you mad as hell?" There's no doubt and what we're doing, Tina, long term, is we're really shaking people's confidence in government. And if that's the case, that has really long-term implications, because I still think, as Churchill said, it's the worst of all, but a better one hasn't been invented. And I really seriously, I would joke about it, but I really worry a lot about it, because I think it's an honorable profession. And I think that there's so many good men and women who are serving. But we're now in a situation which, one of the differences between '95 and now was it was Bob Dole and Newt Gingrich with President Clinton. Now it's John Boehner and his conference and the President of the United States. So it's a three-cornered deal, which makes it much harder to come to an agreement than it did back then. And
well, I mean, you called, frankly, the Tea Party radical element, and Paul and Cruz, you did make the celebrated wacko birds comment. I was actually rather crushed when you then apologized and kind of walked it back. Do you see, though, a real pressure coming from inside your party towards that element?
Well, first of all, I apologize because I don't like to get personal in these issues. I was very frustrated on the floor. And I've found over the years that you should do combat with people and fight as hard as you can, but never get personal. And I have made a mistake from time to time of doing that. My favorite, one time Ted Kennedy and I were on the floor, and there was a freshman Democrat, freshman Republican, got into an argument about some parliamentary procedure. Ted came over and started yelling at the freshman Republican, so I came over and started yelling at Ted, and we were nose to nose yelling at each other. The two freshmen left the floor. They were so intimidated by this scene, And after it was over, Ted and I were walking out, and he put his arm around me and said, "We did pretty good, didn't we?" That's the kind of thing we need to do in politics rather than being personal. But I do worry about the Republican Party, because if we are, this is the first time I have ever seen Republican senators running ads, raising money that is used to attack incumbent Republican senators. I have never seen that in my life. And I think that is terribly wrong. It's terribly wrong. And there's active recruitment out there of running against incumbent Republican senators. You know, Senator from Kansas, Pat Roberts, probably as conservative as anybody representing a very conservative state. The other day, a Tea Partier announced that he was going to run against Pat Roberts. I'm curious, where has Pat Roberts offended anybody? So it's a very unusual situation, and I hope that we can sit down together and come up with a positive agenda for the American people to bring to them in the 2014 elections rather than a negative. And whether we like it or not, many Americans only know what we're against and not what we're for. But look, we've been through bad times before, and we will probably go through bad times again. And I have great faith in the party of Ronald Reagan and also the American people's ability to pick and choose.
Now, I was though kind of fascinated at the weekend on Monday to read that Justice Scalia said he doesn't read the New York Times or the Washington Post anymore. He only reads the Washington Times and listens to talk radio, Republican talk radio, because he feels otherwise he'll get angry. And it seemed to me to epitomize this echo chamber effect. And I wonder whether you think that this kind of closed media environment where people only listen to their own side is actually affecting things in a very pernicious way. I mean, we saw how Romney and his team were absolutely aghast that they lost. They didn't seem to understand, you know, the empirical evidence in the polls and so on, because they were only listening to their own side. Do you think that's played a role in changing the politics?
Really, no, because people are grown-ups, and we have access to more information and more varying opinions than at any time in our history. Some of us here are old enough to remember where there was 3 news networks where we used to make an appointment to watch the evening news. And Walter Cronkite was the most respected person in America, and deservedly so. I think the variety and incredible number of sources of information and opinion is probably beneficial to the American people in the long run. Now, if someone only wants to listen or view a certain point of view, that's up to them, but it's not because there is the ability to get opposing points of view.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's get back to the military, because this conference is obviously very much sort of focused on that. I mean, this disconnect between the civilians and our military, do you think that you know, we now really have the kind of the 1% army. I mean, do you think that America was a better place when every man, certainly every man, not any women at that time, had to spend time in the armed forces? I mean, has that been a corrosive influence in the end, an unintended consequence that we now have this disconnect?
I think it was a good thing, but I also think the reality of the nature of the military and warfare today is that you can't take someone for just 2 years and expect them to be an accomplished professional. With the equipment and the capabilities and the military requirements that we have today, it really takes a long time to adequately train a man or woman in the military. So from a practical standpoint, it doesn't work, but it has had unintended consequences of kind of separating the military in a way. But I would like to point out that my generation, when they came back, because of the intensity of that most divisive war, except for the Civil War in our history, were not well treated. And people took it out on them, the 18-year-old draftee who went and fought for a year in Vietnam and came home, to our everlasting shame. And one of the reasons why John Kerry and I worked so hard on the normalization issue was to try to heal some of those wounds and help some of our Vietnam veterans come all the way home. So now we honor, as you are today, now we honor the men and women who are serving. We praise them. They're the most respected members of our society. So I would argue that the all-volunteer force has attracted the best and the brightest from America, certainly the most patriotic, and they are the most highly trained, skilled, professional military than we have ever had. Now, sequestration is about to gut all that, which is a subject for another day. But
well, you called that the worst vote you ever made, right?
The worst vote I ever made.
Yeah.
And
how do
I've
you,
made
how
some
do you
pretty
see,
bad ones.
and how do you see that playing out actually in what is going to be that real damage that you see done by sequestration to the military?
Well, I think that what happens is training suffers, readiness suffers, the backlog of maintaining this very sophisticated equipment that we use now. It's going to have long-term repercussions. But the most harmful effect of this is that, as I mentioned, we have attracted the best and the brightest. Our officer corps and senior enlisted are fantastically capable. You know what they're doing right now? They're saying, who needs this? They can't train, they can't equip, they don't know what their future is, they don't know what their mission is even. And the really best ones are saying, who needs it? Adios. And if we're experiencing already an exodus, which will grow, of these really best and brightest men and women who otherwise would be staying in the military. That's what bothers me the most. And I know this for a fact from so much interchanges I've had with men and women who are serving in the military. And you can't replace. You can replace the equipment, you can upgrade it, you can do a lot of things, but you can't replace the quality of the military that we are starting to lose right now.
So we're now saying that this crisis in politics has damaged the military. It has damaged military readiness. It has impacted the economy. It has done all these disastrous, suicidal things to this country. I mean, should we now? I mean, are you now ready to sort of call for an end to the shutdown, for an end to to an end to this debt ceiling nightmare right now for the sake of the military in this country, for the sake of those who serve? I mean, should we not now be standing up and saying that rightly?
Well, first of all, as you know, the shutdown isn't what's gutting the military, it's a sequestration. Yeah. And by the way, on the other side of that, the reason why I am not as dedicated as perhaps maybe I should be, we still have these terrible cost overruns in our weapons systems, which are a disgrace. The Gerald R. Ford, our latest aircraft carrier, has a $2 billion cost overrun. $2 billion. Think of what my state of Arizona could do with $2 billion that we just wasted on an aircraft carrier. The F-35 is one of the most scandalous stories in our history of our acquisition. It doubled and redoubled and doubled. It's now a $1 trillion weapons system. And so we've got to clean up our act in the Pentagon and in our acquisition process to give people a return for their dollar that they're not getting. And so as badly as I feel about sequestration, I think also we've got to give the American people a legitimate cost and a legitimate reason to buy these weapon systems without these terrible, terrible cost overruns. And we could spend hours on the causes of it and the effects, but the effects of it are that a lot of Americans have lost confidence that their tax dollars used for defense are being used wisely.
Yeah, well, I mean,
could I just mention, very briefly, I don't consider myself a hero by any means. It doesn't take a lot of talent to get shot down. I was able to intercept a surface-to-air missile with my own airplane. But I would just like to mention two of mine. One was a guy named Bud Day, a friend of mine, close friend and beloved friend, who was, up until he died a couple of months ago, the most highly decorated American from the Congressional Medal of Honor on down. And he was my senior ranking officer in prison. And if it had not been for his leadership, I would not have been capable of doing the things that I did. He died at the age of 88 the other day. In his last few years, he was a public defender down in the county he lived in near Eglin Air Force Base. My other genuine hero, and still my enduring hero, was Aung San Suu Kyi. I met her about 15 years ago. They never let me come back to see her but being in her presence was an inspiring moment and time for me that I have never, ever forgotten. And when I think of what she did for her country, what I, or probably anyone in this room, did for their country pales in significance. And I think she's an inspiration to all of us who, in times that are very difficult, will stand up for what we believe in. And I think because of her, Burma now has a chance to be a nation that enjoys a degree of freedom and democracy that we thought was impossible when she was going through the ordeals that she did.
She's also, of course, now made the kind of the brave step to kind of step away from her iconic, heroic status and actually get into the mix of politics. And we're seeing that Burma is going in a very difficult direction, though, with discord, ethnic discord between the two, between Islamists and Buddhists. How do you think that she is? How can she respond now? I mean, she's got to step down from her pedestal and become in the mix, the messy mix of politics. Can she retain her, iconic status? And how does that play out for her, do you think?
I think it's very difficult for her. But I think for her to just stand off after this incredible breakthrough and just watch was not Aung San Suu Kyi. And she's very, very, very intelligent. She knows this is going to damage her because you're getting into politics. She knows that there's going to be some compromises and some things she's going to have to do which may reduce her image, but with the problems that you just stated, including the Buddhist, Muslim, including the minorities, including other aspects, and the prevailing corruption still there, that she's going to have to, she's in the fight, and it's not in her nature to stand back and watch things happen without her involvement. She still is.
Do you identify with that, John? Because in a way, it's a little similar to what you've yourself experienced. I mean, you're such a hero to Americans. What you went through as a prisoner of war, you then got into the messy mix of being in politics, and you've had, you've seen, as we talk backstage, you've seen many comebacks and reinventions and so forth. Do you identify very much with that?
I don't think I could identify with her. I'm a very imperfect person, and she may not be perfect, but in my eyes, she is.
Mm-hmm. I love that. Let's talk about what's happening in the turbulence of the Middle East. Today, of course, we saw last night that the Syrian Prime Minister was captured. The Libyan Prime Minister was captured. We're now seeing that Libya really is sort of overrun by warring militias. How do you see Libya playing out? You were such a spokesman for interventionism there. It's not going well, let's face it. How do you see it playing out? And do you feel that we're letting Libya down in a way by not supporting them more, and yet we can't afford to do so, really, as we know, because of all the economic restraints that we have?
First of all, could I just, for 30 seconds, put it into context? About 3 years ago, there was a young man in Tunisia that was he was a college graduate, he had no job, he was selling vegetables. Police came, humiliated him, took his vegetables, beat him up, and he then poured gasoline on himself and burned himself to death. And that lit a fire that has not been extinguished yet. And it overthrew the ruler of Tunisia, Ben Ali, and the series of events that we know, including spreading to Libya, including to Syria. And we intervened, and our allies intervened with air power, which was the best way to do it without any boots on the ground, and Gaddafi obviously departed. And so at that time, Lindsey Graham and Joe Lieberman and I wrote a piece that was in the Wall Street Journal saying, here's what we have to do. Help them with securing the weapons caches, help them with border security, get people in there to do just how you set up there was a series of things that we had to do because this transition is the toughest. No nation has made a smooth transition from a history of totalitarian or dictatorship to democracy. Well, leading from behind, we left the whole situation alone, and it has deteriorated dramatically. This administration did not go in and help. Lindsay and I told Secretary Panetta, the best thing you can do, there's 30,000 wounded in Libya after Gaddafi was gone, and send a hospital ship, send an American hospital ship over there, anchor it in the bay in Tripoli, and help treat these wounded. Secretary Panetta, who I admire greatly, came back to me a couple of weeks later and said, well, it would take 5 weeks to get a hospital ship over there. And I said, it took Columbus less time than that to get across. So what we did, hands off, leading from behind, and now we see this situation in a crisis, and these militias, as you say, leadership that is not as strong as we would hope. And the situation is going to, I'm afraid, be chaotic for some time. But as with the Syrian people, as with the Egyptian people, the Libyan people, these are moderate people who are not Islamists. They may be of the Muslim faith, but they are not Islamists, and they're not Salafists. And I think that over time, that they'll sort this out, and we should be trying to, we're very limited in what we can do now, but we should have done a lot more, and we can still do more. And I grieve because I know the Libyan people and I know the Syrian people, and they are not extremists.
Now, what about Egypt? We've now greatly reduced our aid there. Today we have that news. I mean, do you think that's too late?
Yeah. Could I say that John Kerry is a close friend of mine. I have a cordial relationship with the President of the United States. There's too much at stake here for me to be partisan in dealing with the President of the United States. But having said that, when I watch some of these things happen, it just, well, we had a law, and we have a law on the books that says if there is a coup, then aid is cut off. So when a coup took place, and you can't view it any other way, Lindsey Graham and I said, look, it's a coup. Cut off the aid, say we will restore the aid just as soon as you have a schedule for a new constitution, new elections, etc., and go on the path to democracy. Instead, the administration hands off. Well, we're going to suspend some aid. Well, now yesterday, we're going to suspend some aid, but not other aid. What is the message? What is the message to Mr. General Sisi, who, by the way, Lindsay and I had a very spirited conversation with in Cairo, but what's the message to them? The message to them is, we have the rule of law and we abide by it. They should have the rule of law, and until they do, we're going to abide by our rule of law. And we didn't do that. And so now what's the message to Sisi? I promise you that you will see, if they keep on the path that they're going, because of the Arab Spring, that you will see an insurgency in Egypt and terrorism, because they're not able today to keep people down, because there's too much of these kinds of devices that spread information. Information is knowledge. And this is so important, because I don't have to tell anybody here, Egypt is the heart and soul of the Arab world. And now we are seeing virulent anti-Americanism, by the way. Treatment of our ambassador, Ann Patterson, was just disgraceful. And the situation, I'm afraid, will deteriorate more. I had no brief from Mr. Morsi. Mr. Morsi mishandled his presidency to a terrible degree. But they had elections already scheduled for this November. And now I see pictures all over Egypt, posters of General Sisi with the dark glasses on. I used to see pictures many years ago, a general with dark glasses on, and his name was Nasser. And I'm afraid we may be seeing a return to that kind of government, but it won't work now.
So do you think that we're now seeing, I'm so sorry, do you now feel that Obama is becoming, he was the president who talked about, bringing us closer together in a sense with the Middle East. Do you think that he's now being seen as the person who's supporting despots? I mean, we're now doing a deal with Assad. You're seeing the posters of the despots in dark glasses. I mean, is this where, do you think he's blown that message?
I think that the President of the United States, understandably, ran for president against what had taken place in the previous 10 years. Americans war weary. I fully understand and appreciate that. And when you look at the president's speech in Cairo in 2009 and look at the Arab world today, it's just, there's no it's almost incoherent. So we got out of Iraq without leaving a residual force. And I won't go into all the details, but we certainly could have. Now Iraq is unraveling terribly. We're now seeing a resurgence of Al-Qaeda. We did not assist this Free Syrian Army. And, well, once we gave them a whole bunch of MREs. MREs don't do very well against tanks. And we have now seen, about a year ago, the momentum was on the side of the Free Syrian Army. Then 5,000 Hezbollah came in. The Russians dramatically increased their flow of weapons. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard are training thousands of Syrians and bringing them back into Syria, and it's an unfair fight. There's 1 million children who are refugees now. 110,000 are killed. And where our focus is on the 1,400 who were killed, while the weapons continue to flow in from Russia and from Iran, and killing Syrian people. I can't tell you how demoralized the Free Syrian Army are, and that's why some of them are now moving over into the radical Islamic camp, because they think that they have been abandoned. Just one vignette. I was in a refugee camp in Jordan. There was only like 50,000 people there then, and I was being escorted around by a woman who is a school teacher, and there's children everywhere. And she said, "Senator McCain, you see all these children?" And I said, "Yeah." And she said, "They're going to take revenge on those people that they believe abandoned them and refused to help them." Do you know what happened in the Palestinian refugee camps, my friends? We bred extremism. And we're sowing the wind, and we're going to reap the whirlwind. And so...
Well, we are where we are, though, now.
We are where we are.
So what do we do now? What do we do now with Syria?
We can still give more help to the Free Syrian Army. We can...
Are you confident, though, now that helping the Free Syrian Army, that we're not just...
They're giving them some more help, finally. But one of the bad news is that there are very wealthy Saudis and Qatars that are getting, and a network that goes all the way to South Africa, that is getting arms and equipment and help to the bad guys, to al-Nusra and the other extremist groups. And they are good fighters. They're not afraid to die. And so 2 years ago, there was no of these extremists. And by the way, they're from all over the world. They're not just from the Arab world. And now we have an increasing number of them flowing in from all over the world, from France, from countries in Europe. And so we can turn it around. We can still succeed. The Syrian people will not be governed by a bunch of extremists from outside their country. That's just not a possibility. But we can still turn this around, and I'm not positive that we can, but to give up on it now, I think would be, and remember, this is not just a conflict in Syria. This is now a regional conflict. It has spread to Lebanon. It has spread. The king of Jordan has said he cannot stay in power. 20% of the population of Jordan is refugees. Think of what 20% of our population would be, the United States of America would be like. And Lebanon is being destabilized. The Iranians are all in. The Russians are in. The Saudis are in. The Qatars are in. This is now expanding into a regional conflict, which cannot be in the interest of the United States to see this thing continue to spread. And so we've got to realize this started out as a civil kind of conflict, and now it is spread into a very big power game. And those of us who study history might remember the Spanish Civil War back in the 1930s and the implications that happened then. And we also might remember that in the 1930s, we sat by and watched things happen that we later paid a very heavy price for.
So, I mean, obviously, you're not happy with the current foreign policy steps. I mean, you're seeing in each of these turbulences that you've described, you're seeing missteps, but you're seeing also where we are now. So how would it be different if you were president now, if you had in fact won in 2008? I mean, what would be the difference now in the way we'd have gone about these?
Best example I can give you is Iran. Remember this guy Rouhani, in case you haven't read about it. He was a negotiator for the Iranians between 2000 and 2004, and he later gave an interview about how he had deceived the negotiators, how Iran had gone from 150 centrifuges to 1,000 while while he was negotiating. You know, Ronald Reagan used to say, trust but verify, don't trust but verify. We should talk to them, but we should come in with a set of demands, and one is suspend all enrichment if you really want to move this process forward. This is what Bibi was saying in his visit here. Stop all enrichment now, and then we will negotiate as to what kind of nuclear capabilities, peaceful nuclear capabilities you can have. There's no doubt that the sanctions have hurt them. But then the question is this just a stalling tactic while they continue to develop this capability? And what the Israelis worry about, since the Iranians have not retracted their commitment to, quote, wiping Israel off the map, what the Israelis worry about is they get right next to the development of this nuclear weapon, where it's a turn of the screwdriver a little bit, and then all of a sudden they've got it. And there is no one that I know, no matter where they are in the political or the national security spectrum, that doesn't believe that Iran with a nuclear weapon is a huge, huge danger and would destabilize the world even more than it is today. By the way, it's not an accident. We could just say it's not an accident that they just started the reactor in North Korea and Yongbyon. It's not an accident that the Emir of Qatar just made an appointment to go to Moscow. It is not an accident that this lesson is being learned all over the world. And again, I believe in America. I believe in the strength of America. But I also believe that we've got to understand that America has to lead. If we don't lead, somebody else will. Karzai is now.
Thank you very much. I'll have to stop you right there because I'm being summoned. But thank you so much. America has to lead. That's a great place to end. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
You shouldn't have. In 1993, helicopters dropped American soldiers into the middle of Mogadishu, Somalia. The assignment was clear: to abduct several top lieutenants of a Somalian warlord and return to base. The mission as a whole should have lasted about an hour. Everything changed when the first of 2 American Black Hawk helicopters was shot down over the course of 17 deadly hours. Troops were pinned down in a maze of small alleys, engaged in a long and hostile firefight, the most intense U.S. combat engagement since the Vietnam War. A pilot was carried away by an angry mob and taken prisoner, and many people died. It's been 20 years since what started as an assault operation would end as a rescue mission. To talk about this historical battle, I'm joined on stage by Matthew Eversman. He's a retired first sergeant in the U.S. Army. Matt's service in Somalia as a ranger and Chalk 4 leader was the center of the film Black Hawk Down, trailer that we've just seen. Craig Nixon, next to me, spent 29 years in the Army, retiring at the rank of Brigadier General. In the Battle of Mogadishu, Craig oversaw the rescue operation and was a liaison officer to Task Force Ranger. And we're very pleased to have with us Jerry Bruckheimer. For nearly 30 years, Jerry has produced some of the most successful TV and film projects, one of them being Black Hawk Down. Jerry, I'm going to start with you since we've just seen a clip from your movie. This was not an obvious movie for a big budget Hollywood project. It's subtle, it's dark, it's ambiguous. It does show a lot of the ennobling sides of war, but it is not triumphalist. And so the first question I wanted to ask you is, why was it important for you to make this movie? Why did you want to make Black Hawk Down? And then I have a quick follow-up for you.
First of all, I want to thank Tina for having us here and kind of honoring Black Hawk Down and the men who fought and died there. You know, I'm a big supporter of our military and our veterans, and they're the real heroes who protect our shores and protect democracy, not only in this country but around the world. And I believe you got to tell their stories, not always their glorious stories, but their heroism and their patriotism, because they're not paid a lot of money for what they do. They do it because they love their country and want to protect it. And this was a story that we read very early on. It was a series of articles in the Philadelphia Inquirer, and we were exposed to it and thought it was really an inside look into what these men have to deal with under really horrible conditions. Unexpected conditions, and how their training kicks in, and how they support their comrades and try to fight for the man next to them. And I think it's a story that I think it's universal. And war has been going on since the beginning of time, and these courageous men live this horrible experience, and people don't know about it. And what I thought it would be wonderful to expose the world to their heroism and what they're all about. What we love doing as a filmmaker, I love doing, is telling stories that are what I call process. Gets you inside a world that the audience will never be a part of, but shows what actually happens. We have a TV series called CSI, which gives you an inside look into what these detectives do. And I love, we did Top Gun, which is another movie, gives you some process of aviators, naval aviators. So this was an important film for me to bring to the public. And, you know, we had a very hard time getting it off the ground. I was at Walt Disney at the time, and once we developed the material, I read it and said, this is not something the Walt Disney Company would want to do. So we took it out, and fortunately Sony and Revolution, Joe Roth, supported it and financed it, and that's how we put it together.
Well, you answered my follow-up, which was the challenge in getting this movie made. Let me just ask both you, Matt, and Craig, just very quickly give us a sense of why you think this story, but not just the story, this event, connected so viscerally with the American people. Why don't you start, Craig, and then Matt?
Well, I also want to thank Tina for inviting me. It's really poignant. I literally just attended the 20-year reunion in Dallas last weekend. So I think it really impacted, one, because you had, I mean, it's an old phrase, but you had uncommon valor was really commonplace, and not just intensity but duration. When I think the American public was surprised to find out we were in Somalia. I think the images that they saw on CNN were what were in their mind, and this was really the background behind, you know, the Rangers that were literally fighting for their lives to accomplish the mission. And I think Jerry and his team, and really Scott, did an incredible job of portraying that in the film, and I thank you for that.
Tina, it goes without saying, thank you very much for including me with this great panel and putting it together. I would just add on, folks, that, you know, in my opinion, after 12 years in the war on terror, you know, this movie came out I actually saw it in December of 2001. And what I found over the last decade is that, believe it or not, there are a lot of folks that really aren't touched by, you know, the war on terror. They don't have children or grandchildren or family members involved. And so when I talk to them and I tell you, you know, you watch this movie Black Hawk Down, you have a really fair and accurate and pretty authentic view of what urban combat is like, and, you know, ostensibly at its worst. So, you know, just to bookend to that comment, I think that it is the reference point, both the book and the movie, that people are going to look at when they talk about getting involved in these kinds of conflicts in these countries we've never heard of.
You know, the movie came out just a couple of months after 9/11, so it was a pretty raw time in the country. It was also a time when we were rallying around the troops. Jerry, my understanding is that there was a lot of debate about when to release the movie. It was supposed to come out in later, and you decided to move it up. Is that right? Tell us about the conversation that you all had, given that the country had just been through this horrific experience.
Yeah, after 9/11, it was, you know, there was a lot of fear about showing a military movie, especially something that was not exactly a bright light. It's a very intense film, and it's one of the few films that we never actually previewed, because you really can't get a sense what the audience feels about the movie, because when they walk out, they're kind of shell-shocked. So we didn't preview it. But Ridley Scott is you know, an acclaimed director, Academy Award nominated director, and we felt that the film had the possibility of getting some nominations, so we actually moved the release up to open it limitedly in December, so you could qualify for the Academy Awards. And fortunately we were right, because it got a number of nominations and it actually won some Academy Awards, so I guess we did the right thing.
Matt, when you, shortly before you went out there, you find out that you're going to be taking over this Chalk 4, and you have these young guys under your command, most of whom hadn't seen combat. You hadn't seen combat. Just talk to us about what that was like, what you learned about yourself, the leadership lessons, and how you kept it together psychologically once you got into that, in the middle of that carnage.
You know, one of the joys about being in the military, and certainly as an Army guy, is that it's this self-licking ice cream cone of leadership development and training. I mean, everything is a progressive, step-by-step day all the time. You know, we had been in a couple of firefights prior to October 3rd, and subsequently when, you know, by the time I was put in charge of the Chalk, you know, everybody on the team had gone through that test, not to sound any braver or cavalier than the next guy. But I throw this out to you all. It's a very scary, at least to me, feeling when you leave the wire, knowing what the enemy is capable of doing and knowing what happens on the battlefield. I mean, as silly as that sounds, it's a pretty scary notion to be willingly in harm's way. As you get on the battlefield and things unravel, as Murphy's Law happens almost immediately, all the time, you find yourself in this sort of push-me, pull-you relationship. You know, you're looking at your men to make sure that they, and ladies today, you know, overseas, but in 1993, you know, with all the boys, looking to them as a foundation and realizing, hey, you know, if these young guys are doing the right thing, I, as a leader, can certainly pull my weight and stand up in front and be tall and look brave. And I think you found out it was a two-way street, that, you know, the men look at you and they realize, hey, Sergeant Evertsman, or my leader, is standing up, seemingly undaunted, and that gives them a refreshing, reassuring feeling. I mean, I'm no psychologist, but that was my experience.
Craig, give us a sense of your role in this mission, and just sort of lay out where you were when the first Black Hawk helicopter went down, and how the mission changed and how you were involved in that.
Yes, I was actually the liaison officer to 10th Mountain, so I would go out on operations with them, particularly to do quick reaction, to prepare them for quick reaction force if the Rangers got in trouble. I was part of Task Force Ranger. I would go back to the compound once a week. I was in the compound that day when the assault launched. I observed the first aircraft go down and was actually next to General Garrison at the time.
There's that moment in the movie, and I think in the book as well, where he says, "We've lost the initiative." Can you remember the feeling that? Do you remember feeling that this is a kind of a turning point here, or is that something that you sort of think about in retrospect?
Well, I felt that, but a little bit later in the operation. So when the first aircraft went down, we had a good plan. We had a quick reaction force established. It went in. When the second aircraft went down, we did not have a plan at that point. So General Garrison actually turned to me at that point and said, put together a quick reaction force to get out to the second aircraft site. In reality, that quick reaction force was remnants, Sergeant Strucker and remnants of the Rangers. It was cooks, it was mechanics, it was anybody who could carry a rifle. So it was not a coherent force. It was just literally whoever can go out and help. And we launched out of that compound not knowing where the second crash site was. So you have a force that you put together that's essentially ad hoc. You're going to a location that you don't know. There's a tremendous amount of activity that Tom Matthews, who I think is in the audience. So Tom, are you out there? I apologize. Tom was the commander of the air aviation I thought was going to be here today. So in that portion, about halfway through that is where I thought we lost the initiative. And later during the operation, I believed at the time we had we were at risk of losing the entire force.
Jerry, I want to do this quickly because we've got another clip that we're going to see, and we're going to dig into some meatier issues. But tell us very quickly about the logistics of putting together this movie and how both Jesse Helms and the King of Morocco were involved.
Well, you know, it was difficult to put this together. Once we had the financing, we went to Washington and met with William Cohn, who was a big supporter of the book, and General Shelton, who was the head of, I guess he was the head of the Joint Chiefs at the time, and the Secretary of the Army, and they were all fans of the book and were certainly supporters of us making the film. But then getting the equipment and getting the men was another issue, because in Morocco at the time it was between ambassadors. So you had a charge who was the head of the Moroccan embassy for us, and certainly she didn't want any activity that was negative towards her, and if somebody got hurt during the making of this movie, she didn't want it on her docket. So she did everything possible to make sure that we couldn't get our equipment or our men into Morocco, which was very difficult. And we had no SOFA agreement with Morocco at the time. That's bringing foreign forces into a sovereign country. And we were 6 weeks into filming. We had no Black Hawk helicopters. We had no Rangers. We were going to end up using Hueys as the backup, which was scary because the movie's called Black Hawk Down. So we reached out to some of the supporters, and Jesse Helms was certainly a supporter of the book, and he called the King of Morocco and actually negotiated a deal to bring in the Rangers and the Black Hawks. But then we still had the ambassador, or not the ambassador, but the person in charge of Morocco, who still didn't want them to come in. And we got, I think, a congressman from California who called her up and said, look, we're going to pull your funding. We're going to, make sure you end up in Ethiopia unless they come, unless you let them in. And that's what broke the logjam. So 6 weeks in, we finally got our Blackhawks and our Rangers to finish the filming.
Jerry, you were kind enough to bring another clip in the movie. Why don't you set it up quickly, and then we'll look at it, and then we'll get into a few more issues based on that clip.
This is the very end of the movie. It's where Matt is talking to one of his fallen comrades about heroism, and I think it speaks for itself when you see it.
Such a powerful ending. Matt, that line about heroism, does that capture your views? Is that something that you agreed with about how it just sometimes happens that way?
You know, I got to say, you can't answer that question without sounding awfully self-righteous and pious at times. So I'll kind of back into it and tell you, you know, you see on the battlefields today, whether it's 1993, you know, incredible young men and women doing unbelievably courageous things, you know, in harm's way. And they do it just because it's an event that has to happen. You know, they grab their buddy and pull him out under fire. They run into the aircraft. They do for every uniform in the room. I mean, you all have seen it. And, you know, I don't think anybody does it for a moniker. I think that we do it because, I mean, like you saw in the movie, I mean, really it's because of your ranger buddies or your mates on your left and right. That's about the best. So, yeah, I agree with that, I think.
Craig, you used the phrase when we had a chance to talk before, deliberate courage. These guys, like Hoot in the movie, going back in over and over again. What is deliberate courage? Talk about that.
Well, I think, you know, in reactive courage, you're responding to an event, your muscle memory kicks in, the adrenaline kicks in, you respond as you're trained, and there are true acts of valor in reactive. Deliberate is when you have time to think about it, you understand fully the consequences that you're going into, and you choose to do it. The reality is the majority of people that I know and have talked to in the quick reaction force that went out multiple times fully believed they would get killed on the second or third time they went out. And they still chose to go out because they had Rangers there. And that's what I call deliberate courage.
And I want to pick up on that. They fully believed they were going to die. And I've talked to a lot of these guys who say that a kind of a calm settles over you, that it's almost a primordial survival instinct. It makes you a more focused warrior. Matt, you were out there. At one point, you're lying in a Humvee flat on your back, and you're realizing that you're a huge target and that you might and would likely get shot at any moment or perhaps die. Do you recall that sense of calm that comes over you, or have you heard people talk about that?
I've heard people talk about it. I have to say I don't know if I really witnessed the calming piece. But I truly can tell you I remember sitting there on this moving Humvee, sitting on top of somebody else, lying on my back, unable to sit up because of the weight of my body armor like a turtle, and literally, you know, bullets flying over, and thinking, you know, my gosh, this is really going to hurt. I hope it doesn't hurt that badly. And again, you sound awfully brave on stage saying that, but to this day I can remember just thinking, you know, just hope it doesn't hurt.
I got to ask about, there's courage, there's bravery, Valerie, and there's fear. And people experience fear in this kind of combat. And Command Sergeant Major Chris Ferris, who couldn't make it, couldn't be on the panel because of the shutdown, talked to him about this, and he said some pretty, to me, surprising things. I want to read something that he said to me about fear at Black Hawk Down, where he served as a Delta guy. He said he saw plenty of combatants in Somalia take themselves out of the fight. These are his words. You had people curling up into balls of fear, taking themselves out of the fight, shaming themselves and disgracing the uniform. Craig, is that something that you saw?
Yeah, well, I think I'll put it in perspective. I mean, I was in combat before Mogadishu. I was in a lot of combat after Mogadishu, and I've seen people quit in every fight I've been in. There's a big difference between danger and fear. I mean, danger is real. Fear is potential outcomes in your mind, and it's the ability to set those aside and continue to operate that really separates people. So, I mean, I don't denigrate what they did, but quite frankly, I mean, it's kind of the Agincourt speech of, you know, those men that have fought and bled with me shall be my brothers, and those that chose not to shall think themselves lesser men because they were not with us. I mean, this is an ongoing, this is not a new environment. So
my reaction to that, and we're running out of time, but my reaction to that was pure empathy as someone who'd never been in a situation like that. But that's not the warrior's reaction. It's viewed as a more selfish act, right?
I think, everybody has choices they have to make, and if you want to be in part of those type of organizations, the expectation is that you will live up to the Rangers' Creed, and one of the Rangers' Creed is, I'll never leave a fallen comrade to fall in the hands of the enemy. So in reality, that's a commitment from every Ranger to another Ranger. So from a Ranger's perspective, you failed to live up to the creed that we all committed to.
Okay, and just very briefly, if we could just talk for a moment about the lessons of Black Hawk Down, quickly in terms of tactically and strategically. Matt, you want to talk about the tactics?
Well, there were some obvious lessons learned. I mean, if you read the book or see the movie, bring all your mission essential equipment with you always. You've got to, have a good succession plan in your chain of command and all that. All these things. Are we going to do daylight raids if we don't have to? Are we going to fast rope on objectives if we could offset? I mean, there are bunches and bunches of things, but, at the most acute point, I think, you realize that you got to have everything you're going to need for every contingency always, which is almost impossible to do, yet we require these men and women today to do it, and that seems simple, but that was a hard one, and I was absolutely guilty of not having everything with me at times.
And Craig, the main strategic lesson from this operation,
well,
and have we really learned it?
I don't know. I was a captain at the time, so strategy was well above me. The two lessons that came out for me that have been enduring for the rest of my career, and even now in what I do in private security, is you have to change your tactics. As the enemy changes their tactics, you have to change your tactics. And you can argue that we, in fact, didn't do that on the 3rd and 4th, and that led to really the aircraft coming down. And the second is when you lose momentum in combat, unlike we talk about it in a football game, but when you lose momentum in combat, you bleed to get it back, whether it's at the tactical level, the operational level, or strategic level. I mean, soldiers are wounded and killed so that you can regain momentum. And from the second crash until the next day, we were trying to regain momentum, and at the cost of 19 Rangers.
Well, we've run out of time, but thank you so much for being part of the Heroes Summit. It was a fascinating discussion. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. I'm Catherine Herridge, and thank you for being invested in our nation's security. I'd like to take a moment as we begin to thank and acknowledge Tina Brown for her vision and for graciously hosting us all here today, and for our sponsors, because without them, this just simply is not possible. And for those in the audience who are in the military, thank you for what you're doing. I'm in a military family myself, and it may be an old-fashioned idea, but I would like to see us win. I'd also like to take a moment and thank our panel for giving up their time this morning. I'll begin with Ray Kelly, New York City Police Commissioner. This is someone who perhaps has done more to keep al-Qaeda's #1 target safe than perhaps anyone else over the last 12 years. Thank you very much. Jane Harmon, Director and President of the Woodrow Wilson Center, also 9 terms on Capitol Hill, which almost sounds like a prison sentence these days. Next to Jane, General Michael Hayden, former director of the NSA and CIA and a principal at the Chertoff Group, and really no one better placed to understand this intersection between electronic intelligence or signals intelligence and human intelligence. Then Bob Griffin, CEO of I2, an IBM company. Bob is our tech ideas guy. He's the one who's got a lot of the solutions. Given what's happened in the last week with the raids in North Africa and East Africa, Commissioner Kelly, I want to ask you how you learned that the senior al-Qaeda operative, Abu Anas al-Libi, would be coming to New York City for a federal trial.
Well, we learned it through the Joint Terrorism Task Force. We have 120 New York City detectives working on the JTTF in New York City, so obviously we're very much engaged in sharing information and those types of operations. So
it came from the JTTF, not from Washington. That's how you learned.
JTTF in New York City. When he was taken, we learned that he was on a ship, and the jurisdictional coverage, if you will, of the Southern District of New York involves Africa, and the New York JTTF covers Africa. So, you know, we assume that he was coming to New York, and that's been confirmed. Not certain when, of course.
Mm-hmm. Does that make a difference for security in your city, and if so, who pays for that?
That's a good question. We try to get federal money to do that. We've had other high-profile individuals who tried in federal court in Manhattan, and really it hasn't amounted to much of a problem. We've had some demonstrations in front of the courthouse, but they've been easy to handle. I think we'll have to, you know, look at this as we go forward here to make a determination as to whether or not it's going to create any problems. But it's standard for us to do it.
This guy al-Libi, his value is his intelligence value. This is someone who probably met Osama bin Laden as early as the 1980s. Do you think interrogating him at sea is really the best way to get that intelligence?
We'll see. This is something that has been done before, and it's now relatively standard practice. I mean, it was a rendition was done years ago. We know that's no longer done. So, you know, it'll have to be determined. I think he may be a little bit dated, but we'll see.
Okay. Just as we begin here to dive into this discussion of terrorism and how it's evolved, I just want to put an idea out there. And this was an idea that was shared with me 2 decades ago when I was a radio reporter with ABC News in London. And it came from a British intelligence officer. And he said to me, Catherine, terrorism is like water. It takes the path of least resistance. It's a thinking enemy. You move one way, and it moves another. And I think no truer words have been spoken about terrorism and this evolution of the al-Qaeda threat, because al-Qaeda is no longer a Fortune 500 company with a bin Laden or a Zawahiri as a CEO. People like to say it's metastasized with these affiliates, North Africa, East Africa, Yemen, and then also this homegrown component. And I'd like to begin with the Westgate Mall attack in Kenya at the end of September. 67 people were killed when about a dozen terrorists took over that mall with some guns, maybe some explosives and hand grenades. And Commissioner Kelly, did you send your own team to Kenya to investigate?
Yes, we did. We sent 2 people, liaison officers who were overseas. They went there when the siege was ongoing. Right. They found, they obviously collaborated with other countries who were there. I can tell you some of the things they found was obviously chaotic. We could see that. There was poor coordination between the police, the Kenyan police, and the Kenyan Defense Force. They initially thought it was a robbery, and a security guard actually pulled the gates down because that was the protocol when there was a robbery, and that prevented some people from getting out. He was shot in the head, by the way, by the terrorists, but is still alive. A lot of misinformation was put out. There may have been as few as 4 shooters. Obviously, as you said, when They report 50 or 12 or 15. It now looks like the group was much smaller. It was very basic in the sense that it looks now like all they had was semi-automatic AK-47s and some Chinese hand grenades. They didn't handle the witnesses well coming out. Obviously, a large number of people were trying to get out of the mall, but they weren't able to interrogate them to get information on what was going on inside. It looked like 2 women drove the vehicles, 2 or 3 vehicles. They perhaps threw hand grenades themselves at the beginning of this event. There was looting that was conducted by the troops. Quite frankly, they used RPGs, which is an inappropriate weapon to use in the mall, and probably resulted in brought about the collapse of the floor.
I want to bring in General Hayden here, because what we saw in Kenya, as Ray has just explained, was a different kind of terrorism by a group, Al-Shabaab, that many people are not that familiar with. So you have a very elegant way of describing how Al-Qaeda has almost a transition in terms of its focus as we move east to west.
Yeah, the way I attempt to describe it, first of all, there's a wonderful article in The Economist, last week's edition, that talked about Al-Qaeda controlling more territory and having more adherents today than they have at any time in their history. And I actually think that's true. It doesn't mean we're less safe than we were 10, 11, 12 years ago. It doesn't mean we haven't been very successful. But as Catherine has suggested, they're following the path of least resistance. So if we had a map up here and we could kind of map out Al-Qaeda prime along the Afghan-Pakistan border and then run through Yemen and the Horn of Africa and Libya and Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb, and then finally Boko Haram out there in Nigeria. If you ran through that map, we all treat them as Al-Qaeda. The article in The Economist, accurately enough, has those little red flashpoints on each one of them, kind of treats them equally, and they all carry the Al-Qaeda brand more or less. But I think it's fair to say, as you go from east, Pakistan, to the west coast of Africa, the farther you go along that arc, the more you move from a group that is absolutely committed to the global jihad, and then the flavor changes until you get way out into West Africa, and that group is primarily about local concerns and local issues, and less about the global jihad and more about a black Islamic state in North Nigeria 2 centuries ago, and about the recovery of that state of affairs. So actually, number one, it makes the threat more dispersed. All right, they could come at us in different vectors and in different shapes. And then at the very strategic level, I actually think it presents our government with a very difficult strategic problem. Who do we take on? Who do we go after? Where do we use our resources? The guys in the tribal region of Pakistan, they want to come and kill you. They've already committed to that. There is no issue putting an American face on handing those folks. We aren't going to make them any more mad at us than they already are. But as you go west, these folks focused on local issues. You've got to judge if we, Americans, are too far forward, are doing too much, or putting more of an American face on this. We may turn these local Al-Qaeda affiliates, who may just have it as a flag of convenience, the Al-Qaeda brand, and turn them into enemies of the United States who want to come kill you now. On the other hand, if you don't take action, do any of these groups now that are local begin to get over time regional and then global aspirations? I don't envy the folks in government who have to make these calls. Now, we go to the mall in Nairobi, all right? Here's a group, Al-Shabaab, infinitely local. The only thing they've ever done outside of Somalia were 2 bombs during the last World Cup at bars in Uganda. Right. And that was because of the Ugandans fighting them. But now, are they trying to be regional? Are they reaching for a different kind of identity?
Jane, I want to bring you in. If you were on the House Intelligence Committee, would you see this attack at the West Gate as really that flashpoint or turning point, that this group Al-Shabaab was now going down the same path as bin Laden's Al-Qaeda in the 90s?
Well, 2 preliminary comments.
2 preliminary comments. First of all 4 of my kids and all 4 grandkids live in New York City, and a huge shout out to Ray for keeping them safe and everybody else's kids. And then a second shout out to Tina and Harry for all that you do and for a long friendship. All right. Yeah, I have a reaction to what Mike just said, if I might. As you said, Catherine, this is an evolving threat, and they attack asymmetrically. They have to be right once. We have to be right, whoever we is, whether we is Kenya or the U.S. or France or Britain, we have to be right 100% of the time to block them. That's impossible, and anyone who says there is 100% security is absolutely wrong. But so how do we get ahead of them? We have to evolve too. I'm sure Bob's going to talk about that. Mike was talking about, are some of these groups less dangerous now than other groups? Yeah. Is this attack in Kenya some kind of a warning that al-Shabaab's getting more fierce? Yeah. What do we do about that? One thing we do is we attack them kinetically, but the more important thing we need to do is use other tools. I'm not against kinetic action, especially against those who can't be rehabilitated, but the more important thing we have to do is win the argument with some new recruits deciding whether to strap on a suicide vest or go take an AK-47 in a shopping mall anywhere on the planet, including here. And how do we do that? We have other tools. Take the whole north of Africa, including West Africa, a lot of failing states there, including Libya. And if we don't figure out a way, using our face or the face of others, to provide economic aid and help improve education, as in not good education or no education, especially for girls, we're never going to get out of this soup. So that would be a comment. On al-Shabaab specifically, let's understand that they have recruited from inside America. Minneapolis has a problem. And I don't know if we ever figured out, did we ever figure out whether some of the shooters in Nairobi were Americans?
There's reported to be one.
One, okay. But we know Americans are in Somalia, and we know that some are trained, and I think we know that a couple have executed missions in the past. I think so.
Correct.
Hello, everybody, wake up. This threat could easily come to America, and we have to have good tools. One last comment. In Minneapolis, as I understand it, the police and others have done some very good things in terms of developing community ties and understanding what's going on in the some community center where a lot of Somali, ethnically Somali kids go after school. And that kind of intervention, building trust in neighborhoods, is one of the good tools we could use to tamp down this threat.
I want to bring you in, Bob, because we're going to talk about some of the technology here. We've got some visuals. I'd like to go to the first visual, which is a graphic from 2004, what the al-Qaeda leadership looked like. And if you were an analyst, this is how you would be seeing al-Qaeda, its cells, its deputies, the connections between them, how they're moving their money, how they're getting their money. And then, Bob, take us through something called Synapse and how that makes the information more available to analysts today.
Sure. The primary goal of any intelligence package is really to help the commanders and the operators understand the adversary. It's who are the key contributors, who are the rising stars, who are the folks that are making the decisions from an adversarial perspective. The challenge, as you can see in this particular graph, which is an analyst notebook chart of a snapshot in 2004 of the al-Qaeda network and all of the events that they were associated with and all of the people that were associated with them, is it's very dense. There are a lot of activities. Now you can drill down and drill down and drill down so that you understand each specific event and who are the significant players in that. And from that, you can then make more effective or continue to make effective decisions on what's the best approach for dealing with the network. We've learned, though, with regards to new technologies, that people are visual thinkers. If we can take technology and make it more visually apparent to people, then decisions can be moved much more rapidly. The promise of technology is that technology can move at the speed of threat. The challenge of technology is that how quickly can people assimilate all of the information associated with it. You know, there's an amazing amount of information when you're talking about human intelligence and signal intelligence. The velocity and the variety and the volume of information is ever present. So in this particular video that you're seeing right now, this is using what we call our Synapse technology. And it happens to be showing the movement of people across the United States. Those happen to be people that were ultimately self-selected through a website that they went to and said, you know, I want to participate in identifying where I'm at. You notice those three colored balls that appear very quickly. Those are people that are on independent watch lists across the country. For whatever reason, they are clustering all in Texas. So why are the people that are on independent watch lists clustering in Texas? Well, if you can then drill down and look at who they are communicating with more effectively, and then map their social network to see who are their rising stars and who are the key contributors and who are the people that they are most likely to affect and be involved with, then you can make some real-time decisions on how do you want to interdict if you need to, what kinds of things does Commissioner Kelly have to do, what kinds of things does General Hayden have to do to support the mission.
Okay, Commissioner Kelly, I want to bring you in because the conversation is rich and the time is short. So, one last question on Kenya, because I want to just quickly through to Boston, which seemed to be the most relevant example until the events of the last few weeks. Do you have a plan if a Macy's or a Hilton hotel is taken over in New York City?
Well, we have a plan. We practice what we call active shooter response, and that happens throughout law enforcement in America, quite frankly. This is really an aftermath of the Columbine events in 1999. So local police departments are doing this more and more. But sure, we deploy about 100 police cars, radio cars, every day to malls, locations such as that.
But are you going to do an exercise based on what you learned in Kenya?
Oh, yeah, tomorrow, and it just happens to be on the schedule. Tomorrow we will have a tabletop exercise based on Nairobi, based on facts as we know them, and we always stress the system. We have commanders around the table. We have a moderator keeps introducing, scenarios.
Right.
So this is something we do on a regular basis, and this will be modeled on Nairobi.
You've got a marathon coming up in a couple of weeks. Briefly, what kind of changes will you make based on Boston?
We'll use more cameras. We purchased about 100 portable cameras and put them in locations where we don't have city cameras or private sector cameras. We'll deploy about the same number of police officers, which is a significant number. We'll use some crowd control measures. We use actually blue tape and barriers in certain areas. We have helicopters.
Right.
We have a vehicle that will film the entire route.
So it's a lot more. It's a lot more surveillance. And Jane, I want to bring you in because this raises the issue over whether we can have security that's reinforcing of our values and liberty.
Well, I've thought a lot about. Why do I think I don't need a mic? Loudmouth that I am. I thought a lot about this. I don't think in this dangerous world there should be an expectation of privacy in a public space. I think the Supreme Court has addressed this. I think the use of cameras is widespread around the world, especially, for example, in London and New York. And they were the key tool to finding the bad guys in Boston as quickly as we did. And I think the response in Boston was magnificent. And the resilience of the people in Boston was exemplary. Much better responses than at least I would have expected. But I don't think privacy and liberty are a zero-sum game. I've written about this recently in the New Republic, if anyone's out there from the New Republic. That's a good magazine. But at any rate, I think you either get more of both or you get less of both. And that is the reason why in the Intelligence Reform Law of 2004, where I was a principal author along with a few others, we stood up the Privacy and Civil Liberties Commission, which unfortunately wasn't fully staffed until a few months ago. But the notion is that on the front end of policymaking, and I think Ray does this, you have to have people who think about the way we're going to do whatever we're going to do so that privacy of individuals is protected. And let me just say one more thing about our surveillance system in this country, at least that employed by Mike's former employer, the NSA. There are things built into that system to provide oversight and to require individualized warrants when Americans are the target of the surveillance. And I will defend those programs. I think they work. I think there have been very few abuses. Yes, from time to time, the FISA court has said, gee, this was overbroad, let's cut it back. But I think a very dangerous idea is to have that program micromanaged by Congress and to regulate the number of hops and to regulate the number of years data is stored. I think Congress should increase oversight, but it should actually let people who technically understand the material, that would not include me, make the decisions about exactly how big the haystack needs to be.
Mike, we've just got a time for a brief response here. You know, the Tsarnaev brothers, this should have been the case. Many people argued that the NSA should have picked up based on their web activity.
Yeah, there's nothing in NSA authorities that would have allowed them to detect the Tsarnaev brothers based upon their pre-attack communications. Nothing. I know a large portion of our population is hyperventilating over phone records being provided to the National Security Agency. But if you in the same breath then say, and you didn't catch these guys, what it is the NSA would have had to have done to catch these guys is light years different than what it is they do. It is fundamentally a fairly light touch, which we can argue about as citizens, but it in no way gets you close to catching these kids exercising their First Amendment rights of free speech and going where they want to on the web.
Commissioner Kelly, I just have one or two questions before I give you the last word. Are you in discussions with Bill de Blasio to stay on as head of NYPD?
No.
Would you stay if asked?
Oh, I think it's time to move on.
Okay. And has anyone from the Obama White House had discussions with you about the Homeland Security job?
No.
Would you entertain that job?
No comment.
Before I give you the final word, I think we could have spent a lot more time with this panel. Thank you all for your great ideas and for your input. But what they've told you in a very broad way is that Al-Qaeda looks a lot different. And actually, Al-Qaeda 2.0 looks a lot more like Americans than we probably ever imagined 12 years ago. And Commissioner Kelly, I'd like to give you the final word to sum up.
Well, you and I spoke about some of the lessons learned in Boston, and I think one of the lessons is that the chief elected person and the chief law enforcement officer in a locality, municipality, should be kept up to speed with what's going on in terms of a terrorist threat. I think it's clear in Boston it wasn't. Mayor Menino said that. Commissioner Davis said that. So I think it's incumbent on the federal government to push that information out, to make certain that they're aware of the threats. And it's not a question of asking for it. It has to come from the people who have the information.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Isaacson of the Aspen Institute. Olympia Snow is on the Bipartisan Policy Committee, senior fellow, and our two groups have been dedicated in the past few years to making sure that we reduce the amount of partisanship and get government working again. You can see how successful we have been over the past few weeks. So we will describe on this panel why that has not happened. I'm sure you know everybody on the panel, Senator George Mitchell, Bob Woodward, Senator Olympia Snow. And Senator Snow, let me start with you. What has caused, since you left Congress, decrying such partisanship? Is this worse than it's ever been before?
Well, absolutely, and certainly with my own experience, and it just didn't develop since I left. It was the reason why I left, because of the polarization, the partisanship that had been elevated to such a point that it really impeded our ability to solve any problems. And I had always, made the promise to myself that I would be there as long as I could solve problems, and that we weren't going to be able to change the dynamics within the institution. That fight had to occur outside of the institution because of so many manifestations of ideological interest groups, minority interests, that actually are now really central to driving the legislative agenda, driving the elections, rather than the lawmakers and the political leaders themselves. So much had changed, and we've seen that with the homogenization of districts in the House of Representatives, and the same is true in the Senate.
Do you think the homogenization and gerrymandering are a main driver of this?
I think it's certainly a contributing element.
How do we get out of that?
I would support independent redistricting commissions, such as in the state of Maine that we have, and about a dozen states across this country. So you take it out of the, the partisan nature of the redrawing those lines, and have more independent districts. Frankly, that has to happen because, you can replace the lawmakers, but if you don't change the dynamics in the districts, and this is critical right now, is to lay the foundation and the groundwork to get it done for the next census in 2020. It's going to be an imperative. Opening up primaries is another way, so you have less fringe candidates, less ideologically stride, more center-right and center-left than what's emerging from the primary system today.
But and the primaries, of course, are connected to the gerrymandering, because if you're always scared about being primaried from your extreme flank, it's because you're in a district like that. And it's interesting what you said. I hadn't thought about it. We have about 4 years to get this right before the 2020 redistricting starts being done. So it would be great to start a movement to say, let's have independent redistricting. Bob, I think Congressman Boehner this morning is going to announce that they'll move the debt ceiling, a short-term extension, so that he and President Obama and others can try to work out a larger deal that would be tied to the debt ceiling. So maybe we've got a few weeks of relief. Tell me about the relationship between Boehner and President Obama.
I mean, Senator Snow's right. Some of this is the way the institutions are functioning, but I tend to think that the personalities also drive this. And unfortunately, President Obama and Speaker Boehner have not spent enough time together. Last week I was listening to a local judge here in a case, and he asked one of the lawyers, he said, from the bottom of my soul, what do you want? What do you have to have? And they have not developed this relationship so they can find the buttons on each other's console to press of what really is needed. And I think that is driving it. I've written about this, but they would have some meetings. For instance, one in 2011 where Speaker Boehner went over to the White House. They went out on that patio outside the Oval Office, and they were going to get to know each other. And Obama had iced tea and was chewing a Nicorette, and Boehner had a glass of wine and was smoking. And it sends a subtle message, and you need to. I think
one
Obama's.
time we would have wanted somebody to start smoking again. So just
and to have a drink, and I wouldn't put everything on this, but if you're. Let's have a drink together, and somebody has wine and somebody orders iced tea. You're kind of saying, I'm on the other side here, and that's really unfortunate.
Senator Mitchell, it was totally different with you and Bob Dole, and I think it started the day you were elected Majority Leader.
Yes, before I get to that, I'm surprised I got so far because I don't drink. I never had a drink, and I'm pleased that I was able to make it this far. The day that I was elected Senate Majority Leader, I called Bob Dole, who was then the Republican leader, and went to see him. And I said to him that you've been here 30 years, I've only been here a couple of years, so you know a lot more than I do. But my impression is that these are very tough jobs in the best of circumstances, and if there's no trust between us, the jobs will be impossible. So I said to him, I'm here to tell you how I intend to behave toward you and to ask that you respond in the same way. And there was nothing major or complicated about it. I set forth a few general principles. I said, I'll never surprise you, which is important in the Senate. I won't try to embarrass you. I won't criticize you personally. Simple things like that. He was delighted. We shook hands, and during the 6 years that we served together, I as majority leader, he as minority leader, never once did a harsh word pass between us, publicly or privately. To this day, we remain good friends.
And what about Senator Reid and Senator McConnell? To what extent do they have that relationship?
I don't know the nature of their relationship. I'm not there now, but we still disagreed. We disagreed every day, but it was civil. We confided in each other. We had dinner probably once a week or so, and we got along well. I do want to say, talking about how tough it is now, it is tough, but I don't think there has ever been a time in American politics when it wasn't rough and tumble. You can go back to the 1800 election between Jefferson and Adams and find all kinds of colorful quotes and insults that were hurled back and forth. There are differences now.
What are the differences?
Well, you touched on one with Olympia. The redistricting is transforming American politics. It means that
isn't the ideological separation of the two parties different than it's been in the past?
Yes, sure. In the House of Representatives, Charlie Cook has written on it, many have, fewer than 50 seats are genuinely competitive as between the parties. And that means that the pivotal moment in elections is no longer the general election, but it's the primary. And as we all know, in this country, we have abysmally low participation in all elections, 50 to 60% in hotly contested presidential elections, fewer in the midterm elections, and a tiny fraction in the nominating process,
but
which means that the most extreme and active elements on both sides have a hugely disproportionate effect in the process if they can elect someone.
It is different now. There's something really different. In one of the things I've written on this, Mike Summers, who's Speaker Boehner's chief of staff, is quoted saying, we are now primarily a blocking majority. In other words, we're negative, we're going to stop things. That in itself is sad. Imagine a political party declaring we're going to only do negative things, but now it's gone further. Bringing Obamacare in as the leverage on the debt ceiling and so forth. That's not just blocking something, that's going back and saying we want to rewrite the law that was passed 3 years ago. I mean, look, you know, the president has called it blackmail, and I think it is blackmail. I think you can't.
Yeah,
I mean, don't you
think,
Senator
Snow? Well, and it's the ideological groups that are driving the legislative agenda. It's no longer the agenda that's coming from within the institutions among the colleagues in the House and Senate is being driven. In fact, the one tied to the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare was driven by groups outside of the process. They raised the money in the hundreds of millions of dollars now, especially in light of Citizens United. And so they flood the airwaves with invectives. They demonize the opposition. They threaten to have a primary. But they're the ones that are really driving it. It used to be that the lawmakers and through the political leadership and the political parties would, you know, control the agenda. They know how far to go, where to broker an agreement, and so on. And that's what's not happening today because it's all being done by third-party interest groups, ideologically driven to the extremes.
So we have two explanations that have been put on the table here, and I'll describe them as the iced tea explanation and the Tea Party explanation. And I want to probe a bit on the iced tea question because it conflicts with the fact that the Tea Party. And the question is, as some people have said in the White House, that if Obama had schmoozed at breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the past 2 years, every single meal with people in the Republican Party, he would still be getting no votes. And when you had the most schmoozingest president in the history of the United States, Bill Clinton, you still had to pass your economic plan on a straight party vote. Do you think that sort of drinking bourbon instead of iced tea, the way Lyndon Johnson did it, would have solved the mess we're in because of Tea Party-like groups?
It helps marginally. It's not a decisive factor, and anybody who suggests that schmoozing does the job need only look at the Clinton economic plan, which you described. He was the king of schmoozing, and I sat in on a lot of it with Republicans. And in the end, after a couple of years of struggle, not one single Republican, House or Senate, voted for his economic plan. When you think about it, it's kind of an insult to a senator or a congressman to suggest that he or she would cast a vote contrary to his or her beliefs or conscience just because the president had you to lunch or put his arm around you. It does help.
But that misses the point. And the point is when you call it schmoozing, it's called communication, where you listen to the other side and they listen to you and you get into an arrangement. And we've seen this in the Obama administration. Speaker Boehner and the president tried to work out these deals as they did in 2010, 2011, 2012, and they fail, and they throw it to Mitch McConnell, the Senate Minority Leader, and Joe Biden, and they have about 2 days, and I've got the notes of these discussions and published the conversations, and it is a kind of, it's not schmoozing, it's what do you really have to have? This is what I have to have, and they're able to work out a deal. But that kind of communication doesn't take place, and it takes us to the edge of this cliff, which we live in right now.
Those are really two different things. Yeah. One, the latter comment, is a capacity to negotiate in a serious and sustained way, which I submit to you is different from schmoozing and having them for breakfast, lunch. As I said, it's marginal in terms of the real effect. The real effect is the ability of people, political leaders, to sit down in a manner in which you try to understand the other point of view, you listen to the other point of view, you try to accommodate the other point of view while remaining true to your principles, and understand that in a country as large and diverse as this, you don't always get your way. What we have now is not negotiation. It isn't schmoozing. You have a demand from one side. You accept what we want, or the government will shut down, and the government will default.
I think
all the schmoozing in the world wouldn't affect that.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, and part of the other dimension of the problem that Senator Mitchell would appreciate, because it was far different when he was the majority leader, is the fact is, just on both sides, is the breakdown in the legislative process, to the point we can't even pass the budget. But it's true, there's no means, there's no bridge for both sides to come together anymore, because you're not going through, you know, the amendment process, the committee process. I often used to threaten to go to the floor and have a refresher course on how a bill becomes law, like in Schoolhouse Rock, because it no longer resembles anything. And therefore, you can't build that consensus, because compromise and consensus are viewed as capitulation today. And that's why we have to get back as the public to reward bipartisanship and compromise and consensus. If we value it and demand it, we'll get it.
How do you get that to happen? I mean, you have people, as you said, on the extremes who are spending large amounts of money and an incredible amount of energy. How do you energize the center?
Well, first of all, you obviously through elections. You know, demand to know in debates, hold candidates accountable as to whether or not they're going to make the system work. And that'll be true in the presidential campaign, frankly, in 2016. How are you going to make the process work in the best interest of the country, and the relationship that develops between the executive and the legislative branch? But the public has to be engaged. I thought it was deeply troubling the other day. There was a pre-wisdom assumption story that was written in Politico, and one of the pre-wisdom assumptions that didn't bear truth was the fact there would be a public outcry you know, against lawmakers because of a shutdown, and that the public outcry didn't happen. Yes, it shows in the polls, but people aren't calling up and emailing their lawmakers and saying how outraged they are. So we have to weigh in the system like the fringe do and the minority interests that have really, you know, captured.
The one group that weighed in the past few days is the business community. The business community used to weigh in pretty heavily, and people were objected to it sometimes, but it was a sort of stabilizing force. What's happened to the business community in America?
Well, and they obviously try to weigh in, but it's also outweighed by those groups because they're the ones that underwrite these campaigns. And 71% of the activities they underwrite oppose candidates. They attack candidates. They demonize the other side. And frankly, we're in a world where the politics is all about destruction and vilification, not about reconciliation and building constructive solutions.
And Walter, I think that you need to step back a little bit, and it's not just the daily back and forth about is the government shut down, when is it going to be reopened, what about the capacity to borrow, the debt ceiling. But the sadness in this and the tragedy is that the real problems of the country and the fiscal issues like the entitlement reform, tax reform, and I think if there's a real tragedy in this country, it's the millions of people who are unemployed who can't find jobs. And so they're diddling with all of this stuff, and the big issues they are not addressing. Take entitlement reform. Senator Mitchell and I have talked about this. When I interviewed President Obama last summer for my book, he said, oh yeah, entitlement reform, cutting entitlements is bad politics for Democrats. I think that's true, and there's been a lot of resistance. But he then said, to not cut entitlements is untenable. And that's a very strong word from a president. President on the record, not cutting entitlements, untenable. And we have done nothing on that issue, which is the real big long-range spending problem in this country. And so, you know, in the end, and both sides, and certainly the Republicans are blackmailing the president, and he should not submit to blackmail. But in the end, they have to govern, and particularly the president has to govern. And the Constitution's very clear, the old former federal judge, that the responsibility on all of these fiscal and budget issues is a shared responsibility of the Congress and the president. But the president has a gigantic leverage in this, just because of the office, because of the aura of the office. And I think Obama has held back too much.
Senator Mitchell, what would you do now?
Well, I think that the likely outcome, although I have no inside information on which to predict with certainty, but the likely outcome is a package which in which there's no change on the health care bill. I think Obama cannot, should not, and will not yield to the demands that they reform, repeal, or delay the health care bill in this context. Yeah, it's what it is.
It is blackmail.
And he would, if he did that, he could count on that for the rest of his presidency and probably for future presidents as well. So I think there's no possibility of that occurring. But if you meld it into the debt ceiling extension increase, there are plenty of things that you can do to accommodate people who are on the losing side. It's a time-honored mechanism to have a commission or a committee or a group to study, to make recommendations. There are lots of other things you can do. There's plenty that needs to be done, certainly, to get the economy going.
But if you were sitting in the Oval Office now, if you were president, you pick up the phone, what number would you dial?
Well, the president has called Boehner. Boehner's going there today. And my hope is that they'll figure out a way to come up with something.
So Boehner and Obama, too, should sit down quietly and give Bob yet another afterword to his book.
I don't know if it has to be the two of them, or they want two others or four others. To
in
me,
other words, a small group in the Oval Office saying, work it out.
A small group, I think they can figure out a way. It would be a fig leaf, obviously. It's not going to be a major concession. But so the guy doesn't walk out the door having been totally defeated and having nothing to to go back home with.
When you did Northern Ireland, it was said of you that he finally just out-listened us. I think, was that the phrase?
That was, to my great regret, that was accurate. One of the biggest mistakes I ever made in my life was on the first day of negotiations, I said to the delegates in a moment of hubris and arrogance, which I deeply regret, I said, I'm a product of the U.S. Senate, which has the rule of unlimited debate. I've heard 18-hour speeches, 16, 12-hour speeches. I can take anything you guys throw at me. For years, they threw it at me. When I said that, I thought it'd be a few months. It turned out to be 5 years. And I listened, and in the end, I did. I out-listened them. But the important...
And you were successful.
Yeah, but the reason I was successful is that, first off, both sides wanted an agreement. If one side doesn't want an agreement, there isn't any power on earth that's going to create an agreement. Let's be clear about that. Secondly, there were enough issues that when I drafted that agreement, I could include something for everyone. Everybody had something that they... I was a politician, and these guys were all politicians, and I knew that when the agreement was signed, they would have to walk out to their constituents and explain why they did it. And they had to have something that served their self-interest. Now that I think is the key to it. It's very difficult in the current circumstance. I think the Republicans have gotten Boehner into such a difficult position that he can't come out and claim victory, but he ought to be able to come out and claim something that gives him at least face-saving for the next time you go around.
The way you did it reminds me of my historical favorite figure, Benjamin Franklin, who at the Constitutional Convention said, you know, all these things are flying all over the place. And he said, okay, we all have to sit around and listen to what's important to each person in this room and try to put together a package that will work. And he had a wonderful phrase, which was, compromisers may not make great heroes, but they do make great democracies. That's the core of what a democracy is. How do we get compromise, Senator Snowe, not to be an ugly word?
It has to come from the public to demand it again, to value it. You know, the late Senator Warren Rudman said, politics is too important to be left to the politicians. Isn't that the truth? Because of where we sit today, we have to insist and demand it. It is compromise and consensus building are, you know, the essential ingredients for the progress that they can generate. And that's no longer happening today. They don't, as you know, Bob pointed out and Senator Mitchell pointed out, that people don't sit down and talk with one another, whether it's the president, the leadership, or members of Congress. But they get to respect differing views. They can't insist on getting 100% of what they want. They don't have a monopoly on all the great ideas. It's a give and take process. I've been part of it for all my 34 years. And unfortunately, it ebbed away. Just to illustrate how different it is, in 1995 and 1996, during that shutdown, it prompted the revival of the centrist coalition that was formed by then John Breaux, the senator from Louisiana, and the late Senator John Chafee of Rhode Island, that had been used during the health care debate in the initial years of the Clinton administration. And it was revived, and there were almost 30 of us in the Senate, equally divided between Democrats and Republicans practically, and we decided that we were going to draft a budget during the midst of this shutdown. It turned out to be a balanced budget, and we used it because we were so concerned and alarmed about how this would affect the American people and the confidence in their institutions and their lawmakers. Today, you can't build those coalitions.
You could build one in the Senate, perhaps, but not the House. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say that's right, because there's not even a critical mass. And even in the Senate, you've got a lot of good lawmakers who want to make the process work. But as you know, it's just unfolded that the outside is driving a lot of the agenda. So hence what you get is sort of up and down votes in the Senate, similar to what was in the House of Representatives. And so each side offers their political party position, and when it fails, they take it to the next election, rather than trying to resolve the differences, which was what would occur under Senator Mitchell's leadership in the Senate. It was a very different time than what it is today, so it become more like a parliamentary system.
But Walter, could I just say, when Franklin said the words that you repeated, there were 4 million Americans clinging to the Atlantic seaboard, almost entirely homogeneous in terms of race, religion, and background. Today, there are 315 million Americans of every conceivable background. This is an immense, diverse country. And the notion that anybody's going to get their way 100% of the time, or even 90% of the time, is inconsistent with the reality of American life.
But that means that what Franklin said is more true today, not less true.
It is absolutely more true today.
And that's protecting Dr. Franklin.
That's what makes the tactics that are being employed by this group so out of place in our society. You do what I want or I'll burn the house down. I mean, it's an unreasonable position that has to be recognized and rejected as such. It is not a mechanism for compromise or negotiation. It is the reverse of that.
But another difficulty here is how success gets measured. And in the media, the internet, cable news culture is driven by two things, impatience and speed. And I know this in the White House or up in Congress, when they have a good day in the messaging wars, they're high-fiving each other and say, we won, and they think that's a victory. And they get daily victories or weekly victories, and they're not thinking about the long-term governing, solving the real problems.
And to what extent does the polarization in the media start driving the extremes?
Yeah, it clearly amplifies it, and so everyone will run out with their sound bite, and you see these people who are sophisticated public officials sitting around trying to concoct some email that's clever and sounds, puts it in that high five mode of, oh boy, we really stuck it to them, and that has nothing to do with governing.
Yeah, what they forget is that the process never ends. Yeah. When you prevail on one issue today, once you get past the headlines, you start on the next issue.
The negotiating rule is each side has to have dignity. They have to leave not just with something they can go out and tell their constituents about, but they need within side of themselves to feel, well, okay, I have my dignity. If you crush the other side, in politics, you wind up losing also.
Well, messaging has replaced legislating. It's all about messaging. Every vote, if there are amendments crafted towards messaging to appeal to the political base, to raise money, rather than legislating good solutions for the future of this country. The point is, we just never have that opportunity. It's rare. The immigration debate in the Senate, I think it was a lesson of how the process should work. That's the way it should work, and it should work that way continuously on the big issues. But we never got the opportunity to address the big issues, like Bob was mentioning, that has neglected the economic future of this country that's in peril.
Real quickly, in the last few moments, could the fever break? If they solve this thing, could we have a couple of years in which it's not all about burn down the house?
Well, don't we all wish that to be the case, and don't we all know it's not going to be the case?
Oh.
All change in government, unfortunately, only comes from crisis. And so, in a sense, a crisis could be really bad, like a default on the debt, even for a short period of time. But you need something to jolt the system and get to the point that Senator Snowe is driving us of, let's be reasonable and let's look at the large problems rather than the pettiness. And it's the smallness of this that is the real disease.
Mm-hmm. Well, as Lady Brett, I think, says at the end of one of Fitzgerald's books, wouldn't it be pretty to think so, that the fever could break? I do think that besides reading Bob's epilogue and many other things, they should read the third volume of Robert Caro, where he brings in Everett Dirksen and needs his support on a bill, and they just talk and talk and talk. Finally, when Dirksen says, okay, I'll do it, and Johnson says to him, and you'll co-sponsor it. And he's so beaten down, he says yes, and then finally he says, and your name's going to come first. It'll be Dirksen Mansfield. That ties in everything from what you said, which is the personal leadership, really getting to know people, but also parties knowing what the true interests of the American people are. This is an amazing panel. Y'all are an amazing group. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
a 10 or 15 minute break. Get coffee. You'll be told when to come back. I think you're supposed to be back at 11. That gives you 16 minutes. Go for it. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Martha Raddatz, and I am Chief Global Affairs Correspondent for ABC News. And in that role, over the last decade or so, I have covered the conflicts in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I try to cover our returning veterans whenever I possibly can. And I don't deserve any applause. The man next to me is the one who deserves applause. Let me give you a few phrases. Shame on you. Where are you? Arnold Fisher has said those things more than once. I think you are probably all familiar with Mr. Fisher. He is the honorary chairman of the Intrepid Fallen Heroes Fund. 3 years ago, he opened the extraordinary National Intrepid Center for Excellence at Walter Reed Medical Center, which concentrates on traumatic brain injury, mental health issues for our veterans, and he is opening satellite offices as well. Mr. Fisher, those comments have been aimed at the federal government. Where are you? Yesterday, you bailed us out once again. I'm sure you've all followed.
Thank you.
I'm telling you, no one deserves a standing ovation more than you do, sir. You have dedicated your life to helping our veterans. And I am just going to say a personal thing here very quickly, which is I'm also involved in trying to help the wounded through the Bob Woodruff Foundation. Year after year, I see the same wounded veterans with traumatic brain injury, with post-traumatic stress. Their families who take care of them are still taking care of them 10 years after I first met them. These young spouses are now middle-aged spouses. These mothers who now have their young sons who are babies again and living at home take care of them over and over. Yesterday, Mr. Fisher bailed us out because the federal government was not paying death benefits to our troops who died since the government shut down. $100,000 that should go immediately to those troops' families to help them come back here, to have hotels to stay at. They need to grieve. They have so much on their minds, and they had to think about not having the money to do that. Mr. Fisher, tell us how this came about and how mad you are. I know you are.
I'll try and be as calm as I can, but
oh no, let it go.
I'll just give you an instance happened 2 days after the shutdown. I got a phone call from a representative who asked me, after giving me 10 minutes of how great the Fisher family is and all of that, and I turned around and said, "What do you want?"
There's a man who knows Washington.
And she said, I see, I didn't want to say the gender. But they said to me, they're having a little cocktail party for me tomorrow night for a fundraiser to get me reelected. Well, you know the story about slowly Kokomoko changed? Well, that was me. I gave her 20 minutes that I am surprised she stayed on the phone. You close this government down and you ask me to give you money to get you reelected? I mean, are you kidding me? Is this a joke? I said, you know where I'm going tomorrow? Tomorrow I'm going to Camp Lejeune and I'm going to open what we call Intrepid Spirit. That's for the Marines that have come back with TBI and PTS. We build these satellites at the bases where the troops leave to Afghanistan and they come back to that base. And when they have problems, the local hospitals give them pills. That calms them down a little bit, but that does not change their problem. I've seen them, I've talked to them, and when you talk to them, a lot of them will talk over your head. They look normal, but they are not. At the center in Bethesda, we put in $26 million worth of equipment. I didn't pay for it. The government didn't give me one penny. It was done by you, by the American people. 600,000 contributors to build this center. 2 years before, kids were coming home without arms and legs after giving their arms and legs. The Department of Defense had put away, I think, $10 or $12 million to build a rehab center at Walter Reed. 3 years went by, they hadn't built that. So we went to the Army Surgeon General and said, where should we build it? We'll build it. Near the Brooke Army Medical Center. It's a 4-story, finest physical rehab center in the world. And I'm sorry to say it's full, because my ultimate goal is to build these things and make garages out of them later so that nobody needs to use them. We ask these young people, any of the veterans here who are not 18 and 20, excuse me, but I'm 80 years old, everybody is a kid. So, so when I say these kids raise their right hand, and they know they're not going to a motor pool in Oklahoma City, they know they're going to Afghanistan. And they get beaten up pretty good over there, whether it's a wound, whether it's a loss of an arm, or whether it's TBI or PTS. There are a lot of organizations that do things for them. They build houses for them, they get jobs for them. Can't do all that until you fix this. There's 300 to 600,000 young men and women coming back with this malady. And what gets me angry, when we opened the center at Bethesda, there was not, it's 20 minutes from the Capitol. Not one senator, not one representative, nobody from the cabinet came to see this opening. That's when I said, where are you? And to this day I say, where are you? This thing about shutting the government down and asking the head doctor of these facilities to go on furlough, and that we can't take all of the kids that need work. We can only do 80% of them, and 20% of the facility is basically closed. That's not my America. This business of being a Democrat or being a Republican does not automatically make you an American. In order to be an American, you vote America. What's best for America, not what's best for the Democrats, and not what's best for the Republican, but what's best for this country. We've lost that, and that has got to get back. Because if it doesn't get back, we're going to lose this country. This is not the same country that I was born in. And I'll be very honest with you, I don't like it. And I'm not a speaker. I don't speak very much, and I don't have a command of the English language. But when I get angry at something like this, I don't care. I'm 80 years old, you can't do anything to me.
Mr. Fisher, I want you to tell us how you stepping in for the death benefits came about. Did someone come to you? I know you saw stories about what was happening. This is pretty much the easiest interview I've ever done, by the way. Just let him go.
Well, to begin with, it was my son who runs Fisher House. I am honorary chairman of Intrepid Fallen Heroes Fund, and he runs Fisher House. We spoke a couple of days ago, and he didn't fall far from the tree. He's a little calmer than I am, but he got very angry too. And he said, "Gotta do something about it." And immediately said, "We'll pay the money. We'll give the $500,000. It's the rawest thing this country has ever done, is to let these families come to Andrews Air Force Base on their own, with their own money. My son Kenny built the Fisher House at Dover Air Force Base, not basically for people to stay, it's for people to come and collect those that have come back from Iraq and Afghanistan. He's built a chapel there, and he's built a space for the parents to grieve when they see the coffins. I remember seeing many years ago of President Reagan and Nancy at 4 o'clock in the morning in the rain, standing with an umbrella, watching the coffins come back. Mr. President, you ought to take a look at that. Harry Truman said, "The buck stops here." Well, Mr. President, the buck stops with you. And Mr. Senator and Mr. House of Representatives, the buck stops with you. Stop the nonsense. Get into a room and get it straightened out. And never, I don't care what the excuses, take it out on the military. They're the ones that are giving up their arms and their legs and their minds, and you're going to punish them? Again, not my America.
So, Mr. Fisher, why don't you go in the room with them? I think they might have a chance of working something out. I want you to talk a little bit about the families you have met and the burden, and I think most of the people in this room understand the burden that those left behind bear, or those who are helping their family members get better.
The two stories I can tell you is that when we built the Fisher House at Landstuhl in Germany, we opened it, and I came there, and there was a father and his son. And they were in another room, and someone said to me, "Would you go in? They would like to speak to you privately." And I walked in the room, and the husband said, "We just lost our wife yesterday due to cancer, and we wanted to stay another day to say thank you for letting us stay here." And the second story is, my wife is the ambassador. My wife visits, we have 62 Fisher houses now. She visits 30 each year, from Landstuhl to Hawaii. And why does she visit them? Because the families that stay in these houses need to say to someone with the name of Fisher, "Thank you." They need to say it, not that we have to go there and pat ourselves on the back. They want us there. They want to say thank you. I went to Iraq and I went to Afghanistan, and because I didn't want to sit in an office on the 42nd floor and let somebody say, well, he doesn't know what's going on over there. So I went with General Cody. And I saw these young soldiers and Marines. I never met a finer bunch of people in my life. Dedicated, knew while they were there. And to see what you've seen and watch them come home and then like pushed aside. You're not important right now. We got other little matters to take care of. No, you don't. I don't care you don't do a thing. You take care of them because they took care of you. It's why I get so angry, because they don't show up. They don't seem to feel the pain that the families do. They are legislatures. And you can go just so far with them, but you got to have a little heart. You got a little heart for these young people who raise their right hand and volunteer for their country. And this is no easy war. Not that any war is easy, but this one isn't. The explosions from the IED are greater than the explosions in Korea, in Second World War. They're so powerful that they slam against the side of the head and move the brain. And then things happen. Some worse, some not so bad. When you see them and when you meet them, if it doesn't do something to you, then I'm afraid you don't have a heart. And so I'm angry at the president. I said it. I'm angry at Congress, both sides. And until they do something, I'll remain angry.
Mr. Fisher.
One other thing, when that representative called me, and I said, you better stop being a Democrat, and you better stop being a Republican. You better start being American. Maybe you shouldn't have more than one term or 2 terms. Maybe then you wouldn't worry about what you're going to do for your party, both parties. I'm not talking about one party against another. But maybe you got enough. Maybe if you stay there just for 4 years or just for 6 years, maybe the only point you would try and get across is to help this country, not worry about when I'm going to get reelected and how I'm going to get reelected and what I have to say on this party or to stay on that party. Maybe just talk about what's good for America. What do we need? How can I do something for this country? Not, well, I gotta vote this way or I gotta vote that way because that's what I am.
Mr. Fisher, I just want in these last few minutes, you have been putting out this message for years. Where are you? Shame on you. So tell me what you think Americans can do outside of the government shutdown, outside of what's happening right now, to get more involved in helping our veterans.
Well, personally, I think you ought to, if you're angry like me, I think you ought to call your representative and your senator and you ought to tell them you're angry. You ought to tell them I'm not going to give you any money. I don't care whether you get elected or not until you stop voting the proper way, until you help this country. Not help your party, but help this country. I don't know of another way for us to do that, but to let our voices be heard by the legislatures and let the president know. As I said, the buck stops with him. He has got to stand up and he has got to say what's happened in the last week or so. This is wrong, fix it. I don't need to go to lawyers, I don't need anything. I'm the President of the United States, fix it. It's simple. You don't need to go through an act of Congress to fix this thing. That's why I'm really, really mad.
Well, Mr. Fisher, I hope someone listens to you, and I do wish you could be right in the middle of those meetings to get this solved. But again, thank you. We all thank you so enormously for what you have done and continue to do for our veterans. Thank you, everyone.
Right there, ladies and gentlemen, in the flesh. And he is joined by three other extraordinary members of the latest, greatest generation. We're going to be talking about shattering stereotypes. I'm John Avalon of the Daily Beast. There are a lot of stereotypes about veterans when they return home from war. A Pew poll this summer found that, thankfully, the military is the most respected occupation in the country. That's as it should be. Now, journalism, we're down with lawyers and corporate executives right now. Only members of Congress, I think, are probably lower than us right now. But there are a lot of misconceptions, pervasive misconceptions about the military. A survey last year found that a majority of Americans think most vets suffer from PTSD, something that's not true. Another survey found that there's a belief that post 9/11 vets are more likely to be addicted to drugs or alcohol. Again, not true. So let's talk about the truth about this extraordinary generation of post 9/11 veterans. With the veterans here with us, you saw Army Major Anthony Smith. Now, he now runs 3 martial arts dojos for at-risk kids and disabled children. He's an ordained minister, and he's also a mixed martial arts fighter. We're going to get into that a little bit later. We have Kate Norley, former Army combat medic who served in extremely dangerous areas of Iraq, including Fallujah and Sada Siri, and she's now studying to become a doctor in New York City. Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard. She did combat duty in Iraq with the Hawaiian National Guard, and even while serving in Congress, as one of 2 female veterans in Congress at the moment, she remains a captain in the National Guard. And then Carl Teagan, a veteran who served in the first Gulf War, a little bit of perspective on this other generation. Since 1999, you've been with AT&T, where you're executive director of AT&T's defense segment, Government Solutions. You were also involved in the immediate 9/11 recovery. We'll talk a little bit about that. And behind them, we're going to show a little before and after photo. This is them back in the day in combat. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a conversation with these 4 extraordinary Americans. So, Anthony, let's start with you, because folks just saw your video. Now, you had a long and difficult road when you came back from Iraq. Tell us a little bit about the injuries you overcame, and the reception you met when you got back home?
Well, when I got back home, I discovered that I had TBI, PTSD. I'm blind in my right eye, lost hearing in my right ear, lost my right arm, which is visible, lost my right kidney, resectional bypass within my stomach and colon, lost my portion of my right leg, have a prosthetic girdle hip on the inside to help me walk. One of the biggest misconceptions that people have, they thought I was Rambo, and I'm not Rambo. But don't make me angry. So one of the biggest perception is that all of us come back with a certain type of PTSD that Rambo has all the time. And I want to break that stereotype to let them know that all of us want to come back and be able to serve in our communities as well.
But you returned to your community in Arkansas where you'd been a police chief, and the local municipality had a problem with that, didn't they?
Yes, they assumed since I had PTSD, they didn't think they can trust me with a weapon anymore. They were scared I might get out there and freak out because they saw so many different movies about PTSD. They heard so many different stories about PTSD that they just automatically assumed that I was going to crack up. But unfortunately, I have the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ on my side that taught me that a mind is a terrible thing to waste.
And now not only are you an ordained minister and running the 3 dojos, but you compete in mixed martial arts with folks who are not disabled. Is that right?
Correct. I just finished winning the Arkansas State Championship in Taekwondo. I'm the Missouri State Champion, the Arizona State Champion, California State Champion, and Virginia State Champion, and plan on going to beat somebody up this weekend in the cage.
I love it. I love it. Now, Kate, you were recognized with a combat medic badge for your service in Iraq. You're also an expert in combat stress, and you've treated a lot of your fellow soldiers in Iraq. Tell us about that process of being a combat medic, a woman, and treating so many of your fellow soldiers.
Well, first, I just want to say it's an honor to not only be up here, but I also need to recognize really fast, specifically with combat stress, that as we met backstage just now, we realized that battle buddies, fellow medics of mine, had treated you during your injury. And so I'm a little shaken up by that right now because I'm very proud of them, but I'm also really proud to see the results. It's a really great thing. In battling with combat stress, a lot of it seemed to be, I don't know, maybe second nature, that you need to try and comfort someone, talk to them, have them, the reality sometimes gets drawn away from the situation. It doesn't feel real. And so if you can try and include yourself in that moment with someone, that seems to be a positive role that you can play with them, and just talk, a lot of talk therapy. It's not so much that you step away and have someone explain it for themselves, just listen to them, continue to contribute with what they're sharing. And
as you've transitioned back as a medic, what sort of misconceptions have you met about your own experience and as now you're training to become a doctor?
I think that I definitely had a little bit of a chip on my shoulder when I got back, because the idea was, you wear your unit crest, someone sees you and it's right away, oh, who is it that you're supporting? Is it your dad? Is it your boyfriend, your husband? Well, no, actually, I served. And it was like, oh, okay. And then a lot of times people's first reaction is, well, you're a female, and I'm sure they took good care of you, which is a nice idea. But the truth is that, I served as well, and that, I'm very fortunate to have returned home, but that kind of suggesting that I was not in the same fight as the rest of my peers, it's a little condescending. And so my only response to that initially when I got back was to challenge people to push-up contests, which I actually won. I'm undefeated right now. but
Are you taking challengers? Is that part of what's going on here?
I'm just saying, if anybody else asks me who I'm here to support when I'm wearing my own unicrest, then yes, I'm going to ask you to have a push contest with me, for sure.
And you better not try to win. I got your back.
Congresswoman, you know, you have the distinction of being one of the first 2 female veterans in Congress. You joined the military after being the youngest woman elected to the Hawaii State Legislature after 9/11 in 2003. What has that process been of entering the ultimate old boys club, not just Congress, but congressmen who are vets?
I think this is something I'm sure Kate would agree with, is that you know, I served enlisted for 4 years during my first deployment to Iraq in a medical unit. Second deployment, I served as a military police platoon leader. And for us, when we enlist, we go through basic training, we're working with our battle buddies. It's not so much like, wow, this is what it feels like to be a woman in the military. You're a soldier first, like everyone else that you serve with. And that's the experience that we have and that we bring back. And so when we go through the experience of coming back, and for me, it's been an interesting 9 months in Congress for a lot of reasons, but some of the conversations that I've had post-DOD change in policy saying, well, women should be given the opportunity to serve in combat roles, still having conversations with my colleagues who just say, yeah, you know, Tulsi, thanks for your service, and I just really don't think that I could ever support a woman getting shot at. And very respectfully, you know, I talk about people like Kate, people who I've had the opportunity to serve with, and let them know that this has actually been happening for quite a while. Women have been getting shot at. Women have been saving lives. Women have been serving right next to their male battle buddies. And this is not something that any member of Congress will change other than through their attitudes. And that's where I think there's opportunity to bridge the gap between, you know, perception and reality.
One more question before we get to Carl. You obviously are in a unique position in a lot of ways, but one of which is that during this whole shutdown, as the shutdown inevitably impacts members of our military in small ways and big, you have friends who are still serving right now in Afghanistan. What messages are you hearing from them that you bring back to your colleagues in Congress?
This is personal on a different level for you know, those of us who are hearing from our friends who are in Afghanistan now, who are sending us emails, Facebook messages saying, you know, what the heck are you guys doing there? I mean, really, seriously, put this in perspective. You want to talk about battles. These guys are fighting battles. We have the privilege of serving all of them and the entire country here. Get over whatever is standing in the way of it and do your job. You know, we've seen a lot in the news lately, the, you know, the Pay Our Military Act that was passed, but, you know, it was not covering everything. So, you know, just yesterday we voted and passed on something that would actually take care of the survivor benefits for the service members that we lost just a couple days ago in Afghanistan. Absolutely unacceptable that we are in this position of having to do these little fixes because our government is shut down. And where the opportunity lies in all of this is, while there are fewer veterans serving in Congress today than ever before in our country's history, we are talking. We understand there is that bond that exists, even if you're meeting someone for the first time, that we get what it means to put the mission first, that we do have strongly held principles and different ideas on how to get to that end state, but we also know how to work together to be able to find that common ground and compromise to be able to accomplish that.
Yeah, something that Congress could learn from the military, no question. Carl, you served in the first Gulf War. You'd been in the military for over a decade previously. Now you oversee for AT&T contracts with the U.S. Army and make a real focus to hire vets. From that perspective, from a generation apart perhaps from these folks, how do you see this generation of post-9/11 vets as distinct? What are their distinct characteristics?
So that's funny that you asked if there are distinct characteristics. I guess I would say that the veterans today aren't very distinct from veterans from my day. I'm the old veteran here.
Sorry about that.
So the characteristics that we find as an employer attractive the attributes that we like, their leadership skills, their loyalty, their ability to get the job done. That hasn't changed. That was always the case. I'd say the one thing that may be different is today the veterans that I see coming out of the military are quite technically savvy, which of course for AT&T is a great thing.
Sure.
So we like that. I mean, they were all born with cell phones in their hands, it seems. So I think
AT&T cell phones, I'm sure.
Of course. Anthony wanted to get a discount from me up here.
He did. He hit you up for a discount on yeah.
We'll work something out, Anthony.
Y'all recording that?
But in all seriousness, given that military vets come to the civilian workforce with a set of experiences that make them, by most measures, more qualified to deal with stressful situations. They've proven their ability to operate under fire where any office politics are going to seem small by comparison. How come unemployment remains such a stubborn problem, in particular in the veteran community? I would imagine their unemployment rate should be lower if it was purely on qualifications.
So I can't speak for why there's such a large unemployment rate, but for the ones that we go after, there's a tremendous match of skill sets. So I really couldn't answer why it would be lower in the civilian workforce.
Do you consider, though, veterans in some ways come into the job more qualified than the average American because of that unique set? Do you think there's an underappreciated opportunity?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, they bring all those skills out of the box. We don't have to train them. We don't have to teach them loyalty. We don't have to teach them to be leaders. They come with that. They have that experience when they come to us.
Kate, when you got back to the United States, I mean, when vets talk, and this is a question for both you and Anthony, what's that community like in terms of the frustrations that they feel about integration? Obviously, we've come a long way since the 1970s and the kind of disrespect that was shown to a lot of Vietnam-era vets. But there's a specific set of concerns, maybe gripes, that affects this generation.
Well, what I always talk to other veterans about is we come from different lifestyles. You know, we never understood how they can have a shooting at Virginia Tech and people say those people have PTSD and the whole community runs toward them. But then you bring a veteran back and say he has PTSD and everybody runs away from him. You know, so we always had that disconnect that we had the same problem as probably even worse than a person that probably had to deal with a shooting that not demean Virginia Tech shooting. But we know that's the type of stuff that we as veterans look at, that it's just like that community just doesn't understand us. So I found out that the biggest thing that can go on was having a good support base. You know, that's really what helped me. And I had places like NASA, I had Challenge Athlete Foundation, Mission Continue, Operation Rebound, that pushed me back out there and gave me a purpose and gave me something to do at that time. You know, they took me on a ski trip, and Sandy told me it's going to be the fastest you ever go down a hill. I skied down a hill, and then I say, like, dude, I could probably do anything now. So it's that disconnect that we're missing. It's not really a military civilian thing. It's just that mentality that sits out there that overlooms everybody, that my PTSD is different from another person's PTSD. But it's all the same type of syndrome.
But Kate, is there a fraternity among vets of this generation that feels distinct when you talk about among each other about the challenges of reentering?
I think so. As far as the fraternity is concerned, I mean, anybody here, if there's prior service, if you bump into someone, you find out where they served, you all of a sudden you click and you become friends, because that's something that's a very special bond that it's unique, very unique. I think in carrying over with the transition, I think there's different levels of transition when you come back from combat. I think that you know, we talk all about everything's mission based, and all of a sudden the mission when you come home is what? It's question mark. What do I do? And setting up goals for ourselves. Do I finish my education? Do I go get a job? And what is that job? What is my job that I've worked in the service? Is that going to be transferable? So kind of shifting what your focus is, but it's difficult because we start to do that on our own where we're used to doing it collectively. And it's much more difficult to start to think just for yourself as opposed to your unit, your battle buddies. And so I think that what he mentioned, I mean, if there are organizations that you stay in touch with your comrades, that you look after one another, and hopefully there's enough community outreach that they are aware of who's coming home, who's in our community that's going to be looking for a job, that's going to need support, so we can help, reintegrate them back into the community.
And that's a profound point. I mean, the military ethos is very much focused on the mission success, the group success, and maybe the more individualistic, every man or woman for himself here is part of the transition difficulty. That's what you're saying.
And also the age different as well. You bring back a kid that's 19, 20, 21 years old, and he has to deal with an amputation or PTSD the rest of his life. It's different from me, who got injured at 36. I don't probably did just about everything I wanted up to 36, I hope, and then I have a better chance of moving and having a more base than a kid that's getting injured with PTSD.
Carl, you said that there have been actually advances in bridging the gap in terms of people coming from the military and able to put in what their skill set is and translating that to a civilian context that maybe didn't exist a generation ago.
Sure. So in April of this year, 2013, AT&T set a goal to hire 5,000 veterans and family members in the next 5 years. We're well on our way to do that, and some of the techniques we've used to do that are we've put a website in to translate skill sets so that a service member departing the military can put in their MOS. They may not know the terminology in the commercial world, but it maps it over to them. We post all of our job recs on the career sites for veterans. And then we've also got an employee resource group within the company with over 7,000 members that has been in place for 30 years, I might add. And those folks actually work with veterans to help them bridge that gap. We have ambassadors that go out and help translate what the job opportunity is and how the veteran should apply for it.
Congressman, I want to focus on another generational point. As we look at the pathetic polarization in Congress right now, and one of the issues is there is that lack of mission, the sense of unified mission among members of Congress. In the past, that golden era of bipartisanship that existed in that greatest generation after World War II, is part of the polarization now, do you think, maybe an unintended consequence of the volunteer army, that there's not that community of common experience to bring people together across partisan lines?
Yeah, I think when you look at comparing people like, our former senior senator from Hawaii, Senator Daniel Inouye, Medal of Honor recipient, someone who stood up and raised his hand to serve at a time when our country was denouncing Japanese American people, throwing members of his family into concentration camps in Hawaii, where they said, no, you can't serve with the rest of the Army, you've got to form your own Nisei, or Japanese American unit. And to this day, that unit remains the most highly decorated infantry unit in the entire United States Army's history. But people like him who stood up and continued to serve, they continued with that sense of purpose when they came back, along with people like Senator Ted Stevens, who was Senator Inouye's best friend. Those are the examples that we grew up with, and I think show where there can be a bridge between that generation and this generation of people who are coming back to serve. We have a few veterans who were elected this last cycle. We've got many more veterans who are seeing, hey, I have an opportunity to continue my service to our country now that I'm home, and that my experience matters and will make a difference. And as both Kate and Anthony talked about, that bond is there between veterans who are serving, Democrats and Republicans alike, and that opportunity to be friends, be partners, and understand what our collective mission is. We have an opportunity to bring that back, that same thing that existed for our World War II veterans as well as our Vietnam veterans in Congress.
Is there a community of this next generation of vets in Congress?
It's starting to grow. It's starting to grow. I mean, we find ourselves, you gravitate towards people who can kind of understand and speak the same language. And, on the House floor, we say, hey, what's going on? What are you guys thinking about? Here's what we think, and try to see how we can work a way through this. And I think as more veterans are elected or more veterans choose to continue their service, that community will continue to grow.
Well, maybe that group will help break the stalemate. It'd be great. I'd like to end in just the final 2 minutes, each of you giving your thoughts about what you think the legacy will be of this generation of vets. Start with Carl.
So this generation of vets, I guess we've been at this about 10 years or so. It's, I think that it's like any other generation of vets. They've done their duty, they've done a fabulous job, and I think they should be proud of what they've done.
But no millennial bashing or praising. You think it's just a continuity?
So, well, so the difference, I would say, I remember Vietnam. And when I joined the military, it was not chic to be in the military. And I think it's fair to say that the American population today has a completely different attitude towards the military.
No question. Thank God for it. Congresswoman.
I'll pick up where Carl left off. I think when you look at the different generations of people who've served in different conflicts in our country's history, I think with our generation, you'll find veterans who are fiercely proud of their service, who are not afraid to say it and display it and to continue that service upon returning home. And regardless of the political conversations and debates that go on about these various conflicts and what takes us to and from them, we continue to be proud of our service, and we continue to encourage others to find their way, whatever it may be, to serve our country.
Kate?
The two that I'm most proud of are one that I'm a part of, was a part, and hopefully always will be a part of a military community that has members that are serving of all different backgrounds, regardless of their religious belief, their sexuality, their ethnicity, along with the idea that we are working on helping veterans be able to continue to serve and that they can go back and can continue to work. So the idea that you come home, if you want to stay in, you can work with someone, you know, that may be an amputee, and they can continue to perform and do their duties and do it, you know, proud.
Anthony, final word.
I just want to say to all the older veterans that are out there that came before us, I got to give much love to them, because they made it better for folks like us, because, you know, they came back to hellacious stuff, and they made sure that guys like me didn't come back to stuff like that. They even helped me find an awesome wife, you know, when I got back. So shout out to them wives out there that put up with us PTSD guys and toil with that. But this generation's gonna, you can see them even prospering way more than generations before. They're more athletic personnel that are out there that are working with, that are veterans, younger guys that are stepping up to the plate so the other veterans wouldn't go out. And there's a bigger camaraderie that is more open than concealed.
Well, thank you all for your service. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the latest, greatest generation.
Hello, my name is Christopher Dickey. I'm with the Daily Beast. And I've been a correspondent and sometimes a war correspondent for a long time. And I can tell you that when you're out in the field and you're in or around combat, you worry about getting killed for sure. But when you're in a firefight, you think this is going to be over at some point soon, somehow. And if you're a reporter especially, and this is, I think, maybe more particular to correspondents than it is to even to soldiers, your greatest fear is that you'll get kidnapped, because that doesn't end. That becomes a long purgatory, a long hell that just stretches on. Sometimes it does stretch on for years. Even if it's just for a few hours, it feels like centuries. We're going to, today, to talk to a man who was kidnapped in Syria for 81 days, about what his experiences were like. And I'm sure that as you listen to him, you'll be asking yourself, why do you do this? And the answer, as I think you'll hear from him and you'll see from his work, is that unless you go on the ground and you see the war firsthand, you don't know what the hell is going on. And I think a lot of us could say we don't know what the hell is going on in Syria right now. So I'd like to welcome Jonathan Lapéry, to come talk to us about his experiences as a victim and as an observer in the Syrian war. So, Jonathan, you're 34 years old and you've been covering wars for a decade at least.
About 10 years, yes.
And you've been in the Caucasus, you've been in the Middle East, you've been in Africa, you've been in Syria, I think, twice before?
3 times in total.
What happened that third time?
Basically, I had about 10 days. I was in Paris working and I had about 10 days extra, so I decided to cover the war for the third time in Syria. But instead of going through Turkey, which was the main channel for Western journalists to go inside to cover the fighting with the rebels, I went through Lebanon, through the northern Bekaa Valley, and then I crossed over in a town called Yabrut, which is about an hour and a half north of Damascus. And there I linked up with the rebels and I started covering the fighting and the shelling.
And then what happened? How did you actually get kidnapped?
Basically, I was working for about a week and I told my fixers to bring me south to near Zabadani, Rankus, which is about 20 or 30 miles north of Damascus. And the fighting there is very intense, very hotly contested. And so I went there. We took a pickup truck. It was me, my fixer, and we linked up with a small military unit, Katiba, in the area. And they had a trap set up for me. I was basically tricked into it. And we took the car. We moved further south to on a small road, and there was a checkpoint.
What was that first moment like? I mean, I think I read that there was a moment when you literally thought you were dead.
Yeah, because when they dragged me out of the car, they basically put me on my knees and they blindfolded me and then they pretended to execute me. So I was on my knees and handcuffed and they put a pistol on my head and then they started shooting. And they basically do that to break your will so you don't try to escape or anything.
Did it break your will?
Well, at the time I didn't think I was alive. It's very unreal. You feel like you're dreaming, like it's not really happening. It's very strange.
And who were these people? I mean, I think one of the things that we really don't understand about Syria is who's doing the fighting. So who are these guys? You did spend a long time with them.
Yeah, basically they're local guys who are operating north of Damascus. They're a pretty large katiba, maybe a few hundred strong.
A katiba is a military unit, a battalion, something like that?
Yeah, I mean, they call this brigades, but it could be from like 20 men to a few thousand, like Al-Sham, katiba, to a few thousand troops, and they're operating in different parts of the country. So they're basically local guys who picked up arms early in the rebellion. Some of them are deserters from the Assad army, and they joined up. A lot of them have their family members in local towns and villages in the area. And you have a leader who basically kidnapped me with his men, and they basically carved a territory for themselves.
So a warlord, basically.
Yeah, ultimately, yes.
So are there a lot of these little warlords around Syria?
Yeah, there are more and more. I mean, a lot of them behave like, criminals, so they do kidnappings for ransom, they get money so they can buy weapons. They're losing this war, so they'll go to all kinds of extent to, buy ammunition and weapons to fight the regime. And it's true, as the war progressed, you have more and more rebel factions are popping out, and the unity has never really happened the way we were hoping for.
So, there's a lot of debate about whether we should support the rebels or not. We heard Senator McCain earlier today talking about how there's still the Syrian army, or the Syrian rebel army should still be supported. Is it your impression that there's enough left to support, enough, I hate to use the word good guys, but can we pick and choose among the warlords in a way that makes any sense?
Last year I was shooting for CNN. I went to Idlib in March for a couple of weeks, and already then we were seeing more Islamist portions of the rebellion who were popping out and picking up arms. I think if the federal government or France or England wanted to help the rebels in overthrowing Bashar al-Assad, it should have been done 2 years ago. Now it's too late. There's nothing they can do, especially considering that there are so many factions. And I think it's close to impossible to arm what you call the right guys, the moderate Syrians have been fighting, who have taken enormous casualties. We think there may be close to 30,000 killed, at least, and which means that their numbers have decreased and they're being replaced by more hardcore elements. maybe some Al-Qaeda affiliates, which represent perhaps as much as 10% of the overall force.
How well did you get to know these guys? I think you learned some Arabic while you were with them. They learned a little English. 81 days, that's actually a long time of pretty intense contact.
Well, my first 5 weeks, I was blindfolded and handcuffed under very heavy shelling pretty much every day. So the way for me to survive and get better treatment from them was to learn the language, and I would cook with them, or just trying to be and I would pray with them sometimes to try to be like them as much as possible. So in this case, that really helped, and after 5 weeks, they moved me to another house, and I was not handcuffed, or no more, my eyes were not blindfolded anymore, so I was able to move around, and they appreciate the fact that ultimately I was trying to become like them.
Well, are you sure you didn't become like that?
You do have some, what they call Stockholm Syndrome when you come back, oddly, so you do miss them a little bit, but...
have you seen Homeland? I mean,
No, I haven't. I've been told there are similarities. But, I don't know if I should watch it.
Well, there was one crazy incident with a swimming pool, is that...
Yeah, basically 2 days before, like anything in war, there's always funny moments. Over time, I had told I was a competitive swimmer and water polo player for years, so I told them I could swim well, and they were interested. So next to their headquarters, they had an empty drain swimming pool, and they filled it up. And they basically told me, you have to teach our leader how to swim. So I went to their headquarters, and I was in my underwear, really, and I dove in freezing water, and all the officers were around the pool holding their guns and basically asking me to swim for them. So I was doing laps for about 20 minutes. And then suddenly the leader came in, this little short, stocky guy with his swim trunks, the wide swim trunks, very odd. And I thought I was dreaming again. And he goes in the water, did not know how to swim at all. So basically I was holding him like a baby for about an hour, just teaching him, telling him like he has to kick, his legs straight. And by the end he could swim actually, and the officers were all laughing. It was strange, yeah.
And how did you get out finally?
Well, from what I can say, because some of this stuff is still confidential, is there were different channels who were trying to get me out. One was a hardcore Islamist group who would want to buy me for their own purpose, and so I was going to disappear further. There was my own contacts in Lebanon who will try and negotiate. And there was a third party who was somebody close to the regime of Bashar al-Assad, who was a parliament member, and he actually paid my ransom and got me out. So he paid to the rebels, and I was smuggled back to Damascus, and then smuggled in the trunk of a car back to Beirut. And it's somebody who's in a blacklist by the EU, created by the EU, so he's a businessman also, so he can't travel, and he wants to be out of that list.
So that was part of his motive.
Exactly.
Listen, thank you very much, Jonathan, for joining us here. It's really a pleasure.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Isham. I'm the bureau chief for CBS News here in Washington. And we're going to be talking about Syria. We're very lucky to have a very strong panel here. From beginning on my immediate right is Robin Wright, a distinguished scholar at the Woodrow Wilson International Center and a senior fellow at the U.S. Institute of Peace. During her career, she's reported on all over the Middle East. She's a real hand, and she's seen everything, and she's written numerous books about about the region. To her right is Juan Zarate, who's a senior advisor at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. He's a former deputy national security advisor and is the author of the new book, Treasury's War, The Unleashing of the New Era of Financial Warfare. I would also say, just as a plug, he's also a consultant to CBS News. To his right is Phil Mudd, who served as deputy director of the CIA's Counterterrorist Center, as well as the FBI's intelligence advisor. He's now a director of global risk at Southern Sun Asset Management and is the author of the book Takedown: Inside the Hunt for Al-Qaeda. So let's begin with some of the images we've just seen. 1 month ago, we were on the cusp of launching military strikes against Syria in the wake of the August 21 chemical warfare attacks. We heard very strong language from the President, Secretary Kerry. Of course, that has devolved into a political process. We're now in the process of disarming Syria of its chemical weapons. So what does that mean? Is that progress? Juan?
Well, certainly it's progress on the chemical weapons. There's no question about that. But I think the problem is that a month ago we were talking about the exit of Assad, and now we're talking about the entry of inspectors. And so the entire narrative has shifted, and the narrative about American involvement has shifted as well. But I think we can't ignore the 2 years that have transpired in terms of the conflict. Over 100,000 killed, millions displaced both internally and externally. And the reality that we now have 3 policy goals, which confuses matters for Washington. It's the fall or the transition from Assad, hoping that the Syrian state doesn't implode and become a failed state, and also hoping that this doesn't become the situs of the resurrection of a new Al-Qaeda, with foreign jihadists flowing from around the world. And so it's a confused landscape where American involvement seems timid, less sure, but certainly in terms of the chemical weapons, you can't deny that there's some progress there.
I think many Americans look at Syria, they see Hezbollah, they see Alawites, they see Sunnis, Iranians, Al-Qaeda, you name it. And I think probably a lot of people say nothing good can come of this. And nothing good can come of our more involvement by Americans in this mess. Does America have real interest, do you think, Robin, in Syria?
Syria is the strategic center of the Middle East in the same way that Egypt is the political trendsetter. And Syria has, because it is bordering Turkey, a NATO ally, Israel, one of the strategic pillars of U.S. policy, Jordan, Iraq, Lebanon, it has a spillover effect. And the problem now is that 2.5 years in, we have a war in Syria that is in fact many wars. It is a war that has deepened the sectarian divide in the Middle East greater than at any time since the modern borders were established a century ago. It is a war that has become a proxy war for the 2 kind of different camps that are involved. You have the United States, Turkey, the European Union, the West in general on one side against the regime, and then you have Russia, China, and Iran backing the regime. And there, the great question for the United States in terms of what does it do? Does it take the moral road in light of the deaths, or does it take the realistic role in light of the complications and, frankly, the problems we had in the aftermath of Iraq? And the question becomes, if we get involved, does this become a proxy war that pits us against others? And in many ways, I think Syria already is more complicated and more dangerous for U.S. interests than Afghanistan was. And I share the view of the man on 60 Minutes who said he's worried about Syria breaking up. It's very hard to see how Syria holds together. There are now 3 identifiable regions with different flags, different security forces. We've reached a point where, as you noted, the good guys probably are only 10, at most 20% of those of the fighters in Syria. The rest are in aligned with various different factions, and there are over 1,000 different militias now operating in Syria. This has become a complicated war that is only likely to get more complicated before we reach some denouement. And that's why the sequel to the chemical weapons process, which is Geneva II, ideally held in November, bringing together the diverse factions involved in the war, is so critical. I am not an optimist that it's going to lead to a resolution, in part because we've now invested in Assad's future when it comes to complying with chemical weapons, but also because the Syrian opposition, frankly, is feckless. It has proven unable to come up with a common plan. It's been unable to even come up with a viable alternative government.
I want to come back to Geneva II and the political process in a minute, but Phil, you studied counterterrorism and you studied jihadi groups for a better part of your career. We've watched as this conflict has devolved from beginning with its roots in the south of Syria as a civil uprising, and it's become more and more of a sectarian conflict with a heavy dose of jihadis and Islamists gaining, but possibly by some accounts, the upper hand in terms of the strength in numbers and in terms of the strength of their financing and weapon supplies. Is this something we should be worried about?
Yes, but I don't think we should make this into a Goliath. Look, we've faced now strategic threats when I was sitting at the threat table, starting over the course of time with Jemaah Islamiyah in Indonesia. Then we had problems in places like Saudi Arabia in 03, 04, beyond. Then you go to Iraq, then you go to Yemen, then you go to East Africa, then you go to Nigeria. You know, as someone who did this for 25 years, at some point you have to say not every one of these is a strategic threat. There are a couple things I'd be watching at a strategic level. The first is the emergence of leaders who have the authority and experience to start to say, our target isn't only local, it's Western Europe and North America. I don't see that galvanized leadership yet. And the second is the emergence of safe haven, like the safe haven you might have seen in Indonesian schools when Jemaah Islamiyah rose, like you saw in Afghanistan in the 90s, as you saw in some parts of Yemen. Those leaders, in my experience, need space where they're not fighting a local adversary like Assad to start to say, our vision is bigger. Let me close with one comment. I don't think the questions we face are about jihad, and I don't think they're about chemical weapons. In the wake of 12 years of war, I think we have faced a question that results from the fact that we are morally crippled by war. And the question is, forget about national security. I don't think we have significant national security interests here. 110,000 plus people are dead. What will we tell our children? And I believe the answer is going to be, because of the legacy of war, we said we tried to define this as a national security issue. We didn't want to talk about the moral implications, and we walked away.
Well, that's a strong argument, I think, and of course we've been there before in both Bosnia and in Rwanda, and in both cases, and certainly in the case of Rwanda, there were many regrets, and many of the people involved in that are currently serving in this administration. But one doesn't hear very often, Juan, about that argument. That argument is not one that you hear too often these days. Is it something that we should be revisiting? Do you agree with Phil?
I think absolutely. I think the problem and the issues with Syria are that we have multiple interests there. So in a sense, I disagree with Phil to a certain extent. Our interests are humanitarian, are moral. They are geopolitical. They are in terms of regional stability. They are in terms of the growth of a new jihadist class and movement. And so our interests are very clearly implicated, whether they're moral, geopolitical, or security. The question is whether or not we have policy, imagination, and will to actually determine whether or not we can affect the environment, even if we are war-weary. Because I agree with Phil in regard to our war-weariness and the binary choice that we seem to have with respect to our involvement. If we have an interest, it doesn't necessarily mean we have to put boots on the ground. And we don't have to have a straw man policy argument that it's either all or nothing. And I think part of the problem we've had is there's been confusion as to what America's interests are and what our will is, putting aside military power. And our allies in the region have seen that confusion and felt it. And we've been unable to then lead a coalition with creative solutions, whether it's on the humanitarian side with no-drive zones or refugee safe centers or regions? How do we work with the Turks on
what should be the goal? I think that really comes down to it then. Should the goal be confronting the humanitarian conflict and stopping the killing, or trying to at least minimize the killing? What should be U.S. goals in Syria?
I'm happy to answer that.
Go ahead.
I think first you deal with the humanitarian crisis, in part because that fuels the regional instability. Jordan's fourth largest city now is a refugee camp. Turkey is buckling now on the border regions under the weight of the refugees. You've seen the conflicts in Lebanon that are starting to rise because of those pressures. And so you have to deal with the moral and the humanitarian dimensions of the refugee problem, in part because they are also the geopolitical problems. I think you have to find a way of having Assad leave power. And at this point, I think it has to be a diplomatic solution, because after 2 years of confusion, the 1,000+ groups, the splintering of the opposition, there's no clear path forward other than through diplomacy, and certainly no will to use military force to change the battlefield. I also think, and this is where I do disagree with Phil, I do think we run the risk in Syria, in the heart of where al-Qaeda and the Sunni violent extremist movement has always wanted to operate, of seeing a resurrection of a new al-Qaeda movement, because they are building space, they are governing, they are controlling the battle space. And what's interesting here is they've learned the lessons of the Taliban as well as al-Qaeda in Iraq. And so they're not only taking the fight to Assad and galvanizing foreign fighters from around the world, they're not only raising funds via Twitter and other mechanisms that are novelties, but they are also baking bread and mending wounds. They're learning to play the game of hearts and minds, setting up for a very new generation of jihadists in the heart of the Levant. This was always the dreams and the imaginings of Ayman al-Zawahiri, and it's coming to pass. And so I think we have multiple interests and goals there, and we have to be able to play three-dimensional chess. It's not a binary choice. It's not about one policy goal. It's about using whatever tools we have and whatever suasion we have to actually impact the environment.
Phil, so if your objective is primarily humanitarian, what do you think the goal should be there?
Well, first of all, we're behind the 8 ball here. We tried to define this as a national security problem for too long because we're afraid to say we want to intervene someplace else after the history of 12 years. Right now, I think Juan's right. We have some opportunities with people like the Turks and the Jordanians to step up more. And I think we should have locked and loaded a month or two ago. The question was not simply whether the fox in the hen house is guarding chemical weapons. The question, I think, was broader, and that is we have a tyrant. We are not a global policeman. We didn't intervene in Darfur. We haven't intervened elsewhere. But periodically, we should look in the mirror and ask a question. As Juan says, and I think this is dead on, is a moral imperative a national security imperative as we seek to project American values into the 21st century and maybe regain some of the ground in the last decade? And I think the answer is yes.
So how do you do that specifically?
As I said, I think we should have loaded missiles and locked onto Assad. I think we should have been in the humanitarian game a couple of years ago. I think the political leadership should have defined this not simply in narrow national security terms. I think we should have worked more with the Turks on things, as Juan says, like no-drive zones. We should have learned the lesson that people are still talking about in terms of Rwanda and Burundi. That clearly was not a national security issue, but I think people are still saying maybe we should have told our children that we did more.
So you would advocate going in...
Damn, all right, we're done. Thank you.
All right. You would have, because of course the kinds of strikes that were on the table a month ago were described by Secretary Kerry as unbelievably small. I don't think that really falls in the category that you're discussing.
Go big or don't go.
So let's go big. What does that mean?
I would have said go after regime targets, don't only go after CW targets, go after the most critical elements of the regime in terms of presidential protection, in terms of the units, including air and ground units that are going after the Syrian population. There are no winners in this campaign. I don't think the opposition, as fragmented it is now, is going to provide a path to democracy in Syria. I think you're going to see, as we've seen in places like Egypt and Iraq, when you have ethnic and religious divides in places that are used to tyranny, the path to democracy is bloody. That said, that's not an excuse for not saying when tyrants kill 110,000 people, there damn well ought to be repercussions. Lock and load, not just against narrow targets, CW related, but against regime targets.
Robin?
Well, let's say I take a different course. You know, I wish I thought after Iraq that we were better at nation building than we are. And I think this is a part of the world we don't understand very well. Our intentions are always good. We think because we are the most moral nation, that we have the mightiest military, that we are capable of doing more than we are. And I guess my concern with intervention in Syria is that the minute we cross the threshold of intervention, we then gain responsibility for what happens afterwards. And when you look at what's happening in Iraq today, which is getting back to the levels of violence of 2006 and 2007, when you look at what the state of Libya today, where we had a UN, NATO, Arab League endorsed military operation. And Libya is a very weak state where the prime minister was kidnapped yesterday, and where there are over 300 militias that are challenging the authority of the state, and where again you may see the state crumble into 2 or 3 pieces. I am very worried about racing to war, and particularly going big. You know, Colin Powell's old line, which Pottery Barn denies, but he quoted Pottery Barn as, you break it, you fix it. And I think Syria could be far more complicated than anything we've ever undertaken, far more costly, and the danger is far greater. I too am troubled by the morality of all these people dying. But one of the great problems is that the Syrians themselves bear some culpability for what's happened because the opposition hasn't been willing to come together, whether it's the fighters inside the country, and we're talking not just about 2 or 3 factions, but 1,000, whether it's the politicians who live in exile. They just haven't been willing to form an alternative. I do, however, think that there is beginning to take shape an idea for an alternative that no one will particularly love, but it does provide something which the international community could possibly agree on. Syria is due to hold presidential elections in, I think it's September next year. And there is a growing sentiment that this is a moment that you get Assad to step aside and then have the Syrians vote an alternative. But much of the regime, the guts of the regime, would stay in place, which is a means of ensuring minorities, whether it's Christians or Alawites or Druze, nervous about the Sunni majority. And it offers a way to circumvent the opposition that hasn't proved viable so far. Again, it's not a solution anybody likes, but it gets rid of the Assad family, which has ruled now for 43 years. And it's something on which the Russians and the Americans could agree. Just one final...
I don't know how you do that because the Assad family is the regime. I mean, it's so enmeshed in the regime. If you look at an organizational chart, it's the family and they're all intermarried into all of the different agencies and security
and the economy,
organizations
absolutely.
And the economy.
But this is where if the Russians and the Iranians and the Chinese going along for the ride say it's time for you to step aside, then it becomes viable. As I said, nobody's crazy about it. And it's not the best case outcome. But if you're looking for something that gives Syrians a chance to vote on their own future, gets rid of Assad, and begins a process of political change, that's one alternative that you increasingly hear people now in the halls of power in various capitals talking about.
Chris, the challenge, of course, and Robin's right in many respects, but the challenge, of course, is that Assad has to understand in his calculus that there's actually a possibility that he could lose. That the hold on power and the Alawite hold on power is actually at risk. That's not the case anymore. And in fact, that's one of the game changers in terms of the chemical weapons deal. I mean, it in some ways ensconces...
Bought him time.
It's given him time at a minimum, if not a greater sense of security, and certainly guarantee that the U.S. is not going to lock and load or get involved in any material way. I think we've been paralyzed by the question that Robin raised, which is, what comes after Assad? That has constricted our policy imagination, because then by saying that, you're inherently restricting your ability to think about what else can be done to actually move Assad forward and creatively think about what comes next. On the financial side, the question is, are you willing to try to tip the balance? Could we launch, for example, a preemptive asset recovery effort, an asset hunt for the regime and the Rami Makhloufs of the world, the money men who surround and support the regime?
Explain who he is.
Rami Makhlouf is a longtime businessman tied to Assad, a cousin, family, to Chris's point about the enmeshed family, with businesses all around the region. The Treasury Department designated him in 2008 as part of the corrupt elements of the Assad regime.
Even has the Dunkin' Donuts franchise.
That's exactly right. And so the question is, can you do things that actually start to tip the balance in the calculus for the regime itself and those around it? Can you do things, and are you willing to take the diplomatic heat, for example, to go after, let's say, a Russian bank that may have facilitated some of the arms deals, that may have facilitated some of the chemical precursor shipments? Those perhaps should be designated as primary money laundering concerns. And so the question is, can we think creatively about pressuring without being constricted by this question of what comes next and is it all or nothing?
But I'm not convinced that this administration, in any case, has concluded that Assad needs to go. I mean, you've got an interview that Mike Morrell, outgoing deputy director of CIA, did recently, in which he said that the strategy should be to put pressure on Assad to get him to the table, but not too much pressure to overthrow him. Phil, I'd be interested in your thoughts about that strategy.
Look, I don't get it. Okay, this is not a choice between walking away and going to war. We're talking about no boots on the ground, sending a signal to a tyrant who passed a line that was identified by the President of the United States as a red line, and has murdered more people than anybody I can remember except maybe Pol Pot. So that's point one. It's not about going to war. The second thing is we didn't break it, and we don't have a responsibility to fix it. Again, this is a legacy of 12 years where we define the future in terms of the past. Let me give you a horror scenario. We launched a month ago, disaster hits Syria, there's a civil war. Would you say then, A, we have a responsibility to fix it? I would say no, they broke it, they fix it, we can help. Would you say, B, that sending a message to a tyrant who believes in mass murder was inappropriate? I would have said no, I still think we did the right thing. It's not Pottery Barn, we didn't break it, and we're not responsible for fixing it.
So what do we do? What do we do the day after? Let's say we go big.
Well, first of all, my question is, one of the questions would be about spillover. What happens to Jordan? What happens to Turkey? You got to get them to the table and say, what are we going to do about refugees? What are we going to do about feeding them, sheltering them? I'm not sure we'd have a responsibility for policing civil war, especially since we're not going to put people on the ground. So I think you can have damage limitation, but I don't think you can look in the future when you have grand questions about what responsibility we have as a people and say, I don't know what the future holds, and therefore, I can't do anything.
Robin?
Well, I just say, once it sounds great that we can, whether it's no-fly zones or no boots on the ground, once we cross the threshold of action, we bear responsibility for seeing it through. We can't just, remember, we spent 5 years having no-fly zones in Iraq, and we still went in with boots on the ground, ended up being there almost a decade, and Iraq has greater unemployment, greater insecurity, and so forth than it did even under Saddam Hussein. Now, I'm not saying we should have kept Saddam Hussein in power. I'm just saying let's be realistic about the cost. And once we engage in no-fly zones, we're kind of there. And if nothing happens, then people will say, well, Assad's still around. The United States is a paper tiger. It can't accomplish things. It's been weakened. You think the American public is going to go along with that? I think this is where I'd love to think that there was a down and dirty solution to this real conundrum. I also think that when it comes to the question of the day after, we have to ask ourselves a fundamental question. Do we want Syria to hold together as a country? Something that I'm not prepared to answer yet. I'm not sure it can hold together. And I also think that there is a danger that if it doesn't, that it has a rippling effect across the region in setting a precedent. in these artificially created countries, that we could see the redrawing of the map of the Middle East. I think there are a lot of really much bigger questions that when we look at engagement, what does it mean? What do we want to come out of this? And I think these are a lot of questions that we haven't asked ourselves, much less answered.
One.
I would just say we also haven't asked ourselves the question, what are the costs of inaction? Because everything that Robin's describing is a consequence of not doing much, if anything, to actually change the environment. And so the Mike Morell quote that you talked about, Chris, is stunning to me, in part because I don't know from a policy perspective, you know, having been in the White House, how you actually thread that needle. How do you try to intervene, but in a very small or mild way, where you're trying to kind of keep a stalemate of a civil war ongoing so that you don't have an implosion of a state, but you try to effectuate the diplomatic solution? I don't know how you thread that policy needle or even how you get that done on the ground. Yeah, you train only 500 soldiers instead of 1,000. You teach them semi-good marksmanship and instead of really good marksmanship. I don't know what that means. And so I think we haven't asked ourselves very tough questions. Robin's right about the day after. But I also think we haven't asked ourselves the question of what inaction means, both to the region, to stability, to the growth of a new al-Qaeda, and frankly, to the perception of American power. Because the one thing I would say is,
I think to some degree we've seen what inaction
means. No, that's right. And it's brought the very things we've been worried about from day one in Syria. Regional instability, the rise of the jihadis, humanitarian disaster unlike anything we've seen in recent memory. This is a disaster. And it's been inaction that has actually contributed to that. And so I think we have to look in the mirror, as Phil said, and also ask the question, what is the absence of American power mean in the region, and what are the long-term implications? One point on that, our inability to shape the environment and at least the diplomatic framework for this has led countries like Turkey to make short-term calculuses that are, frankly, not in our interest. Allowing foreign fighters to flow in the hundreds into Syria and to see the rise of more and more extremism in Turkey is a real problem. But Turkey's allowing it because they want a solution, they want it quickly, and the U.S. isn't there to come up with one.
So I think the question is, we've seen what the path of inaction has taken us and where that's taken us. If there is intervention, let's say, and we're not talking, no, I don't think anybody at this point is talking about boots on the ground, but if there is intervention in some form, the question then is, how do you do it in such a way that you can affect the outcome in a positive direction so that you're not sending it further over the cliff, and you're not embroiling the United States in a complete quagmire? I think that is one of the questions that a lot of people have.
Just one shot. I don't think there's an outcome here that works. So we as Americans like to go into situations and say, for example, in Egypt, there will be a path from revolution to democracy that'll take about 3.5 minutes. That dog don't hunt. So if you look at the possible outcomes here, regardless of whether we intervene or not, it's a despot in power. It's the rise of the Free Syrian Army and people who potentially will engage in civil war against both the jihadis and maybe the Alawites, or it's the rise of jihadis, and we know the answer is there. So if you look at this and say, you know, beyond dealing with humanitarian problems on the border, beyond dealing with the Turks and the Jordanians, beyond trying to ensure this doesn't slip over into another civil war in Lebanon, I think I would go in from a negative perspective and say, I don't think we can believe that we can engineer an outcome that will come out to be as clean as Americans want. Regardless of whether we get in or not, this is going to be a disaster.
Is there a way to get to I mean, one of the as we saw from the previous panel, they're trying to sort out who the good guys are in Syria is difficult at best.
That's diplomatic.
Yeah. Are there good guys?
Us.
Are there good guys? You know, look, the teenagers who sprayed anti-government graffiti on the walls of a remote town called Dara in southern Syria were noble creatures, and this really was a pro-democracy movement that got out of hand. The question, of course, becomes, could we have done something earlier that would have steered it? My fear is that U.S. military intervention would only have ensured that even larger numbers rallied to the cause of the al-Qaeda offshoots, franchises that are now operating in Syria. So no one will ever know. That's a hypothesis. I think one of the real problems is that even among the good guys, the ones who are secular, not affiliated with Al-Qaeda and so forth, we've seen a number of problems emerge. There's terrible corruption of some of the aid that's going in from whether it's medicine or food that groups are taking for resale, to pocket, or to use for their own purposes or to give to their own people. When we talk about good guys, it's really hard to identify someone we would like to step in and take over, except among some exiles we think we know, but who haven't lived in Syria for a very long time in most cases, and who remind me a lot of Ahmed Chalabi, who was the Iraqi leader who kind of duped the United States into believing that he was Spartacus and he would, lead to Iraqis to rise up against Saddam Hussein, and it never happened. And so I worry about looking toward those exiles as the alternative, that we really have to find the solution at the local level among what they're called local coordinating committees that are trying to provide for their people, that are sending messages out, that are trying to coordinate little bits of aid among themselves. That's really, I think, where the future lies in Syria, not with the ones we look at conventionally as the opposition. Can I just add one thing? Everybody talks about what role should the United States play and why don't we do more? And I keep saying, wait a minute, what about the Russians? They're the ones who are providing all of those arms that have killed 100,000 people. They're the people who are blocking tougher sanctions at the United Nations that would really put the squeeze on Syria in many ways far more effectively than on Iran, because Syria's economy is in really dire straits because it's running out of oil. That there are a lot of ways Russia could play a much more effective role, and if I fault the administration, it's for not doing more to squeeze the Russians into squeezing Assad, to at least be realistic, to at least cooperate.
I think we're running out of time, but Juan, just final thoughts, engagement versus non-engagement in Syria?
Well, I think the one opportunity and the one bright spot with the chemical deal, other than getting the chemical stocks out of Assad's hands, is the fact that it does open up a diplomatic window. And I think what we need to do is seize that window to find a broader solution and actually move the narrative back to where it was, and to move it away from how are we going to ensure the inspectors can get to sites and how do we destroy these things, and move it to the broader question, as Robin indicated, of what is the transition here look like. And I think that then becomes a fundamental moment in question, because if diplomacy can't bring that moment, then we're either going to have to live with a stalemate in an ongoing civil war with all of the negative externalities that we've already witnessed, or we're going to have to come up with a new policy and start to exert our will and perhaps even use military force. But I think that there's a window here now to pressure the Russians and to see if there is a diplomatic way forward. And in part, we've committed to that already.
Phil, you see the Russians being helpful?
Absolutely not. I mean, look, we told Bully 1, who said, I didn't use chemical weapons, we trust you. When we told Bully 2, protect the schoolyard, and then the teacher said, and make sure nothing bad happens out here. Look, the Russians have decided, after years of working with us, that their future does not lie with us. They are not a trusted partner. They're not a trusted partner in any sense in my old business, and they're not a trusted partner in the world of diplomacy. I think, for those of you who don't know Mr. Zarate, I would say this rarely, listen to what he says. I think he's dead on. We can talk about idealistic solutions. We've set a path. Let's try to make it work. Let's think about what happens if it doesn't. And please, let's take a step forward beyond narrower questions of jihadis, narrower questions of democracy, and say, can we return to a time when we looked in the mirror and said, there is a higher place for this country? That's it.
Well, I think on that note, I would thank the panel. I think we cracked that case.
Thank you so much. Phil, Juan, Robin, Chris, that was a fantastic panel. We've had an amazing morning. I mean, really given us so much to think about, so much brain food, so much emotional content there. I mean, can you believe that Kate Norley, who was that amazing young blonde veteran medic, realized in our green room back there before the panel that she had treated Anthony Smith. It was a very emotional meeting they had back there, and she really was choking up. It was such a moving thing to see, and I thought that Arnold Fisher, who preceded them, was the most incredible, thundering moral force that we should all take home in our hearts. I love his angry proclamation, "This is not my America." And of course, John McCain, ever dazzling and entertaining, and such a moral voice too. Fascinating stuff. So we have a little break for lunch now, and I want you all to take a look at the brownies on your table because they have meaning. There is meaning in everything today. Those delicious treats were made by Dog Tag Bakery, which was created by Father Rick Curry, who's in here somewhere, wherever you are, Father Curry, over here. And Connie Milstein. And that's the Dog Tag Bakery is a bakery which teaches disabled vets and their spouses not only how to bake delicious things to eat, but how to become successful entrepreneurs, and that they're helped with experts at Georgetown University. So now you can go out to the atrium and grab a bite to eat. You can network and you know, hop around. Leave your notes and your bags at the table if you want to, and go and raid the buffet and come back and talk over some of what we've all been hearing today. And after lunch, I want you to come back here by 1:20 because I'm going to interview someone who's a great, great hero of mine. That's the Nigerian powerhouse, poet, Nobel laureate, imprisoned for 2 years in Africa for his conscience, Wole Soyinka. Thank you. Well, I get now to interview a hero of my own. Wally Soyinka is known as the conscience of Africa. A Nobel Prize winning writer, he's Nigeria's voice of truth. A voice both blunt and elegant, cosmopolitan and steeped in the lore of the land. Soyinka is an outspoken critic of militant religion and especially radical Islam. He's a Democrat to the core, an adamant foe of men in uniform who would usurp the right of Nigerians to govern themselves, but not blind to the flaws of a democracy that's buffeted by ethnic, tribal, and religious tensions. In short, Wally is a man you'd want in the trenches with you in any war of civilizations. Take a look. Please welcome Wally Soyinka. Come. Hey, I love you, Wally. What a life, wow. How did it feel looking at those clips? We just saw the leader, of course, of Boko Haram up there on that video, and they murdered over 50 sleeping college students just a week or two ago. What was your feeling when you read that, and how dangerous are they, Boko Haram, to not just Nigeria, but, you know, Africa at large?
Let me begin by reminding us that this is not the first of that nature atrocity that's been committed by Boko Haram. They've been wailing school pupils, their teachers, on their way to take exams or just to attend school, tying their hands behind their backs, slitting their throats. I mean, this has been a regular occurrence. They've been to universities, they've gunned down lecturers to chapels, but this mass killing has shocked us and the world, of course, simply because of the nature of it and, of course, the sheer statistics. About 50-something students in their beds, you know, shot, bayoneted, and tortured in all kinds of ways. Now,
Hold on a second. Do we need a hand mic for Mr. Soyinka? Can you hear everybody? Yes? Yes, okay, go on.
Yeah, and it's this particular kind of atrocity against humanity, just the only response which I have is that I think it's about time we redefined humanity, because I think there are some acts which are outside the pale, which for me disqualify such people as being considered humans, and therefore not deserving human treatment or consideration or even thought as human beings. I think we're really moving we've even bypassed that stage. I think this habit of considering everybody who has a head and 2 legs and 2 arms, possibly a brain, consider them human, I think this is part of what is crippling the correct response.
Well, now, I mean, why has this savagery overtaken people in Nigeria? I mean, why do you see this has now exploded in Nigeria?
Well, there are 2 aspects there. First of all, let's remember that this disease, this affliction did not begin in Nigeria. There is imitativeness, there's instant communication. People see videos. They look at the video, they see those who call themselves followers of the faith slicing off the head of a human being and holding up the head as trophy in the name of faith, this extreme fundamentalism. And they believe that since they belong to the same religion, they can earn greater credit for acts of piety by exceeding the horrors already committed elsewhere. Then politicians also come in, and this is where the toxic brew really becomes totally uncontrollable. They come in, they see these brainwashed individuals, so this is where again the social issue comes in, political issue, economic issue, the unwashed masses, if you like, unemployed, unemployable, jobless, and so on. And they pull them in as foot soldiers, telling them your faith is in danger. That's all they need to do. But they're actually using them for political ends. And then they become inured to this form of anti-human activities, and then they run out of control. Mm-hmm. So even those who unleash them on society in the first place can no longer control them. They themselves are now menaced by the Frankenstein that they created.
So, I mean, obviously the Nigerian government has responded somewhat late, as you said to me back there. And they're now sort of also cracking down on the wrong elements at times, right? So, I mean, they're actually breeding more unrest, it seems. I mean, how do you feel about the Nigerian governmental response to the new, to this
The
Boko
Nigerian
Haram?
government woke up very late to the menace. They just thought those charged with security, politics, began by thinking, not inaccurately, that a lot of it has to do with poverty. I mentioned earlier the fact that you can easily recruit those who are hungry, whom you feed, who rely on you for 3 meals a day. Yes, you can also feed them through the mind and totally dehumanize them. So at the beginning, it was the usual guilty, bad social conscience. All you have to do is create jobs. All you have to do is create special schools and rescue the so-called Almajiri from control. They underestimated the power of fanaticism, which is totally beyond rationality. It's totally beyond even, equitable distribution of resources. I mean, some of the most fanatic, some of the greatest killers are very rich, children of wealthy families, privileged families. They underestimated that factor, that poison which is injected into the brain. Mm-hmm. And then next was that the government was slow in realizing that this sort of movement has formed associations outside. That some of the foot soldiers have gone to Mauritania to be trained, a couple even to Afghanistan, Somalia, of course, with Al-Shabaab and so on, and that this was becoming part of the worldwide movement.
Mm-hmm. Well, looking, of course, at your amazing career, you've spent your life really fighting despotic and suppressive regimes, but now this new this latter threat to Nigeria is not, in fact, coming from the top. It's coming from your midst. So how do you, who've been such a public, intellectual fighter against suppression, how do you think we can now respond then to the threats in your midst in Nigeria?
Well, some of the steps being taken by the government are quite laudable. The creation of, which I referred to earlier, of sort of nomadic schools to rescue, the foot soldiers. But the government has lacked honesty in dealing with the original, the real leaders of the movement. They were not unknown. The security knew them. They knew that there were political malcontents, power-drunk individuals. Then there are the chauvinists, the ethnic chauvinists who mangled religion together with political directions, manipulations, and so on and so forth. And so some steps were actually taken in the right direction to try and rescue the foot soldiers. But as I emphasized, the failure to punish, and also the posture of appeasement with which the government began. The culprits, the real manipulators, the real leaders, were not seized and dealt with at the appropriate time. And they continued with their acts of impunity. They threatened, in fact, not just the state, but then the humanity within the nation itself. They were already creating cells, not just in the north, but in the south. Some cells were broken up in the southern part. And ultimately, when Mali was taken, Mali to the north, by the external forces of extremism, mixture of Al-Qaeda, Al-Shabaab, and so on, then the government really woke up to the fact that the nation itself was menaced, not merely internally, but by very powerful forces, including, let me not omit this, after the overthrow of Gaddafi, who was sustained, as you know, by mercenaries from outside, Al-Qaeda, extreme militants, Al-Shabaab, people used to go and train in Libya, and so you had this, the flushing out of these mercenaries from Libya. Where would they go? They always want a base.
And that's why they've come into Nigeria.
That's why, thank you. So they took over Mali and then began moving into Nigeria, and that's where Nigeria and the ECOWAS countries really woke up. But France took the first step, and then the others followed.
So why do you think that Africa didn't develop in the way that so many of your generation thought it would back in 1960, the great year of African independence? I mean, this is all, when you're looking back, I mean, this is like a strange arc where we are today.
How do we, sorry, I missed the beginning of the
question. Why do you think that Africa didn't develop in the way that, you expected in the 1960s and that great year of independence?
It's a very complex situation. People like to give just one cause. We can blame things on colonialism itself, and that would be quite accurate. You can blame the situation on surrogate colonialism, through multinational corporations, even the discovery of valuable minerals like oil and the renewed interest of external companies for the continuation of colonial exploitation. You can blame it also on the Cold War, in which the two camps, the West and the East, used African countries as surrogates for their ideological fight, which was, of course, not just a Cold War, but a very hot war right on the soil of the African continent. And ultimately, you come to the leadership which, in fact, instituted through military dictatorships, one-party systems, instituted what are termed internal colonialism, against which the people then rose. And so had all these little very hot wars all over the place. And then ultimately, when you thought you got rid of all of that, or at least brought it under control, now have this jihadist movement, which doesn't care as long as it captures territory, captures mines, captures new weaponry, and starkly states that our mission, and they don't fudge it, say our mission is to Islamize the entire continent. And they're not talking about Orthodox Islam, no, they're talking about a very narrow, very perverted, perverse, brutal, interpretation of Islam. So that even the Orthodox Islam, what you might call the mainstream Islam, and the followers of mainstream Islam on the continent have become the first-line targets. That is what is happening in northern Nigeria today.
Well, certainly because most of those students were Muslims.
The students were Muslims.
Yeah.
The students were Muslims. So the emirs, the political leadership of Islam in the country, they've been targeted. Some have barely escaped assassination. So even those who at the beginning felt that it was just a mild jihadist war in which the rejoiced at the beginning, are now looking to the state for protection against these extremists.
You know, I found your last book on Africa absolutely fascinating. I recommend it to everybody here. It's so counterintuitive in every way. And I was actually riveted by the chapter in which you talked about the corrosive failure of Africa to admit its own historical role in the slave trade, which was sort of very explosive, I know, when you wrote it. Tell me a little bit about those ideas and why you think that it's become corrosive even to this day, that failure, as you put it, to kind of expiate Africa's own role in the slave trade.
Well, if one doesn't confront history honestly, this is a truism, a cliche, but a truism just the same. One doesn't confront the past honestly. One is bound to commit the same errors or to imitate the errors of other people. This is what the United States, for instance, I think it's the lesson which has been learned by the United States, leading to a moral dilemma in many areas of the world. The United States has learned from Iraq, come face to face with its failures, its initial error in Iraq. And as a result, it's become much more cautious in its foreign policies, foreign interventions elsewhere. Now, we can quarrel, we can argue about whether or not the United States should take this step or not, avoid this step. The important thing is that its decision is actually being influenced by the fact that it's confronted its former errors. And so when I talk about Africans confronting their own past, especially in relation to slavery, I'm referring to exactly the same process of human development. That it's not sufficient to tell the truth about or to assert the crimes of others against yourselves. You must also be honest enough to admit your own complicity in the crimes against your own kind. Many of our brothers and sisters in the United States don't like to hear this, but the fact is that they are here, they're in the Caribbean, they're in Latin America, in the United States, because of the betrayal by their own leaders. The slave trade could never have succeeded on the African continent without the collaboration. And the descendants of those collaborators are still very much with us. By descendants, I mean mentally, those who see others as superior beings, as inferior beings.
You're talking about the dealers on the slave traders on the coast who would go into the continent and capture people and bring them to the West, settle them to the West.
Sorry, say that again.
I mean, explain perhaps a little more to people here what you mean about the complicity. I mean, that they actually, the Africans themselves would go in and capture other, their own brothers and bring them to death.
That's what I mean by complicity, that they were guilty of collaborating. And the evidence is there. I've done a lot of research. In fact, part of my current research has to do with the other slavery directions, which are avoided by historians generally. And this include, in fact, the internal enslavement of Africans by Africans. The guilt of the West is beyond anything. It's been recorded in films, in tomes, in paintings. It's there. But we also, must understand that some of the problems which we have today has to do with that mentality of dominance, whether it's external dominance or internal dominance.
Obviously, you spent time in prison 2 years, as we saw in the video, and that was during the Civil War in Nigeria that you were in prison, and yet you still managed to write. And how was your writing changed by those 2 years, Wally? I mean, the thinking you did in those 2 years of solitary confinement.
I don't know that it's changed that much. I think I had a small period of bitterness, which obviously be reflected in my writing. Not so much because I was in prison, but because of some hideous lies that was told against me when I was in a position where I couldn't respond. So I think the first year or two I took time to respond in a very bitter way about that. But then I went back to my normal writing, and if anything, my experience in prison just made me worse of what I was before. It didn't change anything for the better.
Wanting to tell truth to power. Now, you lost a good friend in the poet who died in the terrible massacre in the Westgate Mall in Kenya. Can you tell me about him, your friend, the poet?
Yes, Kofi Awuna, poet, statesman, activist. He also went to prison for some time in Ghana for political reasons. It was a wonderful individual, and it's very strange that I won't be seeing him again. And through such circumstances, we know death is always there, but that brutal accident, he just happened to be in the wrong spot, at a critical time, and then he was gone. Thank goodness his son survived, but then I think of him and I think of all those others who just brutally. And the most horrifying aspect of that incident for me, and this is something we've been going through in Nigeria for many, many years, that the passport to survival is the religion. That people come in a crowd like this and isolate those who belong to one religion, so you can go, and the others are gunned down or have their throats cut. I mean, that's not what humanity is supposed to be about. And such people who create that kind of fatal otherness, for me, have become the real critical problem of the world today.
Wally, I know you wanted to read a poem by your friend the poet. Would you like to do that now?
Yes, I thought I have my glasses here. Anyway, this is one of this man who mic'd me up. What did he do with my glasses? All right. Sometimes I can read without. I mean, this is Kofi Awuna's The Weaver Bird. The weaver bird built in our house and laid its eggs on our only tree. We did not want to send it away. We watched the building of the nest and supervised the egg laying. And the weaver returned in the guise of the owner, preaching salvation to us that owned the house. They say it came from the west, where the storms at sea had felled the gulls, and the fishers dried their nets by lantern light. Its sermon is the divination of ourselves and our new horizons limit as its nest. But we cannot join the prayers and answers of the communicants. We look for new homes every day. For new altars, we strive to rebuild the old shrines defiled from the weaver's excrement.
Thank you. Thank you, Wally Soyinka, very much for joining us. We're going to have you back at the end of the day to talk about what makes a hero, and you certainly know about that. Thank you.
front, but with the understanding that the home front, in a certain sense, is now part of the front lines. The impact on marriages, the impact on caregivers who have to take care of a veteran who perhaps is dealing with something like traumatic brain injury, the impact on children who are wondering what's going to happen to their mom or dad while they're on long deployments. You saw in this case there was actually a discussion of the stresses that can take place in a marriage in particular. So we have three people who are intimately involved either in living these challenges or coming up with solutions to them. And I want to start by introducing nearest me, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Brannon Vines. Brannon, take 20 seconds to tell us the way in which you connect to this topic.
Okay, well, first, I am the wife and full-time caregiver of one of our nation's heroes. My husband joined the military immediately following September 11th, decided on that morning to enlist, and I am now there at home with him dealing with the realities of post-traumatic stress disorder, traumatic brain injury, and other injuries.
And it's come to your shoulders.
It has. About a little over 6 years ago, started an organization so that our family and others like it were not alone.
All right.
And that's where our story starts.
Tommy Sowers, how do you fit into this topic?
Well, a few years ago, I was a detachment commander in Iraq, a team of 12, and after that deployment, which was multiple deployments for many of those folks, 3 folks got divorced out of 12. And now in my role, I'm an assistant secretary at the Department of Veterans Affairs. We've got the mission to care for whom hath borne the battle, and for the widow, and for the orphan. And this administration has put a special focus on reaching out to families, caregivers, and making sure that veterans and their families know, understand, and are using their benefits.
Tommy Sowers, thank you. Alan Reyes, how do you fit this topic?
Hi. I come from a military family myself. Grew up in a military family with a father that served 30 years in the Navy, and actually still serve as a member of the reserves myself, 23 years now. So my family, my wife and my kids are very much in this space as well. I'm lucky enough to work at the USO. At the USO, we've been for 72 years now, lifting the spirits of America's troops and their families. So in a very real sense, in today's world, we're there I get to take care of truly my family every day. So that's how I fit in.
Thank you, Alan. So let's welcome our panel while I find my seat. And I'd like to go back to Brannon Vines. As you've already explained to us, you have the role of caregiver. Give us more details. Tell us how your husband is doing.
Well, I always like to say I very proudly have the role of caregiver. I get to live every single day with a hero. And like so much of the country, am proud of my husband's service. But that service has changed our life. When he came back from his last deployment at the end of 2007, he came back a very different man. My joke is always that, I almost ended up with an arranged marriage. The man still looked the same, but other than that, I had to learn to love and work with him, and for our lives to reconnect all over again.
And I take it you're not talking about physical changes?
No, while he does have some physical degenerative issues and that kind of thing, the majority of my caregiving revolves around the quote-unquote invisible injuries, around PTSD and around traumatic brain injury.
Was he near explosions that got to his head?
Yes,
yeah.
He in the 2 tours of duty was, within close distance of more than 2 dozen, different explosive devices. He was early enough in combat cycles that it was before we were tracking that really well, and he was infantry, so you got your bell rung a little bit, you were a little shaken, maybe you blacked out, and you got up, you got some Motrin, you might get an IV, and you went back to work.
All right, let's bring the focus to you now. He comes home, you literally are saying in a way you don't recognize him anymore. Do Do you have issues? Does he connect to you just in terms of conversation? Does he feel like a member of the family? Does he fit in the same way that he did before? And yes or no, how does that impact you as his wife?
We've had to work really hard at learning how to connect with each other. You know, we had a lot of years of really dark places where the distance between us felt like it was just insurmountable. The thing I always try to say, though, is that in this process, what has developed is actually a more adult version of love.
Meaning what?
Well, we've had to learn to give each other grace. We've had to learn that sometimes the things we say are sometimes the things we don't say that we should. Just because things don't go at the tempo we want them to go doesn't change the fact that at the end of the day, we are still husband and wife and still love each other.
So what support have you had in this, or lack of support?
Well, there's some in both of those categories.
Which came first?
Early in this sort of stage of our life, the reason I ended up where I am is that when he came out of the military, I was an extremely proactive military wife. I had done all of the steps I should. I had gone to briefings, I had read pamphlets and manuals and books.
And this was there for you, these briefings and the pamphlets were there.
It was there for me, but those pamphlets and manuals and books and briefings didn't put into real terms the things I needed to know. And so
such as?
Things like how to actually get into the VA. Things like when I called the VA, and no offense intended, but at that time called the VA and said to them, you know, my family's crashing, my husband's in trouble. And the lady gave me a wrong answer, which I didn't know at that time was a wrong answer, and said, he can't be seen here until he has a disability rating. And so we went for almost a year with no treatment, with our family very quickly falling apart. There were just a lot of places that our community and the services in place that were meant to help didn't. But what came out of that was the development of a network of heroes and families around the country that now very much, along with our families at home, serve as my not only support work, but support system, but constant place of inspiration and hope. And
so where would you say you are on this journey now?
I would say in this journey at this point, I'm in a place where I'm starting to get my feet under me, but where they still regularly get shaky. I'm in a place where not only for my own family, but for the heroes and families I love, there are a lot of things that scare me and worry me about our future. But I'm in a place where I know them well enough, and I know myself well enough, and I know my husband well enough, that I know that no matter what, we will figure this out, whether we're helped or not.
Let me go to Tommy Sowers. And Tommy, I promise you that this was not a setup whatsoever. I just heard come out of Brandon's mouth the phrase that she got the wrong answer when she called the VA. And that's all that, in terms of preparation for this particular question, that's all that I have. But it's out there now, and that's your outfit. Do you feel that what you heard her describe is the exception, or is it too often the problem?
Well, I served 11 years active duty, and I would say I had a very similar experience with the VA when you're on active duty. You just don't think about it. And you're training, you're preparing, you're going to war, and when you're transitioning out of the military, I mean, it's sort of death by PowerPoint, but that is really our challenge. It's been that way for a very, very long time. And when I came into the job, the Secretary has established a number of key priority goals. One of them is increasing access, the number of people that are accessing the VA. And about 40%, there's 22.4 million veterans, and about 40% of veterans access the VA. And so I asked,
which is too few, you're saying?
Well, I asked, is that a good number or a bad number? Some people don't need the VA. But then we did a poll, and 59% of veterans know little to nothing about the VA. You know, we've never done a national outreach campaign. We've never done some of the things that a lot of organizations have done in order to bridge that gap, to get the right information that's out there. And part of our challenge is we have 300 veteran centers out there that in the last 4 years we've seen 133% growth of families going there for readjustment counseling. We've got a veterans crisis line, 1-800-273-TALK, that has received 900,000 calls. This is for family members, active duty, veterans themselves, save 30,000 lives.
Who's on the other end of those phone calls?
They're counselors on it. Most of them are based in Canandaigua, New York, and we've received 30,000 saves. That's like 3 Army divisions that people have called in crisis. But if people don't know this number, if people don't know about the vet centers, if people don't know that an Iraq and Afghanistan veteran gets 5 years of cost-free health care at the VA, they just got to turn up. I'll give you one more example. We're doing a massive health care push right now. There's 1.3 million uninsured veterans. 1 million of them could qualify for VA services. They just need to walk in. But they don't.
And where does this relate to their families, say, the spouses and the kids?
Well, one of the key things is we know that it's family members and spouses that often do the most informing, that see that ad, that go to the transition briefing, say, you need to pay attention to this, you need to access your benefits. And you know, it is one of our challenges, but this president, this secretary have focused very heavily. I'll give you one more stat. We're about ready to pass our 1,000,000th beneficiary for the post 9/11 GI Bill. I was talking with Matt out there, who's the spouse of active duty, taking advantage of this. I mean, he's got the benefit himself for the service. I've got it. But this is a benefit now that for the first time can pass down to dependents and family members.
Well, this question I did think about ahead of time. You are talking about trying to get more vets and their families to access the VA. At the same time, the VA is famously backed up on handling claims. And I mean, at this point this week, it has 418,000 backlogged claims are not dealt with yet. And it's, which is it? You want more people coming in, or are there more people than you can handle?
Well, I think the clear thing is we want more people to know and understand their benefits. You know, the backlog has come down 30% just in the last 6 months. On the right track for that. But
and when you say on the right track, I'll let you get to your point, but just while you're on this point, on the right track to getting the backlog cleared up by when?
By 2015.
Okay.
And
2 years.
you know, the key for us though is if veterans don't know and understand their benefits, don't know what's out there, and it's not just a disability compensation claim or a check, it's burial benefits. We're one of the largest home mortgage companies out there, massive life insurance. And at every stage in a veteran's life, the VA has got some way to probably plug in and help, whether it's education, health, memorial.
Let me bring, Brandon, can you hang on just 1 second and keep that thought, because I do want to bring Alan Reyes into the conversation. And Alan, you told us you're with USO, you're also a vet, and I'd kind of like you to bring in the issue of kids into this conversation and the awareness of the impact on children of having their families deployed, and what are their problems and what's being done about them?
Yeah, sure. First, if I could just say thanks for having us here today. Sure. It's fitting at a place called at a Hero Summit to focus on military families. So for Brandon, all military families, those of us who wear the uniform and deploy, we really look at the families as the heroes and not the other way around. So thanks for that. On that note, you know, family members, children specifically, it is a tough thing for those military families. We've talked a lot in this session so far about family members of veterans with TBI or with other types of injuries from war, but even just the day-to-day life of a military family is very difficult. If I could just pull a little bit of a personal story in. I mean, many, many years ago, when my father was deployed, he came home to a 2-month-old son who was me for the first time when he got to meet me. And, that, I'm sure, with my mother, it was a challenge for her with her husband deployed and having to deal with this guy. There's now today, an opportunity for us through technology to be able to kind of strengthen that family bond, that resiliency, whether they're deployed halfway around the world or not. One thing that we've been able to do.
You mean literally like phone calls and
Absolutely,
Skype?
absolutely. So, you think about the USO, we have 9 centers in Afghanistan, visited 2 million times in 2012 by troops that are serving there in harm's way. Many of those soldiers, those sailors, those Marines and airmen have spouses at home that are delivering, for instance. And we've had the ability through our USO centers to be able to connect them through free phone calls, free internet sessions, because today in 2013, the connectivity, the communication between family members is what really kind of creates that resiliency that we heard about in the video that Admiral McCraven talked about to strengthen them. We've even had the opportunity to have service members virtually in the delivery room, watching through Skype or through other media to be there virtually in the moment so that they could experience that alongside their spouse. So, along those lines too, I mean, it's just really along the entire spectrum of a family's life that the military life challenges them.
Brandon, was your husband deployed before, for example, this Skype connectivity became possible? Or?
We were sort of on the very beginning of that. So we were very happy when we got to the point that every once in a while we could sort of get kind of a connection. And our daughter was actually born during his second deployment. He arrived home to a 7-month-old. So, lots of families sort of face that scenario of, oh, hi, honey, here's your 6-month-old, 8-month-old, whatever.
Right. And Skype's not really a solution to that directly. But you had wanted to say something when Tommy was speaking, I think.
I did. And let me say first, talk to Tommy backstage. Absolutely, I'm glad that Tommy is at the VA. And there are lots of people at the VA that I have a great deal of respect for what they're doing. But part of the problem with getting information out about services and getting the family members who are key components in getting our veterans to the care they need is that for many of us, not only is the information not there, but the relationship and pipeline between us and the VA is not only not working, it's often working almost in an adversarial role, where we end up feeling like we are trying to prove time and time again or get them to see things that are happening at home or get them to understand what's happening in our daily lives. And this is happening, not on small scale, but on very large scale in lots of our families across the country. It's even something, we've actually got up on our website right now stories from families all over the country with, sort of their process, good and bad, with the VA.
So it's the good and the bad.
Yes, because it's not all bad.
Let's, gentlemen, does this sound familiar, these kinds of complaints?
Yeah, it's one of these things that, when you look at the VA, it's 332,000 employees spread across the largest integrated healthcare system in America, and we can clearly do better. It has been one of the focuses of the President, of the Secretary, is how can we orient this towards the families? How can we orient the VA towards this generation of veterans coming back? And, I mean, the thing is, I talked with my friends about the VA. We actually, Matt and I were just talking about post 9/11 GI Bill. We have close to 1 million beneficiaries that have taken advantage of it out of 1.5 potential million. I mean, that's 66% utilization. This generation, my generation of vets, we're enrolling in the VA at about an 84% rate. The historical example is closer to 40%. So our challenge is, not just our generation of veterans, but reaching back to those veterans that maybe left the military when the VA was a fraction of what it is today, when the hospitals were a fraction, and reaching back out to them and seeing how we can care for the Vietnam vet and their family.
But
Let me just let Alan come in. Oh, go ahead. You look really impatient, so go. And then I want to bring Alan in.
But part of that, is that you have heroes and families of all generations that would be more than happy to help with that process, that are regularly basically begging to have voices and feedback into the system.
This actually goes to the question I want to ask Alan. And I happened to grow up all my life next door to a World War II veteran who had lost the use of his legs, and his wife and the mother of the kids I played with ended up spending most of her life actually focused on helping him travel, get in and out of bed, not just cooking his meals, but showers and everything for 45 years. And I want to ask you the situation that Brannon represents, that kind of transformation in her life, do you think that that's an underestimated life change that families go through?
Yeah, it's a significant life change, John. And I think, there's a lot of organizations, whether they're government, whether they're nonprofits like the USO, that come together to develop programs to support those caregivers. It is a life-changing event. If you have now a service member that has come back with either a visible or invisible wound of war, there is a different person that you are now having to care for. That creates specific stress on that person as an individual, on that couple, and then really more largely the family. So one example of things that we at the US have been able to do, we've been putting on several caregiver conferences that are really kind of across the country and some overseas, where you're bringing together caregivers, primarily spouses, sometimes they're mothers, fathers, they could be brothers or sisters as well, of wounded, ill and injured troops. Bring them together, talk to other folks in the space to help give them tools, tactics, things to be able to cope with the challenges that they have in their lives.
All right, Alan, thank you for sharing that solution with us, and we've hit our time limit, but I just want to say one thing, that Brannon will still be here and would actually still like to talk with some of you, so approach her.
One fast, super fast.
In 8 seconds, you can.
Super fast. Talking about that life change, I have a caregiver right now who is in her final weeks of life, who is figuring out how to make sure her husband and children are handled, that I adore more than anything in the world. And her final weeks are about her husband and children and that sort of thing. That underlines life change.
So thanks to the three of you. There's a problem out there, and thanks to the three of you, now we know. Thank you, all of you.
My name is Joshua Dubois, and I'll be your host for the next 20 minutes. I'm going to start this conversation with a couple of statistics for us to think about. Although the overall population numbers are obviously dramatically different than they were back then, there are still more African Americans in the corrections system today than there were slaves in 1850. These issues start early. Black youth are nearly 3 times as likely to be suspended or expelled from our elementary schools and our middle schools and our high schools for the exact same offenses as their peers. And according to a 2012 report from the Children's Defense Fund, every year, black youth account for nearly half of all deaths from gun violence. At the same time, as we saw in the video, black men are striving against the odds every single day, with graduation rates slowly ticking up and fathers becoming involved in their families, and an increasing number of leaders and organizations engaging on these issues. When it comes to black men in this country, there's a lot that should trouble us, but also a lot that should inspire us and give us hope. So we have got a lot to talk about today. I'm pleased to be on stage with Joseph Jones, the founder of the Center for Urban Families in Baltimore. CFUF is a service organization that helps low-income families achieve stability and success with a special focus on preparing fathers. Joe was also featured in the Newsweek Daily Beast cover story that I wrote called The Fight for Black Men that really sparked a new conversation about black men in America growing out of Joe's story. Joe, welcome to the Hero Summit stage.
Joshua, thank you, and thank you to the Daily Beast.
Now, Joe, as I said, the Fight for Black Men piece was really anchored around your story. You're one of the most brilliant guys that I know. You lead one of the country's most effective nonprofit organizations. You've been applauded by everyone from the mayor of Baltimore to Maryland's governor to even receiving a visit from the President of the United States. But you are not always in these lofty positions. In fact, you started in a very different and very difficult place, a place that you've described to me before as your madness. Tell us about that madness, Joe. Tell us about that place where you started.
Well, 2 quick things. I want to thank all the servicemen and women. I've been here since 8 o'clock this morning, and I've just been so inspired by the stories of our military servicemen and women who've given so much to our country. Thank you. And secondly, one of the most significant things that ever happened in my life happened on August 31st of this year when he transitioned from bachelorhood to marital bliss. So congratulations to you and your lovely bride, Michelle. This is a personal story, but it's not about the story. It's about really the transition. I grew up in Baltimore in the projects with my mom and dad. My dad split when I was 9 years old. My mom and dad never had a conversation with me about that departure. Simply, he rolled, and I became the product of a single mom raising a only child who happened to be a black male in the urban community. And at age 13, very confused, very hurt, feeling like I was abandoned, but didn't really understand it at that time. I engaged with a group of older kids in the neighborhood, and I didn't drink alcohol, I didn't smoke marijuana, I hadn't had sex, but I picked up a hypodermic needle full of heroin, and I injected it in my arm, and for 17 years, I was in and out of incarceration and one of the worst heroin and eventually heroin and cocaine addicts in Baltimore City. So that's how it got started and where it led to.
And so much of that, Joe, was, it's interesting, your story is so complex. Your grandfather ran a small business, and you came from a stable family, but then something happened, and so much of that was centered around one morning when your dad did something. Tell me about that morning. I know we get into it in the piece, but tell me about that.
Yeah, it was a typical day. I'm an only child again. My mother and father are married. We're in the projects. We're poor, but I don't realize we're poor because I got a mom and dad who are tag teaming raising their only child. I literally had no spare time when one of my parents or both of them weren't around. And so this one morning, he gets up and he's ex-military. My dad, he's ex-military. So you military folks, y'all don't throw away your old uniforms or the duffel bags. So he packed his duffel bag full of clothes. I actually thought he may be going to the laundromat. And he left out. I looked out of the living room window, and he got into an old Thunderbird that was his car, and he never returned. And I used to spend days when he would call the house. I would assume that he and my mom were trying to, iron out family business. And I would tell my mom that my dad said that he wants to come back. And I would tell my dad that my mom said she wants him to come back. None of it was true, but that was a little guy trying to negotiate this, this breakup.
And that morning when he hopped into that Thunderbird, it really kicked off this cycle of drug abuse and some other destructive issues that occurred for 17 years, but it's a cycle that you eventually emerged from in a pretty spectacular way. What helped you come out of that period? What were some of the factors that brought you out of that cycle?
Well, it's an accumulation of things. If you think about it from a boxing analogy, you got Mike Tyson who can knock somebody out with one punch. I never got the one punch knockout. I got the Muhammad Ali continuous jab of just hellacious things happening to me. Largely, it was self-inflicted, but I did try to stopped going to jail. I just couldn't. I was addicted. Every criminal justice institution I went to up and down the East Coast, I was able to find the drug of my choice, a hypodermic needle, and inject it in a criminal justice institution. So to think that we can incarcerate ourselves out of these kind of problems without drug treatment is just ludicrous. I was fortunate enough in 1986 to land a drug treatment slot in a residential facility where I stayed a year. The ironic thing was the place was over capacity. The way that you got in, you had to write a letter asking for admission, and there was a 6-month waiting list. But the word on the street was if you feigned mental health illness, you could get in. So I acted like I was crazy, and that allowed me to, circumvent the system and get in. And I was really going in not to stop using drugs primarily, although there was a part of me that wanted to stop. I really was facing a 5-year jail sentence, and I didn't want to go back to jail again. I could handle jail. I wasn't afraid of jail. I just didn't want to go anymore. And as a result of getting in and being able to stay in for a year, about 3 months in, I began to feel better about myself physically, mentally, spiritually, and haven't looked back since with a lot of support, not just from the treatment community, but from the God of my understanding and other people in my life, including my mom.
And you now provide that same sort of support, and we're going to get back to that support question in a bit, but you now provide that to men and women in some of the most the toughest neighborhoods in Baltimore through the Center for Urban Families. Talk to me about what the Center for Urban Families does for folks who are in situations like you were in.
So the Center for Urban Families is a nonprofit I founded in 1999. Next year will be our 15-year anniversary. For those of you in the nonprofit sector, keeping the doors open for 15 years uninterrupted is a major, major challenge. I'm very proud of that. But at the center, thank you. At the center, we work with young men from Baltimore who happen to be disconnected from their children or at risk from being disconnected from their children, mainly because the relationship with the mom has disintegrated or the relationship is so tenuous, relative to the economic situation. They're not having a support network to learn how to strengthen the relationship between the mom and the dad. And then the second thing we do is to get men and women into the labor force. And we're talking about taking people off the streets of Baltimore, regardless of their backgrounds, asking them to do the kind of things, to dress the way that Joshua and I are dressed. Matter of fact, Joshua would be underdressed because he doesn't have a tie on. So the guys have to have on a tie, and the women have to have commensurate, appropriate dress attire, and it's non-negotiable. And we take them through a relatively long process over the course of 2 years, getting them first off the street, changing minds and behavior, getting them connected to the labor force, and following them long-term to move up the wage scale.
Now, Joe, even before you transition these men and women into these programs, there's something that happens at kind of the baseline level. You get to know them and you like them. And I use that phrasing because it's something that Jeffrey Canada from the Harlem Children's Zone says all the time. He says, you can't help people if you don't like them, and you're never going to like them if you don't know them. Why is it tough for so many Americans to get to know black men? And what is it about black men that Americans need to know?
Well, if you think about Joshua when he was a little baby, and you think about me when I was a little baby, we were cute and cuddly. At least our parents thought we were, right? But you fast forward to now, neither one of us are cute and cuddly, except maybe to our wives, right?
Speak for yourself, Joe.
Well, Michelle. And some of the life circumstances that lead black men to survive on the street don't necessarily lead to the kind of engagement and interpersonal engagement that is understood by many folks. So the hardness that we depict in our faces and our behavior and mannerisms are counter to mainstream culture and behavior, and it's misunderstood. And I had to learn personally how to smile again. right? How to engage people, how to look somebody in the eye, even with my deficiencies and my character defects, because I'm no less or no better than anybody else, but I had to learn how to overcome that. And so, Joshua, your question about getting these guys to understand they are valuable assets in our community, but also understand how you transition from a street environment where those attributes are looking hard are the kind of things that can get you, get you through the day, to transition to a new environment where we can engage folks here at the Mellon Center to talk about black men in a very asset-based way.
So it's a cultural disconnect there.
Very much so.
Now, there are organizations that are kind of coming together now in this particular moment, or after Trayvon Martin, after the president's remarks on race, the piece, and in sort of a coalition, an umbrella. Talk to me about what's happening now in the field of black male achievement.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited about the prospects for black men, our families, and the American society as a whole with respect to the plight of black men, that we're changing with a network of organizations, individuals that are inclusive of every facet of American society, not just black men, but white men, women, people from different ethnicities, all around this notion of black male achievement. We've been fortunate enough through the Open Society Foundation, which many of you may know is founded by philanthropist George Soros, who invested in a large portfolio called the Campaign for Black Male Achievement. And through that portfolio, we have engaged a group of national funders throughout the country, researchers, policymakers, and others who are looking to find ways to create pathways out of darkness into the light for black men, their families, and particularly our black boys and our young girls who are finding that without fathers engaged in their lives, they struggle more than any other peer group. Without the policy, tenets that say, let's not expel kids and put them out of school for minor infractions, when it drops them out of a school setting and into our juvenile justice, our child welfare systems. And those are the kind of things that we're working on to make sure that kids stay connected to schools, connected to their families, and help their families to build up strength and assets in places and ways in which they didn't have before.
So it's under the umbrella of the Campaign for Black Male Achievement. Let's dig a little bit into the criminal justice system now, because it's such a big part of this conversation. It's such a hot topic on the Hill now, and with Attorney General Holder's recent remarks. Now, it's fascinating to me, Joe, just knowing a little bit about your story, that you spent a lot of time incarcerated, and yet the correction system was not corrective at all for you. Go into that a little bit, and talk about the first time you were incarcerated and what that did in terms of your spiral from there.
So I started injecting heroin when I was 13, and age 14 was the first time that I was actually incarcerated. I was sent away for 30 days into a juvenile facility, and I was really scared. I'm really not a tough guy by any stretch of the imagination. I can't even dance, right? But when I got to that institution, very much afraid, there was a guy who was there who was from my neighborhood who I hadn't seen in a while. We were very good, associates on the street. And when I walked into the facility being scared, he shouted out my name. And he was sort of like one of those people who was, he was a little tougher than me, right? And he had sort of like control of that environment. So he gave me a smooth pathway into that institution. It was the worst thing that could ever happen, because I no longer had that fear of being sent away for the first time. And I learned things. Each time that I was incarcerated, I learned how to be a better criminal. Right? It's sort of like if I had gone to Tuskegee, if I had gone to Morgan State University, Yale University, I would learn different things just by being on campus, right? I was in a different campus, a different environment, and I learned how to be better at my craft, although it was very negative and counterproductive to what we would want anybody in our society to be.
So, so incarceration is, in many ways, the worst things you can do to stop this cycle of crime. Joe, let's talk a little bit about fatherhood. Obviously, your father was a big part of your own story, and you're a proud father yourself. Joe's son is going to be graduating with a degree in engineering from Morgan State University next year.
Y'all got to give me a hand for that one, right? My wife will tell you it's because of her, and I'll tell you it was because of me, but really because of the both of us.
So talk to me about the role of fatherhood in the black community, where we are now with black fatherhood and where we can go.
Well, the reality of it is, in the United States of America, we have approximately 25 million children who live in households where dads aren't present. That's across the ethnic spectrum. right? And that's according to the Annie Casey Foundation. However, that's more pronounced in the African American community. And so what we're doing is we're creating pathways for children to grow up fatherless. And if you took the folks in this room, I would suspect that the majority of the folks in this room have had a meaningful, sustained relationship with your own dad. And for those of us in this room who happen to be dads, with your own children. In the African American community, it's the exact opposite. So the pathway for these kids is not to have a relationship with a dad. That means if the dad is absent, that child is going to have a relationship with some other person that fills that void. And for the folks that grow up in the urban communities, not just Baltimore, but across the country, we find that gangs fill that void in many ways. We find that other negative influences fill that void. And you have little children who grow up through, early childhood, adolescence, and they take on the attributes of that influence. And wouldn't it be much better if we found a way to invest in the uplift of responsible fatherhood to get men to take their rightful roles with the appropriate behavior so that they can help instill the values and beliefs in their children.
And
That's
Joe,
what we're trying to achieve.
That investment is happening in a lot of ways now. This is, we've talked about some of the nonprofit organizations, but in terms of the policy landscape and the funding landscape, this is an exciting time. There's a bill that you helped co-author in the Maryland legislature that I'd like for you to talk about, but also sort of what's happening with some mayors around the country as well. Talk about the policy landscape here.
Yeah, over the last 3 administrations, from the Clinton administration to the Bush administration and now to the Obama administration, we've increased awareness and resources into communities to uplift fathers, not pitting dads against moms, but to help dads play a complementary role in raising their children with moms. And so those investments are now devolved down to states, and so we have many states across the country who are involved in this, and that plays out in the nonprofit sector. And we've gotten the federal government to partner with philanthropy, so that they're now co-investments of finding more ways in which we can work with poor families, particularly poor dads across every color, but particularly black dads in particular because of the issues that impact black males in our country.
Joe, if folks here wanted to get involved in these issues, what are some steps that you would suggest that they take?
One, I would suggest that they go to the Open Society Foundation's website, the opensocietyfoundations.org, and they also go to the website of the Black Male Achievement Funders.org. This is a coalition of foundations and others that are investing in strategies, resources, and approaches, including policy investments to change around the trajectory of the lives of black men and boys.
In general, and we're wrapping up, but is the fight for black men a fight that can be won? I mean, we're sort of laden with these difficult statistics, these challenges, but I also see a lot of hope out there as well. What makes you hopeful in this space, Joe? What encourages you, and why do you continue this fight?
I'm very encouraged because I have faith in the American people. Right? Not just black people, but white people and everybody that makes up the melting pot here in our country, the folks in this room, the folks who are listening, who aren't here. When I grew up, the black family had 3 photographs on the wall. There's a picture of Martin Luther King, John F. Kennedy, and Jesus Christ, right? That was the black family, right? And I think it's the attributes of all 3 of those pictures that have me believing in the power of our advocacy, the power of our faith, the power that collectively we can invest in an issue that's impacting one demographic in our country. In this case, we happen to be talking about black males. And if we can do that, then if white males were impacted this way, I think we would need to coalesce around them as well. In this case, we're impacted in ways in which many of us don't understand, but collectively our will and our interest and our intellect can solve this problem and have men going from liabilities to assets in our communities.
Great. Let's thank Joe Jones for his tremendous work. And I think we're heading into a break now. Thank you.
That's it. If it was easy, it would have been done. I mean, to a large extent, natural disasters and terrorist attacks are the chief challenges of our time. And that's those moments when they occur, that's when leadership matters. And that's what the gentlemen on stage here today really have epitomized. Beginning with Colorado Governor John Hickenlooper, who's had a biblical onslaught of floods and fires over the last 18 months. Thank you for joining us, sir. William McNulty, former Marine and co-founder and vice president of Team Rubicon, which is a group that sends vets into harm's way to help clean up after disasters. And General Honore, who the whole nation knew after Katrina as the man who came in and helped restore order in a chaotic situation. It's an honor to have you all here. Now, Governor, let's begin with you, just to give us an update on the status of those devastating floods in your state, which I understand it's almost $500 million worth of damage at this point on infrastructure, and the human cost even more.
Well, I think we're well over $1 billion if you put the roads in with the housing. And to my knowledge, the first time the National Weather Service ever used the phrase biblical rains. I think the remarkable thing, and when those first days we flew over the canyons and down over the Platte River, and we saw all the destruction of roads, and not just the asphalt, but the whole road bed completely gone, bridges broken. And yet, when we get on the ground, we'd see people coming together and trying to help each other. And maybe the roads and bridges were broken, but the spirits were unbroken. And it really was a sense that it gave momentum. And we opened a road a couple days ago up what's called Boulder Canyon, out of Boulder, that people thought would take weeks longer to get open. And we've got, our Department of Transportation and Army Corps of Engineers, we've got the National Guard and active military service from Fort Carson working day and night to get these roads open, get people into shelter. It's been pretty inspiring just how hard people have put themselves to it.
And it's still ongoing, of course.
Oh no, we've got a long way to go.
And William, Team Rubicon has been there in Colorado trying to help the recovery. It's the essence of the first responders. You go, you run towards the fire, you run towards the flood. Tell us what you're doing in Colorado with Team Rubicon right now.
So right now in Colorado, Team Rubicon is doing mucking and gutting operations. So there's many homes that were not in the floodplain. It's just when the flash flood came down from the mountains, it happened to hit the homes on the way down. And so these people don't have insurance. And if they're going to pay a for-profit company that's up to $20,000, that they're going to have to come out of their pocket. And we do it for free. So we go into those basements, we get dirty. We take all that muck and gut out of those basements and bring some semblance of order back to these people's lives.
And tell me, why, in your estimation, do veterans make the best disaster relief?
Well, it's really interesting because, a lot of things that we see in disaster zones are actually very similar to what we saw in combat zones. And, unfamiliar sights, sounds, and smells, unstable populations, limited resources. And veterans just happen to be really good in this type of scenarios.
General, let me ask you this, I think the key question, which is, after Katrina, to some extent after 9/11, whether it's floods in Colorado or Hurricane Sandy in the tri-state area, has our culture of preparedness improved, or are we still lagging behind where we need to be as a country?
Well, I think we spend about $60 billion a year in the Department of Homeland Security. Part of that goes into FEMA. So our government has done a great job. We've rewritten some laws, but what has not changed much is the reaction of the people in this audience. Gallup shows, as well as FEMA polls show, only 15% of Americans have spent any time on preparedness. How many of you have 5 days supply of food and water? How many of you have a weather radio? Look at the hands, John.
Yeah, we got around maybe 20% if I'm being generous. All right.
And some of them lying. That's being generous. That's the problem we have. We spend more time getting ready for football games than we do for known disasters. This is one of the most, not dangerous, but vulnerable cities in America.
Washington, D.C.
Right, and we still don't have people prepared. You close the interstate and you tell people they have to shelter at home, like we did a couple of times in the big snowstorm, and you've got a major problem, and our nation's capital is not prepared. We need to work on that because government isn't good enough. Because on any given day, Mother Nature can break anything built by man. And if you can handle it, it's probably not a disaster, it's an inconvenience. When a mayor say he got it or a governor say he has it,
it's a disaster to the people who've lost their homes. But major operation will require multiple levels of government, as include volunteers like Rubicon, and volunteers play a big effect. How do you get people from stopping the volunteers from coming in who said, hey, we can't let you in right now, it's a safety issue? Volunteers save more people's lives than any responders.
Well, let me ask you about Washington and his example. Right now, I mean, you represent local leadership. You were brought in to help deal with local leadership and in a vacuum of leadership in the immediate aftermath of Katrina. But right now, Washington is so divided. Not only do we have a government shutdown, which could impact disaster relief, but in the most recent case of Superstorm Sandy, disaster relief itself was politicized. When you see that this side of Katrina, what's your reaction when you look at that kind of dysfunction?
Well, I hope the media will catch on and start doing some investigation of what's going on with disaster reporting, hurricane reporting, and recovery, because not all of it is clean. You know, Sandy came in as a superstorm, yet after we declared it a superstorm and took it from being a hurricane, they still had 90-mile-an-hour winds. One got to say, how did that happen? Well, the reason it happened is insurance adjustment rates are lower if it's a superstorm than if it's a hurricane. And the audience ought to say, ooh.
Can I get a woo? Yeah?
We've got to fix that, ladies and gentlemen. The only thing going to fix that is people like you. This democracy works best when we have transparency. And we don't have transparencies on disaster, either on preparedness or on recovery. Because the people who need the recovery work the most, the poor, the elderly, and the disabled, will be disenfranchised in the recovery as opposed to enabled. The other part of it that's underreported is reporters spend too much time worried about looting and not enough time to say, well, why wasn't the gas and electricity turned off before the surge came? Why do we continue to build inside riverbeds that turns into flood? And why are local building codes not being adjusted to keep people from building inside a flood zone? Because Mother Nature, if it's a valley, it's created by Mother Nature by running water through it. If you build in it, what's going to happen? It's going to flood. Duh.
So, see, this is why the guy gave the nation such confidence in those moments. Straight talk, a little bit more of it we could use. Governor, you know, first of all, what the general's saying, that's got a ring of truth to it. Every journalist knows you follow the money, but you began as a local leader. You began as a mayor of Denver. Mayors usually got no place to hide. Now you're a governor, and you're dealing with disaster relief. How do things like insurance, FEMA caps, which are $35,000 lifetime, how does that make your life more difficult? How does the shutdown make your recovery more difficult in Colorado?
Well, certainly the challenges we face, and when you get a flood like we had in Colorado, which they're estimating in parts is a 250-year flood, once in 250 years, and it actually cut the channel so the river went in a whole new place. It was beyond the floodplain. It was creating a new floodplain, and these folks never dreamed no one ever told them they were in a floodplain of any sort. So of course they didn't have insurance, and yet FEMA does have these limits. So I think part of the challenge is making sure people recognize they're not going to be 100% whole, right? Our job is to raise philanthropic dollars, take the FEMA money, do everything we can to let these people get back in the ring, get back in their fights, you know, lift themselves up and build their lives. And we're not going to be able to get everywhere just because there are these limits. And certainly the one thing we've seen, even with the shutdown and FEMA, is a different FEMA today than it was for Katrina. I've never seen a more transformational. I mean, they had 100 people on the ground by Saturday. The major flooding started late Wednesday night, all day Thursday. FEMA had 100 people there by Saturday, and they are all about helping, and they are action-oriented, outcome-oriented. They've been incredible. But even beyond that, now they're still working, but all their folks in Washington trying to process the paperwork, which is somewhat extended paperwork, I can say, is now there's no support. And we have issues. We had 20 million gallons of raw sewage that escaped in our various streams and rivers. So we have elevated E. coli all over the place on the grass of parklands. At the same time, we don't have enough shelter. So we've got people that are doubled and tripled up in trailers. And so they're pushing their kids out onto that same parkland. It's just a matter of time till kids get sick. And yet we can't get the EPA to do the testing to find out where the elevated E. coli is exactly, because they're shut down. So there are some very real, I mean, FEMA's out there working as hard as they can, and almost got carried away there and used an inappropriate phrase. But
you're among friends, say it.
I won't be if I say something like that. FEMA is out there doing everything they can, I mean, every single day, but the shutdown has certainly dramatically affected, I mean, between HUD and EPA and a number of different agencies, it has limited, it's certainly slowed down and put at risk people that are going through the most difficult time of their lives, without question.
So the shutdown's actually compounded that human cost.
Absolutely, and I think there's, you know, certainly I never got in public service until I was 50, but in the private sector, you always have compromises, and somehow part of that is being able to put yourself in the other person's shoes when you're negotiating and trying to figure out, you know, extending a budget or reducing a budget. That's how you get to a compromise. Somehow Washington has lost that ability for empathy, the ability to see things from the other person's point of view, and now all of a sudden they're drawing deep lines in the sand, and the people who are held hostage by this are the folks who are most at risk. These folks who've just gone through, in so many cases, the worst experience of their lives.
William, in many ways, the counterpoint to what we see in Congress is our military veterans, is our service members. And the fact that you at Team Rubicon, the whole mission is to take those vets and to put them in nonprofit disaster relief, it highlights the point what we're hearing from the General and the Governor, which is that volunteerism is actually the most effective way. You can't just depend on the government. Government's necessary, but volunteerism is essential. What do you see when you talk to your guys on the ground there about the transformational effect they have, what they get back from the communities they're helping? What keeps you and those vets in the game, in the mud, digging people out day after day?
Sure. Well, I'm an enlisted Marine, so I might swear as well, and pardon me if I do. But what veterans lose when they take off the uniform are, we've identified three things. It's purpose or mission, community, and sense of self or identity. And it's those three things that we're giving them back through disaster response. So once again, they're able to dedicate themselves to something larger than themselves. And that's really what, veterans, the one thing that is different about today's military and this long war, America's longest war that we've been in, is that everyone who joined to serve did so voluntarily. They were not drafted. They were not told they had to do it. And that's actually a big difference between today's long war and previous wars. So it's purpose, identity, and community that we're giving back.
And does that inspire the folks on the ground? I mean, are the people you help, the families you help, do you see lives change and young people inspired to maybe join the service because of the way you help their families?
Well, I definitely think our slogan is bridge the gap, and I think that one of the things we're doing is we're bridging the gap between an American public who has not been asked to share in the sacrifice of sending men and women to war, so they really don't understand the experiences that we've had. And so sending veterans out into these communities to do disaster response amongst the, this American public who has been really by and large indifferent to the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan has helped to bridge a lot of understanding between veterans and civilians and vice versa.
General, speaking of bridging the gap, let's talk about the impact of poverty on making these recovery efforts more difficult.
Yeah, and Hurricane Katrina was the size of the country of England, about $114 billion in destruction, over 1,800 people dead. The majority of the remains are dead people we recovered after Katrina came from a population I like to refer to as a vulnerable population, the elderly, the disabled, and the poor. Most of the people we found dead in their homes were by themselves. It speaks to a point that during and after a disaster, that vulnerable population, just like we saw in Sandy, the government has to get there quick. They have to know where they are, and they have to go in and help them, because they will not have the means to have food on hand at home. They will not have a credit card where they can call a hotel and reserve a room at a safe. They probably will not have a car, and many of them don't drive. It's the vulnerable population. Who is the coldest when it's cold? That vulnerable population, elderly, disabled, and poor. I call it Railroad Street. Wall Street, Main Street, that street where people who have a job and get a job. But there's another street in America called Railroad Street. It's where the poor, the disabled, and the elderly live. And ladies and gentlemen, we started a war on poverty, and we fought several since then. We probably could have ended the damn war on poverty, much money as we spent on war in the last 12 years. and do something about this poverty level, which is bred by poor education and over-incarceration of poor people. I don't think it's intentional, but it's a consequence of poverty. And until we go after that, we're going to continue to have this problem. And it's going to create more and more social injustice, which leads to environmental injustice. Right now in Louisiana, I know storms are going to come. I know we're going to have floods. My biggest concern in South Louisiana now and in many other parts of the country is when a natural disaster turns into a man-made disaster like we have in Japan right now. And that could happen in many places in America where our youngest nuclear power plant is about 31 years old. How many of you drive a car that's 31 years old? And we haven't found a solution to how we're going to take these things offline and make them safe, because they can destroy an area after they're closed. We've got to come to a conclusion on that. And we can't let industry destroy our water, destroy our air. Right now, we've got certain parts of the state where arsenic is getting to our rice, and it's coming from the extraction business that's been extracting and pouring dirty water back into the aquifer. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got issues with that, and everybody in this room, to include the press, remember, this damn democracy won't work unless the press keep transparency on it.
We're doing our best, but that's important stuff. We could do better, a lot better. Governor, let me ask you, building off that, the way natural disasters can become environmental disasters compounded by man-made effects. You know, you look at the last 18 months, I guess you've had 50 fires, you told me, five major ones, one of which my wife's family had their home destroyed, lost everything in the lower North Fork fire. And I wonder, when you're looking at these unprecedented levels of fires and floods, what you think the role that climate change might be playing in this new environment that you've had to deal with?
Well, obviously, I think that's, as soon as you venture onto that ground, you take on certain risks, and it's impossible to say. I do know that a lot of the climate change models 10 years ago were predicting extreme weather events. They looked at places like Colorado as being in rain shadows with more of their precipitation coming as snow rather than water, which is a big deal if half your reservoir capacity is in snowpack. But I think what the key here is not to get tied down in the issue. If you go to Colorado, almost half the people still don't believe that climate change, it may be occurring. They don't think it's the significantly man-made. There are big arguments over it. Hey, most of us don't think our house is going to catch fire, we're going to have an electrical fire and our house burns down, but we spend about 0.5% of what the home is worth every year buying insurance. And I think around climate change, we're well behind that point where we need to be investing in that insurance and looking at what if they're right? If this is climate change and we are getting these extreme weather events, if we are going to have more floods, more droughts, more fires, then what are the things we can do to mitigate that and get out ahead of it so we're not always playing catch up?
But just to follow up, I mean, how we're living in a time of budget constraints all across the board, especially in government. You're always looking for ways to cut, to be more fiscally responsible. That was one of the hallmarks when you were mayor of Denver. But in that environment, how do you budget? How do you budget for the unknown, the unknown unknowns? You know, former mayor of New Orleans used to say, ain't no one ever voted for a Levy. There's not a lot of political popularity in squirreling money away for infrastructure. So how do you deal with that? How do you prepare for it?
Well, first, you do have to have a reserve. When we came in, I got elected in 2012 after that awful recession. But we immediately, even in those first couple of tough budget years, we now have a reserve by the end of this future budget. We're going to have 5.5% of our general fund as a reserve. So hundreds of millions of dollars for this kind of an event. At the same time, when you have a disaster, you've also got to say, as we rebuild, how do we rebuild smarter? In other words, and I think the community is going to demand that we rebuild in such a way we're better off than we were before. That adds real solace to people that have lost so much. To knowledge that we're going to make sure that bridge or the culvert, if it's a culvert, does it have to be bigger? If it's a bridge, is it in the right place? Is it a road? Can we put it higher or lower? You know, what are those decisions? And yet we got to do it real time. Right? We have a quarterback out in Colorado you may have heard of named Peyton Manning, and he does.
Gotta brag about that, don't you?
I'm not bragging if it's true. It's not bragging. He's got this. He's going, hurry, 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 right? And the first 5 games, or the first 4.5 games, he didn't throw an interception, and yet he had about 20 touchdown passes. We're trying to do the same thing in real time, go as fast as we can, but do it better and be careful. And I think that after the fires, how do we make defensible space? People want to live in this kind of what they call the wildland-urban interface, where these wildfires can sweep through, especially during a drought. Well, if they're going to be there, how do we make sure that they don't have wood shingle roofs, they don't have a wood deck that comes up to their house, that they clear out some of the trees around them so that we don't subject them and ourselves, because we all pay it through our insurance premiums, but how do we make sure we don't subject them to excessive risk? And that's just putting our shoulder to the wheel and saying, all right, we're going to work harder as we face these realities and try and get out ahead of them.
General, I see you nodding emphatically over there, but let me ask you a real tough question. Do you think that if another Katrina came, God forbid, that New Orleans could meet it head on? Is New Orleans significantly better prepared for another Katrina today, or are they repeating some of the same old mistakes?
Well, as I said, we've invested a lot in our infrastructure. We put a $14 billion levee system that's going to provide better protection. The city of New Orleans now has satellite communications, which they didn't have, as well as the state of Louisiana. The National Guard is one of the best in the nation, as well as a group out in Colorado. The National Guard in Louisiana, when they show up at the flood, they got boats behind the trucks. We're trying to tell the people in New York, when you show up at a flood, bring a boat.
Seems like good advice.
But I do think governments are better prepared, but people, we still got a ways to go, because, again, all data show only about 15% have made that cultural shift that they've got to be prepared, that the best first responder is to be prepared to be your own first responder. And when you take care of yourself, you take care of your neighbor and the rest of your family. And people take that on. That is a responsibility in households. Now, how that get translated in poor communities, in elderly homes, and in people with disabilities is a lot harder, because they're more concerned with the day-to-day survival. So volunteers make a big difference. And it's volunteers that are out there teaching poor kids how to swim. You know, we got less public pools open now than we had 30 years ago. And poor kids are not learning how to swim. We had a scenario in Shreveport about 3 years ago. A family of 15 go out on a Sunday afternoon. A kid flipped into the Red River. When it was over with, 4 people in the family drowned because nobody in that family knew how to swim. Volunteers make a difference. In Katrina, we gave a kid a medal because he had been taught how to swim by Red Cross and by the Boy Scout. Katrina came, he and his mom and his sister in the roof of the house. He remembered what he learned. He heard a boat. They could not break out of the ceiling. Dad was driving a truck in Dallas. He swam out of the house, got the boat, flagged them down, went up, got sister, went got mom, went got grandma, saved the whole family. He did that because somebody showed him how to swim. And there is where the volunteers like Rubicon can go into the vulnerable community and make sure kids learn how to swim. It's a damn shame we got people that can't swim and can't read in the poor community. Until we fix those, we're going to have a sustained problem in these vulnerable areas.
William, that's absolutely. Because we forget about that. But William, when you and your team of vets show up in the aftermath of a disaster, I'm wondering, what are the barriers that are thrown up in your way? We all know there are bureaucratic barriers. Some are based on safety. But how do you overcome them, and which ones are just so stupid that you want to talk to a governor or general about fixing them?
Well, I talked to the governor backstage. There were some bureaucratic barriers for us. We talked about Boulder and trying to get a national volunteer organization into Boulder, which was very difficult. And
it's referred to as the People's Republic of Boulder in Colorado.
May have had something to do with it, yeah.
So bureaucracy is always a problem. It was a problem during our first mission in Haiti, in Port-au-Prince, after the earthquake. You know, at that time, there was the media, and it was sensationalist journalism that was actually a problem, because they had this narrative loop that it was too dangerous, don't go, armed mobs, looting, etc. But it was the intelligence that we derived from our sources down in Port-au-Prince that was telling the opposite story. And those were the Jesuits. I have a Jesuit education, and I plugged myself into the Jesuits that were there in Port-au-Prince. And they said, you need to get here now. And so we did, and we ended up very far ahead of the traditional conventional aid organizations. Well, Port-au-Prince showed us the need for improved disaster response in the developing world, But I think Sandy has shown us that we need to improve it here as well. And in that case, we take our direction oftentimes from the Emergency Operations Command. There's always one that's set up. And it was taking too long for us to get that direction during Sandy, and so we sent out our own recce elements, our own reconnaissance elements, into the Rockaways, into Brick, New Jersey, and they came back and they said, you guys need to get here now. And so we didn't stop and ask for it, permission. We just went and we did it. And so it's that decisiveness, I think, that veterans bring to the table that's really important. That's going to help ultimately revolutionize disaster response.
Oh, you're doing a lot, and we thank you for it. We've got just a couple more minutes, but real quickly, Governor, I want to ask you, floods aside, fires we see devastate the West. To some extent, the Northeast is isolated from it. Can that be mitigated in the same way that you can prepare for floods with infrastructures?
You can mitigate somewhat, you can prepare, but it's difficult, and especially at the level of drought is what drives this, and there's a long history with the Forest Service that they, have not let natural forest fires burn, so there's a density of underbrush, especially along close to urban areas, that that does put more people at risk. We're talking now with the western states, putting together all the states and having our own a force of planes, tankers. So, I mean, the big key with a forest fire is you got to get there in the first couple hours. So you want to be able to have assets, as my military friends refer to them, assets close at hand and empowered to go immediately when there's a report of fire to get to it in the first hour or two. Once these fires are 24 hours old with a stiff breeze and dry fuel, Katie barred the door. It's gonna, there's not, your options become severely limited.
Final question for you all, and it really comes down to the heart of this, because we see in disaster after disaster, it comes down to leadership. That's why, General, you were brought in and brought some calm to that situation. When you're in a position of having to make a tough call, a tough decision, in that fog of war, of a crisis situation, what's the lessons you've learned about how to make the right call in those moments?
Be prepared to break the rules. The rules were written for peacetime. Saturday morning, we're evacuating people out of New Orleans airport. I get a call from the TSA guy that they don't have enough stuff. They can't clear all the people. We did a conference call, put him on the speakerphone, reminded him, Osama bin Laden was not in New Orleans. You're looking for terrorists in all the wrong place, buddy. Because we apply the rules, and the rules will stop a recovery in their tracks. You've got to look at what rules we're going to. 2 hours later, we get another call. Pilots fly in with the second group of plane. One of them probably slept in a 4-star hotel the night before, walked in and said, I've talked to all the pilots, and he tell my colonel, we need to have a manifest. Okay, get him on the speakerphone. Get him on the speakerphone. Look, buddy, we cannot create a manifest. Where in the hell am I going to get a manifest from? Most of these people don't have identification. Look, we got guns, you don't. Fly the damn planes. Let's get these people out here. You got to be prepared to break the rules.
William, that's tough to top, but what lessons have you learned about the tough call in the fog of war?
I just want to break the rules. Yes, and we have done that in the past, and we did it in Haiti, and I just want to support actually what you say, because it's very true. We had in Haiti, there was a lot of aid that was being piled up on the airfield, and it wasn't getting off the airfield and to the people. And when we flew about 2.5 tons of medical supplies in, I remember trying to ask an Army major to help me out to get these medical supplies to our base of operations at the Jesuit Novitiate, and she tried to then take our medical supplies from us. And I said, hell the F no, you're not taking our medical supplies, these are ours. So we had to break the rules. We found our own way. We hired some local nationals, and we slowly got those medical supplies off the airfield under their nose without them knowing about it, and then we went on to save lives doing it. So it's very important.
Governor, you can't say break the rules. What have you learned as governor? You set the rules.
Break every rule you can. No, I'm just kidding. Certainly you've got to empower your team. So the head of your transportation department, head of your emergency management, your head of your National Guard. I mean, the military, it is true. I think what William and the general represent is, if you had military training, you've been in battle, you understand chaos, you understand that there's not enough time to make all these decisions, and yet you've got to go. You've got to go. You can't wait. So when I said don't worry about making mistakes, I will back you 100%, and you got to make sure you have good people in place. But we have that, and I think I'm sure the general did as well. Once that's happening, it's real time, and it's got to happen as fast as humanly possible, maybe even faster. And when people do make mistakes, back them up, push it on, keep moving. You got to keep moving.
Press. Make sure you do more than one source. We almost ended up with a problem in New Orleans because 24-hour news cycle, reporters on the street, well, 15 people just got raped at the Superdome. Didn't go do the footwork to make sure it happened or see somebody. Next thing you know, that's on national news. We almost end up with the Insurrection Act being applied in New Orleans because a police officer said there were snipers. And we almost ended up with the wrong decision being made because the press didn't do their homework. The press got to do their homework. You can't go with what you see. You got to go investigate that. You can't go definitely with what you hear.
We learn it again and again. Thank you all very much. Break the rules, hurry, 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 but be smart.
I'm Rajiv Chandrasekharan of the Washington Post. And the five of us here are what's sitting between you and heading out for a little break this afternoon. Look, that word hero, which we've been focused on so much today, in some senses has become very overused, commonplace, borders on the cliche at times. And yet that word, hero, is meant to signify someone exceptional, unique, even superhuman. If there's one thing that the summit has demonstrated today, it's that the vast spectrum of heroic actions and traits, physical, moral, intellectual, and yes, even political courage. I know that everyone on the stage has their own definition of heroism in the 21st century. With us today, just a remarkable group of individuals. Author Anchi Min, retired Marine Corps General John Allen, New York Times columnist, David Brooks, and Nobel Prize winning writer Wole Soyinka. Each of them are heroes in their own right. Anchi survived a brutal Chinese labor camp and then went on to display another sort of courage. She laid her life bare in two brutally honest, critically acclaimed memoirs. Wole stood up to political repression in his native Nigeria for decades, using drama and literature to eliminate the abuses of those in power. David displays remarkable coverage every few days when he challenges all of us through his incisive arguments on the nation's most influential op-ed page. And John has led men and women in battle in Afghanistan and Iraq. He was the principal architect of the Sunni awakening that helped to end the war in Iraq. And in recent years, he's helped to organize an honorable end to America's engagement in the Afghan war. All of them have observed heroism in others, and they have thought about what gives rise to heroic behavior in people. So let's get started. Anchi, you've endured some very, very painful experiences in your lifetime. Describe for us briefly what you faced each day as a young woman in China in that labor camp.
I lived with a sense of honor, or I would say today, a false sense of honor. I was born in Korean War and then raised during Vietnam War. I like to make a footnote that our leader, Chairman Mao Zedong, made these two wars China's war because America played a role that during our civil war with Mao's enemy, supported Mao's enemy, Chiang Kai-shek. So Mao wanted to get back to that, so he made that the war. So to us, America was our biggest enemy, and they were in Korea or in Vietnam. China was the next. So we were taught that, cultivated in this sense of honor that we're starving, but we're working to liberate the world. We don't have anything to eat, so we work so the American poor kids can eat. That was what I taught in the kindergarten. And when I was second grade, we went to see the movie, it's called Hero, 英雄儿女. And it's about how how a Chinese soldier take down the American Marine, and how he light the fuses and how he light the explosive, jump into a group of Marine and take them down and blow himself too. And my dream was to be the hero, because to die in such a glorious fashion was really attractive to the young generation. Today I see General Allen and I have flashbacks. Because my biggest fear was not being able to carry out my mission, and it's always something going wrong. In my dreams, nightmares, every night, like I would not be able to light the explosive. It got wet, or I tripped myself. The fuse is not working. So these things bother me, that I let my comrades down and I let the Americans take their lives. And during the day I would go to, I was at the school and the society, and it was said that the goal is to take down American soldiers. It's called 干掉一个够本，干两个赚一个. You bring down one American soldier, you make your capital back. If you bring down 2 American soldiers, you made a good business. And Mao says we don't have enough equipment, military, but we do have endless body support. So it wasn't until 1976 Mao died, we, as a nation, we woke up and we felt we were fooled. Today, if you go to China, when you mention the word hero, people would say, are you okay? Are you mentally sound? 你有毛病吧? So we see that the flip side of hero is idiot. So from then on, we know that this is the best thing that happened to China. I think that the political maturity for Chinese, and we know we don't have a father figure. We're on our own. So the only way to save ourselves is be our own hero. I'm sorry, I'm off the topic.
No, this is fascinating. When did that transformation occur for you?
It was when I was in the labor camp and I was growing rice and cotton in Vietnam, and I had a broken back and carrying manure injury, and I found that we were barely feeding ourselves. How can we possibly support Vietnam? And we were not allowed. In my labor camp, we had over 20,000 youth from age 17 to 25. We were not allowed to any personal life. Basically, everything's inside a mosquito net. We were not allowed to date. And the price of dating is a severe punishment. And we had no life. So I realized that I was just, life was not worth living. So it was very hard to even try to make sense out of it or even die. So when I came to America, I was 27 years old. In China, I was called a cooked seed, and I have no chance to sprout. but it was in America, and I was given a chance to live in the bottom of American society and made my way up. And I just feel like the best thing I can repay America, that as the Chinese tradition saying says, to pay for a drop of water in drought with a well. And I feel the best thing I could do for America is to bring understanding of China, because I found that Americans don't know China, and the China that you know is not the China I know. So I feel, so the writing that came to me.
I'd like to turn to Wally and talk about the roots of your activism, of your courage, and going back to Nigeria in the 1960s. What propelled you as a young man into activism? What propelled you to go take over a radio station at gunpoint as a young man?
I was acquitted in court of that crime. So be careful. But let me very quickly begin by saying that, because I say this only because of the introduction you made, and I was hoping that we wouldn't get that kind of introduction. I consider myself part of this panel objectively. Recently, I've been reviewing some books contradicting story by some generals in our own civil war, and I've enjoyed myself enormously, contrasting claims of heroism and cowardice and so on and so forth. And so I'm here totally detached. I'm sure other people have said the same thing, but I'm just excusing my presence here as somebody who discusses all subjects under the sun, including heroism. Having said that, let me just confess that I'm also, I've come to the conclusion that I'm a closet glutton for tranquility. And I love peace, and I love beauty. And I think I'm so committed to those that I'm ready to kill anyone who disturbs my tranquility. And so, since contradicting situations make it impossible for me to enjoy what I really love, whether it's beauty of music and to write, I find that I have no choice but to go for those who are responsible for disturbing that tranquility. And that's those who torture others, who reduce the dignity of other people, who exploit others, just so I can get back to my real profession, which is writing. I think that's the only explanation I have for you.
General Allen, a few years ago, when you were the commander in Afghanistan, you commended me to read Lord Moran's The Anatomy of Courage. You've quoted a line in that book many times to your troops over the years. It reads, "A man of character in peace is a man of courage in war." There's a perception out there that at times amazing acts of heroism on the battlefield are often the result of split-second instinct. I didn't think about it, I just charged ahead to save my buddy. Is it instinct? And if it is it happenstance, or does it have roots in something deeper, in an individual's character?
Well, it's a very important question. It's at the heart of the discussion about what constitutes heroism and courage. Lord Moran was a surgeon on the Western Front in World War I, and he, in addition to repairing the thousands and thousands of young bodies that were crushed in the horrific conditions of that war, he observed what it was that made a man go over the top. Why would an individual follow an order that would send them nearly to their certain death? And he ultimately concluded, as you correctly stated, with the line, if you know a man of character in peace, you'll know a man of courage in war. But he also made a very important point, and it's also in that passage. And that point is that character, as he defined it, character as that foundational element, which is really essential to courage and ultimately heroism. Character is the daily habit of doing right versus wrong, the habituation of taking the harder right way than the easier wrong way, placing your moral courage ahead of all other things. And so his sense was that in an environment, in a society where we value above all other things, someone who has mastered the habit, who actually lives the values for which they stand and the principles that they espouse, and are able to inspire those around them. Inspire derives from the word to fill with the Spirit, to fill them with the spirit of your values. That, in essence, is a man's or a woman's character. And his sense was that war has no power to transform. You know, we often see in movies, popular movies, that someone suddenly has this transformative experience, an epiphany in war, which turns them into a great and gallant hero. His view, and it's frankly my view, is that a man or woman of character will act in ways that will evidence extraordinary courage under pressure and under fire and under duress. And you used the word instinct a moment ago, and you're exactly correct. If we're dealing with men and women of character for whom their lives have been based on doing right versus wrong and have created a habituation to that end, then when faced with that, and this term we hear all the time in our lives, that moment of truth, the moment when you must decide what you will do. And you don't have long, you have a moment. It's that moment of instinct. When faced with that moment of truth, if you are a man or woman of character, you will do the right thing. And your tendency, your instinct will be to do the right thing, which in most cases, often, results in acts of courage, which we then define as heroism. And we celebrate heroes. We celebrate heroes, but in the world I lived in, both in combat, but also in my own service, the Marine Corps, not only did we celebrate acts of individual heroism, because it importantly fed the narrative of gallantry and intrepidity, the narrative of selflessness and the willingness to sacrifice. It fed that narrative for the benefit of the service. But we also sought in every possible way to create that culture of self-sacrifice and that culture that celebrated the character of doing right versus wrong every single day, so that when faced with that moment of truth in combat, your instinct is to do the right thing, to take that courageous act, and someone to celebrate you as a hero.
David. David, let's build on that. You've written a lot about the loss of higher ideals and moral values and a sense of duty in American society today, and how that's leading us to an increasingly individualized society. How is heroism achievable within this increasingly atomized society that we live in? How is our culture of the individual and individual ambition redefining what it means to be a hero in America today?
I thought you were going to ask me about my heroic behavior as a regular panelist on Meet the Press. A little absurd me being up here. You know, I would focus on the one word you used, which is the word ambition. So we're raised in a meritocratic society where kids are raised from birth to get into Harvard. Moms and dads flashing little Mandarin flashcards at the things as they emerge from the womb to get them ready for the admissions tests. And so we're given a certain pedagogy to how to do that, how to succeed in the type of business that you and I are in, at least. And if it's a pedagogy described in a book I hope a lot of you have seen by Dr. Seuss called Oh, the Places You'll Go. And the metaphor is life as a journey. You go outward and you experience certain things and you acquire skills, and it's additive. Every day you have a new skill that you acquire. And to me, that's the life a lot of us have lived, but that is the pedagogy of achievement. It's not the pedagogy of character, which is often different. And there are many different pedagogies of character. One of them is the Athenian one, which the general just described, the pedagogy of honor and sacrifice for cause and country. The one that fascinates me is the pedagogy of self-confrontation, where you don't see life as a journey, you see life as an internal war against your own sin and weakness. And you see, if you look at a lot of people, you see their lives as essentially that battle, which is the most dramatic thing and the most central activity of their lives. So for example, I'll tell two quick military stories. Ida Eisenhower is a young woman who was Eisenhower's mom. Her mom dies when she's 5. Her dad dies when she's 7. She becomes like basically an indentured servant. When she's 15, she decides to hell with this. The family's out for a picnic. She walks to Virginia and gets herself a high school degree. This is about 1870. Then she walks to Kansas and gets herself a college degree. Remarkably independent woman at that time. Her son, Dwight, is 8. He wants to go out trick-or-treating. Mom won't let him. She's part of the Brethren sect, doesn't really approve. Ike loses his temper, punches the tree in his front yard until he rubs all the skin off his fingers. Ida sends him to his room, lets him cry for an hour, goes up there to bind his wounds, and says to him, a quote from Proverbs, "He that conquereth his own soul is greater than he who taketh a city." And 76 years later, when Eisenhower writes his memoirs, he says that's the most important conversation of his life, because it was taught him about the weakness within himself, which was his passion and his rage, and that he would have to defeat it throughout his life. And we think of Ike as this affable, charming guy, but in fact, through the wars and through his presidency, filled with rage, filled with anger, but develops an ability to defeat that. And so to me, that act of lifelong self-defeat is the centrality of character. And the one other quick story I'll tell is about another great man who self-defeated, which is George Marshall. My favorite Marshall story happens in about 1942-43. FDR is choosing the person to lead Operation Overlord, the D-Day invasion. Whoever runs that operation will be leading a great operation. Marshall wants to do it. But he has a rule that he will not advertise for himself. So FDR brings him into the Oval Office, says, "General, would you like to run Operation Overlord?" And Marshall, instead of saying yes and getting the command, says, "My own personal feelings should have no bearing on your decision." And he just won't go there. FDR asks him 4 times. 4 times he will not go there. He gives the job to Dwight Eisenhower. And Marshall's crushed. But that's the code of self-defeat, defeating your own ambition. And so to me, that's the central logic that is tough for us meritocrats to master.
Too often, David, though, do we confuse a degree of altruism or supposed altruism with heroism these days? I ask this because the words of one of my favorite columns of yours ring in my mind as we have this discussion. And let me read you the last 2 lines of it and just refresh your memory. You write, this was last May, "It's worth noting that you can devote your life to community service and be a total schmuck. You can spend your life on Wall Street and be a hero. Understanding heroism and schmuckdom requires fewer Excel spreadsheets, more Dostoevsky and the Book of Job."
Well, a lot of college students think there are 2 courses through life: the corporate sellout cog, in which you destroy your soul but make some money, and then the Teach for America Nobility NGO Bono life, where you wind up on mom's couch. And see, these are the 2 courses. But the quality of character is you can be a self-defying hero in either of those 2 places. And so to me, how do you learn to develop those traits? There are really 3 ways that I think people improve their character. It's not taught in a textbook. The 3 ways are imitation, by finding people you really admire and then following them and just doing what they do. The second is by, as Aristotle would say, the habits of self-control, practice minutely so they come into contact at the big moments, the habits of self-control are there. And then the third, I think, is through emotional education through literature. And that by educating your emotions through novels, that you really have refined your instinctive and unconscious responses. And it's those 3 things you have to do.
Willie, I'd like to go back to General Allen's comments on battlefield courage and look beyond war when the bullets aren't flying. Do you think courage is still instinctual, or can it also be introspective? If you have to think about it long and hard before you come to the right decision, is that just as heroic as having the split-second conviction to do the right thing?
Split second, I'm not very sure about, even though that comes into it. If it's split second, then of course you're talking about instinct, the inability to tolerate the intolerable. But ultimately, I think that expression has been used, the need to live at peace with oneself, which of course is also part of character. To understand, to be able to pursue a particular cause, whether carefully thought out or instinctual, which enables you to feel whole, a whole, entire human being. It's one of the reasons why, for me today, it's not difficult at all to identify what we might call heroism in this day and age, which of course is also the result of a historical sense that I have and carry about with me all the time. I know, for instance, what my relationship is with literature, and began reading from very early age, very, very early, according to my teachers. And my horror at discovering that there was a period when people of my kind could be castrated in this country, could be tarred and feathered for daring to read, revealing that they could read by their slave masters, with tarred and feathered. It was just a horror to me that any people ever went through that passage. And today, we have a repeat of that history in the plight of especially women in certain parts of the world, including my part, the northern part, where a woman who attempts to go to school to read can have her throat cut, in which women are persecuted. And so it's very easy for me, because of that historical sense and my inability to reconcile my own experience, with with what is happening to the plight of others, the heroism today, for me, is defined by those young women, those pupils, the Malala, what I call the Malala type, who despite the danger to themselves, the daily danger to themselves, despite what they see happening to their siblings, insist on going to school. Insist, like as in Algeria, for instance, the whole history of Algeria is a lesson for all of us. And today, heroism is defined for me, mostly because of my historical conditioning, but defined is to be found, to be extracted, the essence of those young people, the character that compels them again and again to defy those who say, no, you dare not read, you cannot read because you're a woman. You're supposed to be veiled from head to toe, you're not supposed to see a book. And so my heroes today, my heroes are to be found in places like northern Nigeria, Somalia, parts of Mauritania, in Mali at one stage, in the history of Algeria, because that's history still very much with us. Now, that's my definition of heroism. Those girls need to be able to live with themselves, to feel entire, whole human beings. And so they go on taking the risk to go to school.
Amen. The woman sitting to your left has exhibited another kind of amazing heroism. And Anchi, it's been in the unflinching honesty of your writing, a writing in America where you're free to write, not like where you grew up, but what you wrote and what you've written has been remarkable. Have you agonized over sharing aspects of your personal experience that others may have kept secret? I mean, it certainly caused some tensions within your family. As you look at writing more broadly, does learning about a person's foibles, their mistakes, make them less likely to be celebrated for their acts of courage? Or is the recognition that they too are human make them more heroic?
Yes, yes. That's what I try to convey. I realize that it is the fact that they're more human. You're just like, being a hero is, I think, is like your last 5 minutes longer. And the things I struggled the most was, because I learned my English in my 30s, and I just couldn't be good enough. And I tried to convey that. I'm raising an American daughter. The only heroic acts I could think of I did was to be able to tell her the truth, and that really takes courage. I would think that that's the American transformation that did in me, and also the courage to stand up to her. I mean, every mother here knows that being an American mother it's your child, it's the home front. It's really a battle. I stood up to my daughter and denied her birthday parties, for example. I was a divorced single mother, and my daughter Lorianne was, when she was young, she had to help me lifting drywalls and carry cement bags, 50 pounds, and mix them when I was working on construction, tiling floor tiles. And I feel bad to deny her, but I feel that it's something that she needs to be educated. So on her birthday, because I couldn't afford her birthday, I'm not gonna slap my face and make it swell so I can say I was well fed. So I took her to Home Depot. And my gift to her was a free lesson on how to use electric power saw and a book called Plumbing 1, 2, 3. And also I said, I want good grades. I say, you're getting the grades, it's the only way you can dig yourself out of poverty. And I think she feels that getting A's is easier than dealing with me. Because I say, you know, I don't speak English, but I can tell from A to B. And you have no good reason not bring me A. Oh, we go see your teacher. We go see your teacher now. And you know American kids, they freak out to have their mother walking on the campus. And today she's at, 2 days ago, right before I came, she called me from Stanford. She's a senior student at Stanford University. And she says, Mom, my birthday, I wanted to give a wonton party. And I want you to come and demonstrate how to make a wonton for my friends. And you know what wonton is, right? It's like a fancy version of ravioli. And I went, and she's got like 20 friends. I mean, these kids, they could be brilliant. They are brilliant kids on like science, math, and they're working on electric airplanes, drones, and they are like inventing new biodrugs and mechanic engineering. They're passionate about topics, but they make lousy wonton. That's it.
I should have also noted in your introduction that you are the original tiger mother.
I don't know about that. It's actually, I think, my husband, he's the tiger father. You ask my daughter, she would tell you. He is a former US Marine, a Vietnam vet, an English teacher. So I told him, I say, I'm going to see General Allen. Do you have anything to say? Ask me to bring word to him. And he says, simplify. And I said, what does that mean? And he says, he knows. And then right before we came on the stage and when we introduced the back green room, General Allen, can you tell what happened?
Well, you told me that you were married to a Marine, and I was commenting on his enormously good judgment. But then I said, please tell him Semper Fi.
Thank you.
You know, John, let me go back to battlefield heroism for a moment. You know, during the Second World War, Americans knew our battlefield heroes. As you noted to me in an earlier conversation, you know, we paraded them around the nation to get people to buy war bonds. Today, we're a war-weary country. And the very nature of our modern wars have made it challenging to identify heroes. You know, counterinsurgency operations aren't like the March to Berlin, and many of our most daring special ops missions rightly have to remain classified. As a result, you know, most Americans couldn't name a single Medal of Honor recipient from the Iraq or Afghan wars. What's the consequence of this for our military and for our society?
It's not inconsequential, and it worries me, frankly. we're very nearly at the end of the American involvement in combat in Afghanistan. And on that day, on the 31st of December 2014, for 13 years, 2 wars, the American presence in East Asia, the American forward presence in the Gulf, the Persian Gulf, and other hotspots, our special operators moving around the planet, defending us as we sleep. All of that will have been done on the shoulders of less than 1 million people. Less than 1% of the American population on any given day is involved in the defense of this nation. In World War II, there were about 16 million Americans who were in uniform and fighting on a moment-to-moment basis. It was a different time. And as you and I talked, much of the celebration of the heroism in those days was not just to celebrate the hero and hopefully to instill inspiration across the population, but was in a very real sense the idea of the war bond drives, and those were extraordinarily important at the time. But today, and when I was Commandant of Midshipmen at Annapolis, we frequently had midshipmen entering the class who didn't have anyone alive in their families who had ever served in uniform. And so the burden of 2 wars and forward presence and constant readiness on a very small element of the population, and the absence, I think, in general of the celebration of the heroism that, for me, watching our magnificent soldiers and Marines and airmen and sailors and our civilians, that heroism is so remarkable. It says so much about the state of the society of this country. I think it's a loss to America. We miss the opportunity every single day when we aggrandize or we celebrate the bad behavior of certain components within our society, yet we fail to spend a few minutes talking about the routine heroism of our young privates and lance corporals at the very edge of American influence who are truly keeping the wolf from the door. So I think what we've done is we've missed the opportunity to inspire large segments of our population. Inspire, again, is to fill them with the spirit, to give them a sense that the inherent nature of heroism and courage is about character. We've missed that opportunity, and I wish we did more of it. And we've had just a very few of our young soldiers in this case, who have been presented the Medal of Honor. And the coverage is about a day long, and then we're back to something else. And that something else, in the end, we have to ask ourselves, does that contribute a bit to the national character? And in most cases, it doesn't. So I worry about that. And I wish that we could spend more time focusing on those heroes. But there's a really important point that's been made here this afternoon, and that is it can't just be about heroism in combat. It's got to be about the moral courage that animates large segments of our population to do the right thing every single day. And so a consequence, perhaps, of being a great nation and being able to be a great nation on the shoulders of a very small segment of the population is that our aperture for the definition of courage and heroism needs to be expanded. And we ought to be routinely celebrating the Malalas. We ought to be routinely celebrating our scientists and our journalists who break that important story that informs our population, because in many ways, they are just as much a hero in what they've contributed to the security and to the future of our great nation as a lance corporal that moves forward in the Russia battle. And so it's really important that we understand the broader definition of heroism, and we seek to celebrate that heroism in every possible way we can to inspire our young children to the heights of character that will prepare them at that moment of truth to make the right decision, whether it's in government or whether it's in business or whether it's in the military. And I think that's my concern today. We do not celebrate it enough because we have lost the ability to define it widely enough for our whole society.
David? Well, General, you lost me when you started celebrating journalists. I wanted to plug one hole, which I think you got to, which was and I think you just mentioned there at the end, the heroism of everyday life, that the labor camps and the activism and the combat, that's the dramatic moment of heroism. But I'm sure we're all going to remember in a few weeks the heroism of the Home Depot. And by the way, if your daughter can still do plumbing, I want to introduce her to my son. But you know, that is that everyday act of confronting your kid. And I would just recommend to people, they Google Ryne Sandberg and Hall of Fame speech. Those of you from Chicago will know that Ryne Sandberg was a second baseman with the Chicago Cubs, and he gave a great speech when he was inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame, where he said, you know, I just tried to play the game the way the guy before me played it, which is I was just one of a long line of Chicago Cubs players, and I just wanted to do it the way they did it. I wasn't trying to do anything new. So that meant when I bunted, I tried to bunt well. When I hit a double, I hustled all the way. When I hit a home run, I didn't celebrate. I just ran around the damn bases. And it's about being an institutionalist, of seeing yourself as a steward, as part of an organization, and just trying to play by the rules that were set before you got there and pass them along. And there's an Albert Schweitzer sentence that there are no heroes of courage, there are only heroes of renunciation. And to me, that willingness to subserve yourself to an institution is sort of the things that anybody can do, whatever company they're in, or whatever firm, or whatever profession.
We have less than a minute left, and I'd just love to go down the line here, starting with you, Wole. Just a few brief closing thoughts to this remarkable day. And this panel cuts across cultures and continents, yet there are, it strikes me, universal aspects to heroism. And I'd love for each of you to just share with the audience a few brief thoughts in the seconds we have left, what you see some of the essential universality in the characteristics of heroes.
Well, I'd just say briefly, the ability to take risks in order to be at peace with oneself.
For me, I think it's do what you truly believe, like tonight, like this event, and the courage of Tina Brown.
I guess I'd just say self-quieting when you read about them. There's a great C.S. Lewis line. When you meet a truly humble man, he won't be a smarmy person who's thinking about how humble he was. He'll just be seen like an interesting person who's interested in what you had to say. He won't be thinking about his own humility or his own heroism. He won't be thinking of himself at all. And there are those moments of self-quieting when the people who are doing heroic action just aren't thinking about themselves.
And I couldn't agree more with you. The greatest character traits that I've seen, both in combat but also in peace, has been the humble leader, the humble individual who seeks to serve a cause greater than himself. And when she is confronted with crisis, or he is confronted with an emergency, is willing to sacrifice everything, everything, for the principles that they hold most dear. That, to me, is heroism.
Before I ask you to join me in thanking this group, Tina is going to come back up on stage for a moment to close out this part of the summit. As she comes up, please join me in thanking this remarkable group of simply extraordinary individuals. Thank you.
Thank you so much for doing that. It was fantastic. Really
good to see you.
Fabulous.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Wally. Yeah. What a remarkable closing to our afternoon. It was so nurturing to the spirit in the middle of so much rancor and divide and just inferior behavior around us everywhere at the moment politically. To hear from these people of such character, moral reflection, incredible intellectual, refreshment, I think, that we've all felt just by listening to you today. I mean, I love what General Allen said when you said, General, character is the daily habit of doing right versus wrong, placing your moral courage above all things. And David, when you said, no heroes, of course, only heroes of renunciation. These are things that we can all take home as our kind of feelings about this afternoon. And I really, really want to thank all of you so much for doing it. And also, I'd like to thank again, of course, and also Rajiv, who I admire so much. There are journalistic heroes. He's one of mine. So thank you again to our Hero Summit sponsors, Jeep, IBM, and AT&T. So grateful for you for helping us to make this happen. And of course, all our great veterans and those who serve in every way, in and out of uniform, who are with us today. We just salute you and thank you. I also have to thank my very own team, Rubicon, at the Daily Beast, who have been such incredible generals, majors, you know, in every category to make this event go so well today. And I want us all to have a little break now before we go to the museum, because we're going to see an amazing movie tonight, those of you who can come. Buses are departing from the W Hotel at 6:15 and 6:45 to bring you there for dinner, and our exclusive sneak preview 2 months before anyone else gets to see it of a very raw, very real film from Universal Pictures, Lone Survivor, starring Mark Wahlberg, directed by Peter Berg. And I have seen this movie, and I'm telling you, forget about everything else you've heard about the Oscars. This movie is the big sleeper for the Oscars. And it's the story of the unbelievable bravery of the SEAL team who were caught in the terrible firefight in Afghanistan, Operation Red Wing. And after it, I will be able to interview for a little bit afterwards the director, Peter Berg, and of course the original lone survivor, Marcus Luttrell, who is played by Wahlberg in the movie. So bring your popcorn, relax, think about everything you've heard today. I hope our panelists will also be able to join us. But if not, thank them again. It's been amazing, and I'll see you later. Thank you.